Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Arsenal Reloaded by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. 1. On the list of things I hate, hospitals, courtrooms, and funerals are at the top. Maybe hospitals are on the list twice. Oh, I really hate them. This week I'm dealing with all three. I had to spend the night in the hospital because of my injuries sustained while fighting Nemesis. Tomorrow I have a funeral for my friend Tia, who died saving Tessa from a body snatcher. And right now, I'm wheeling into a courtroom to watch my attorneys face off with an assistant U.S. attorney about Tessa. Needless to say, my mood is craptastic. If I were in a suit, I'd seriously consider leveling this place to the ground and just snatching Tessa. I have enough money for her to live comfortably on the lam for the rest of her life. But it wouldn't be right. No, she needs to win on the merits of the case, which is why I'm paying ridiculous sums of money to the law firm I hired. I'm here to support my friend. It's why we're all here. The whole team, in our Sunday best. Everyone except Carlos. The protector is off protecting, and no one knows he is Carlos anyway. The rest of us have long since given up any secret identity. This is the last place I want to be, the row behind where Tessa will sit when they finally bring her in. Not that I don't want to be here for my friend. I don't want to be anywhere. I lost Luke. I caused the dimensional shift that allowed people like Erickson to exist. I lost Tia. I wipe my eyes, trying to hide the silent tears cascading down. Just a week since I got back. One lousy week. When is life going to stop kicking me while I'm down?
All rise for the Honorable Judge Bean.
All right. Never. The federal courthouse is filled with news media and onlookers, even though this is just a preliminary hearing where the government shows it has enough evidence to justify a trial. Which is stupid. Of course, she didn't murder anyone. She stopped a dangerous assassin from using his powers to escape mere moments after Tia gave her life to free her of him. Now the government is saying that because Massacre couldn't use his powers back-to-back, Tessa murdered a powerless man when she could have restrained him. Even though she had no idea how his powers worked, or if he could have jumped into any one of the protectors and started all over. Regardless, calling her a murderer was hyperbolic on the government's part. Massacre killed a half-dozen agents in the building and countless more people in his life. Tessa did what she had to do to stop him and keep more lives from being lost. I was lost in thought and missed the reading of the charges after the judge came in and sat down. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea how these things work. Tessa had already pleaded not guilty the day before. I'd missed that hearing, but my lawyers hadn't. Judge Bean is an older man with salt and pepper hair and a trim goatee. The robes leave him looking like he's a head floating on top of a black cape. The prosecutor steps up and starts reading the evidence list, going over each piece as if it were a fact.
And it is the government's conclusion that Miss Harper is responsible for the death of the supervillain Massacre?
The judge asks, interrupting the prosecutor's reading of the charges. The three lawyers representing the government shoot each other looks of confusion. Kate places a hand on my shoulder, leans in and whispers, "They don't normally refer to them as supervillains in court. It creates a bias," she says. I nod. "But he was," I say with more than a little confusion. "It's the same reason papers are always using the word alleged. They want to avoid bias." I thought about teasing her for saying papers, as if anyone still read them, but I let it pass. I noticed the judge looking at me, and I give him my best little girl smile.
Alleged supervillain? Your Honor, he was a citizen of Mexico and wasn't wanted for any crimes in the U.S. We can't attest to anything he may or may not have done in the past, just what transpired here.
As the prosecutor speaks, he gains confidence, adjusting his tie and moving around to the front of his desk to present his full countenance. Judge Bean nods as he opens a manila envelope on his desk.
Bailiff Rodrigo, go ahead and bring in the accused. Yes, Your Honor.
The officer in the brown and beige uniform turns and walks to the side and knocks on the door one time. The door opens and a female corrections officer enters, leading Tessa by the elbow. I stiffen when I see my friend. She has a large purple bruise on the side of her cheek. One of those stupid pain collars adorns her neck, and she has that hard look she had when I first interviewed her in the Ultramax. "Amelia, don't say or do anything," Kate warns me. "It won't help her situation." As if on cue, Tessa sees me and smiles, waving me off with a cuffed hand and giving me the "it's okay" signal. It wasn't okay. I am not okay. Not even a little. Right now, though, I'm just another concerned citizen. One with buckets of money and an IQ like the Empire State Building, but still just a normal person. No armor, no superpowers, nothing. I can't even walk without my armor, so less dangerous than a normal person, I guess. Whatever the hell normal is anyway. I look to the team, and they are all visibly upset about our teammates' physical appearance. Judge Bean puts his hand to his chin and watches Tessa enter, a scowl forming on his face. At first, I think it's because he doesn't like her, which worries me. But the longer he sits silently looking at her, to the point that even Tessa, my usually nonplussed friend, is forced to look away, the more I think it's because he's mad about her injury.
"Why wasn't she put into protective custody?"
Judge Bean asks, shifting his gaze from Tessa to the prosecutor. The prosecutor fumbles for a second, as if he isn't prepared for that.
"I'm not privy to the Department of Corrections' decision-making process, Your Honor. You would have to ask them,"
he says after a moment. The two assistants behind him fervently tap on their phones, probably looking for answers.
"I see,"
the judge says, in a way that makes it clear he isn't happy. I'm really starting to like this guy. "Amelia, I did a quick dive into the DOG system," Epic informs me. "They put her in general population, and the collar she is wearing shocks her if she uses her powers. There was an altercation yesterday that resulted in several prisoner injuries, including Tessa." The anger I already felt swells to new heights. General population? I'm not savvy with prisons, but even I know you don't put law enforcement in with the regular prisoners, let alone a former convict who went straight. After a few moments, the judge puts his paperwork down and looks at the prosecutor.
"Mr. Flynn, is this all you have for evidence?"
When he hears the name, Epic throws a bunch of info on my screen about AUSA Flynn. He golfs on Saturdays and stays at fancy hotels when he goes on vacation. No connections to Brown, the deceased FBI agent who had it in for me, thank goodness.
"Excuse me, I'm not sure what you mean," Flynn says. "The question was pretty straightforward. Is the evidence in this packet all you have, or do you have facts you have yet to present to justify your charges of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and other various crimes you've decided to press here?"
Flynn looks back to his assistants for answers. They have none. I don't either. My anger over Tessa's treatment gives way to bewilderment. Tessa's lawyers haven't even given their arguments yet. I tap one of them on the shoulder, the leader of the two, and give him a questioning look. He is just as confused as the rest of us, and shrugs.
"The AUSA's office has found more than enough compelling evidence. The man she is accused of killing was defenseless when she did so. Mostly on the word of FBI agent Marshall, we've been very generous in accepting who this man even was, and that he did have powers that allowed him to control others. But there is no doubt that Tessa Harper decapitated a defenseless man. On video. I'm not sure what other evidence you need to give us the go-ahead."
His tone shifts toward a little angry, or maybe he's just stunned at the pushback the judge is giving him.
"Listen, son. I'm not sure what kind of courts you're used to dealing with, but here in the great state of Arizona, we follow the rule of law, not the whims of overreaching prosecutors. You will answer my questions with a simple yes or no, or I will find you in contempt. Is that clear? Your Honor, this is, if the next words out of your mouth aren't yes or no, then you will seriously regret your life choices, son."
The prosecutor clamps his mouth shut. I can almost hear him grinding his teeth from 15 feet away.
"Yes, Your Honor. Clear. Thank you. Now, if this is all the evidence you have—"
"No, Your Honor. We have multiple witnesses, past history, prior crimes." The judge holds up his hand for the prosecutor to stop, which he does.
"Son, are you aware of who Tessa Harper is?" Mr. Flynn looks at Tessa, then me, then the judge. She's the woman on trial. I told you yes or no answers. That will cost you $500. He picks up and slams his gavel down in one smooth motion. Mr. Flynn opens his mouth to speak, but wisely clamps it shut. Finally, after a long, silent struggle, he grinds out an answer between clenched jaws. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. But I feel like you don't. Tessa Harper is a member of the Protectors. You may recall the time they saved the entire planet from an alien invasion? Or how about the time they saved all those people up in Washington State when Mount Rainier exploded? Mr. Flynn looks like he would rather be anywhere else. Yes, Your Honor. Fantastic. Now we are getting somewhere. Is Miss Lockhart in the room? He looks around like he doesn't know I'm here. I'm too stunned to respond until Kate elbows me in the side. I manage to raise my hand, not sure what I should do since I can't stand. I'm here, sir. Your Honor? I finally manage to say. Thank you, ma'am, for the great service you have done for this city, state, and country, let alone the world. He stands up, holding his gavel in one hand. All rise, the bailiff spits out as the judge stands. Everyone in the courtroom is forced to stand with the judge. Everyone but me. I find the prosecution has insufficient evidence to bring this to trial. Case dismissed with prejudice. He slams his gavel down, and the courtroom erupts in cheers. He holds my eyes for a moment, nods, then turns and walks toward the exit. Mr. Flynn is left slack-jawed and stunned in disbelief. Then he collects himself and runs after the judge. Tessa turns around, leans over the benches, and throws her arms around me. Thank you, she whispers. I told you, you are never going back to prison. I'm just glad I didn't have to bust you out. She pulls back and looks at me for a moment. You would have, wouldn't you? In a heartbeat. Ma'am, if you'll follow me, we'll get you released, the bailiff says to Tessa. She gives me one more hug before allowing herself to be led out. The rest of the team is practically jumping up and down in excitement. I think this calls for drinks, Kate says with a smile. I smile back, but it's a hollow one. I'm happy for Tessa, stunned but happy. She doesn't deserve to be in jail. With everything else that has happened, though, celebrating feels wrong. I know one thing for sure. Luke would have loved this. Loved this. Loved this. Loved this. 2. While I'm not Arsenal anymore, I'm still me. I've learned a couple of lessons over the last few years. 1, trust no one but myself, my friends, and my team. 2, I can't always control everything that happens when I'm not around. The Spire is a fantastic base of operations for a public superhero team. Not for me. I won't be going back there as a hero. That one, Epic. What do you think? I ask my faithful AI as we circle the Arizona desert at 2,000 feet. I'm still fully funding the Protectors, and in the interim, Kate is in charge of the team. Maybe forever. I can't be Arsenal without armor, and I'm not sure I want to go back to having another suit that can be taken away. What I really want, what I need, is something akin to my Mark IV Animetal suit. In order to get that, I need a place to work, which is why we're in an M-jet flying over the northern Arizona desert near the border with Utah. Perfect. Tall and wide enough that we can burrow into it without causing any structural damage. Other than a 5-foot circular hole in the top to allow Carlos to visit, no one will ever know we are there. Which is good, since this is public land and illegal to build on. If the government would stop stealing my stuff every time I take an extended leave of absence, I would be more concerned about the legality of this. But a secret mountain base sounds perfect. It also sounds like something a supervillain would do. Maybe I just need to start a new trend. Superheroes with secret places to retreat to when they need solitude. Not that I have such a place yet. How long do you think it will take? A week to hollow everything out. Once we have the internal dimensions, we can start casting the support beams and the rest of the internal structure. Are we going with the underground launch facility? Yes, I think a tube that exits a half a mile away or so will do. Just large enough for an M-jet. We can build that first, have the supplies brought there,
Then the workers can transit through the tunnel, constructing as they go. Permits? I ask as a joke. We will have none for the mountain itself, but I will make sure everything is built to exacting specifications. The same contractors who built the spire will also work on this project. I shake my head. He didn't get it. Excellent. Make sure they are all well compensated for their time. A week to get started. Then what? A month until you can move in? A whole month. Well, there are worse things to do than live in a 5-star hotel in the meantime. A whole month? Ugh, it's not like I have armor to use. My flight suit is trashed. All my tools and spare armor are stuck on the other side of a quantum gate I can no longer access. Sure, a month is fine. Do I detect sarcasm? I glare at the nearest camera, then give him a sweet smile. I turn away from the mesa, bringing the plane's external cameras over to the south to view our legitimate purchase. Last Chance Gas and Go was abandoned before I was born, but things in the desert tend to hang around until someone tears them down. This old place is no different. Nothing more than a wooden frame and an old sign. It's just over half a mile distance between the old gas station to the mountain we're going to hollow out. If I make it into a travel plaza with a car wash and a large parking lot, no one will notice the extra construction materials. I could even make it a conference center. Financially, it will be a complete loss, but it's only money. Stealthy, cheap, or awesome? Pick two, I say out loud as we fly over. Exactly. Stealthy and awesome it is. All right, Epic, make it so. I will have Milton start making the... No, this is just you and me, buddy, for now. Amelia, I created Milton. He is essentially my son. I am sure he will do as good a job as... I said no! I almost shout. I certainly raise my voice more than I intended. I clamp my mouth shut for a moment and regain some control over my emotions. I'm not a fan of ordering you to do anything, Epic, and I never will. But Milton betrayed me. Us! I hold up my hand to forestall any further argument. I know he felt he didn't have a choice. I might even agree with him. However, my science is out in the world, and it's because he didn't blow the lab up like he should have. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. I'm playing this one close to the vest. No more leaks. It hurts to speak to Epic this way. He's my best friend. I love him more than anything else in the world, but his creation cost me dearly. I can't let that happen again. I cannot say I fully understand, Amelia. However, you are my friend, and I respect your wishes. I will leave Milton out of this for now. Thank you, Epic. I hope I haven't hurt your feelings. I know you made him, and I know that you have always had my best interest at heart. I just can't say the same for anyone else. The M-Jet turns south and heads for Phoenix as I relinquish the controls to Epic. It's getting late, and tomorrow is a big day. Another one. Tia will be laid to rest, and it's my last chance to say goodbye. Oh, when did this life get so freaking hard? 3. After I returned to my apartment in the city, Kate picked me up to go shopping for a black dress. When I moved out of the Spire, the only stuff I really had to take with me were books, computers, and a handful of outfits, which were mostly pajamas, and all of Luke's clothing he left in the room, including the black cowboy hat he wore off-duty. I couldn't bring myself to leave any of that behind. I kept the hat and a few of my favorite shirts. The rest I sent to his remaining family. Not that they even knew who I was. We never did get to meet. I take a deep breath and push those thoughts away. I don't have time for them right now. I also don't have time to go shopping. But since when does Kate ever listen to me? I've never enjoyed shopping. Kate loves it, but for me, trying clothes on is a workout. Not that I don't like to wear nice things, but getting them on is physically exhausting. Which is why I'm sitting in a posh, by-appointment-only boutique, watching Kate try on a dozen different outfits while the owner caters to her every whim. Wouldn't you rather have Carlos here than me? I ask as I lean back in my chair and she shuffles into the dressing room to try on another outfit. Amelia, you've only been back a week and I've hardly seen you. Other than your bombshell announcement that you've up and quit the business, we've barely spoken. I know this is all stressful to you, and I'm not going to let you disappear into a project. You need your friends, Kate says as she tries on a wide-brimmed hat. I hate funerals, I mutter. Me too. But I loved Tia, she says through the curtain that encloses the little booth she's changing in. We owe it to her. Hell, if it wasn't for her, the protectors would be dead and ISO 1 would have won the day. I nod. She can feel that I understand. I just want to go home and curl up in a ball for a few months. What the heck is with them anyway? Why did they decide we were target number 1? Kate swishes the curtain aside and steps out in a magnificent mid-thigh black dress with knee-high black boots. The bottom fans out around her and looks perfectly natural. It's formal enough to work for a funeral, especially if she were to add in a black hat. We're still working on that. My contacts in the agency. She lowers her voice as she shoots a look to the owner, who is busy picking out other outfits for her to try on. Tell me that they have exploded as a criminal agency in the last few years. They may have eyed the Arizona border as a prime trafficking site and wanted to either keep us distracted or take us out of play. Still, they had to have spent a mint on bribery to get the FBI to come after us like that. Doesn't seem like that would be a good return on investment to simply remove us from play. We don't even patrol the border. Kate nods. True, but what else could it be? I shrug. I have no idea. When Agent Brown interrogated us, it felt personal, you know? She smiles, running a finger along my face and lifting my chin to look in my eyes. Amelia, not everything is a conspiracy against you. I laugh. No, just everything we've encountered so far. She frowns, sticks her tongue out at me, then twirls around to push me toward the dressing room. I've got my outfit. Your turn. We only have 4 hours before we have to be at the funeral home. 4 hours? Oh, you're kidding, right? I'm just going to say yes to the first outfit he hands me, whatever it is. Then you'll be attending Tia's ceremony in your underwear. 3 hours later, we are in the back of one of the black SUVs the Protector's security and staff use. O'Brien happens to be our driver. He has worked as the head of security for the Protectors since the first time I met him outside the Spire, when Pedrick Madahall tried to incite that crowd to violence. He's a good man with an impeccable work ethic, and he's paid handsomely to drive us around. He's dressed sharp, in a black suit with a deep red tie. He's also wearing the modified glasses, so he's in contact with Epic Milton. Kate, I say, leaning toward her in the back, what's going on? She raises her eyes from her phone and feigns ignorance. She's a fantastic liar, and I mean that as a compliment, but I know her all too well. I throw a chin nod toward O'Brien. Oh, with everything that has happened in the last year, the staff wanted to make sure you were safe, that's all. I lean forward and squeeze his shoulder. Thank you, I say. O'Brien doesn't say anything, but he looks in the mirror and nods. He's the strong, silent type, for sure. It takes a lot of the edge off of me, knowing the staff of the Spire think about me like this. And it's unexpectedly emotional. I take a minute and look out the window as we drive, trying not to cry. It's going to be that kind of week. There aren't a lot of cars when we arrive. Tia wasn't well known here, and she wasn't an official member of the Protectors. I call this a funeral, but it's more of a memorial service. Her actual funeral will take place in Buenos Aires, where she'll be buried. I know her mom lives there, but I've never met the woman. It only takes Kate a second to pull my chair out of the car. I let her lift me into it. She's so flipping strong compared to a normal human that it isn't even a challenge for her to pick me up. I see O'Brien raise an eyebrow at how effortlessly she lifts me. Of course, he's seen her use her powers before, but Kate just doesn't look like the typical strong person. It's not like Kate can lift a car or anything. She's just as strong as a person her size could possibly be, which is pretty strong. It's hot out here, and the outfit she picked out for me, while stylish, will be better once we're inside. I'm sweating by the time we make it into the air-conditioned building. Like a lot of people in South and Central America, like my mom, Tia was Catholic. I made sure to respect those wishes with arrangements. Once we're in the chapel, we make our way to the team area. The first row is empty, reserved for family, who aren't here. The second and third rows are for close friends, us. The funeral director seats us 3 rows back. The whole team is there, even Carlos. However, he isn't sitting with the team. It's important to him that his family doesn't find out he's the protector. I can respect that. He has every right to be here as my friend and Kate's boyfriend. Kate parks me on the outside of the 3rd row, locks my wheels in, then sits down next to me. A few seconds later, Carlos scoots by to sit down on the other side of her. He slides his hand into hers as they sit. She squeezes his shoulder and rests her head against his for a moment. Whatever happened while I was gone seems to have escalated their relationship. I look away, though, as it is a painful reminder of what I've lost. The casket is closed, and a large picture of Tia, from when we were on the boat down in Costa Rica, is placed on a stand with a large wreath. The actual burial will take place in Buenos Aires, not here. It's just not practical to fly the whole team down there, not to mention that Argentina and I aren't exactly simpatico at the moment. A local priest comes out and explains the nature of Catholic beliefs and their thoughts on death. Then he says a prayer over the picture and invites everyone to say a prayer themselves. Then it's over, and she's still gone. And there isn't anything I can do about it.
How's Frank doing?
Carlos asks me once we are in the other room. It's a small area with refreshments. It's more relaxed, and they encourage the attendees to share good memories of the deceased. Parker? Fine, I guess. He's with his family. Still recovering from his injuries, though, I say.
Have you thought about, asking him to fix this?
He asks with a nod toward the room we just left. I shake my head. I hurt him badly when we came forward. According to him, he can't access his abilities. It might be physical, or it could be some kind of mental block, or a side effect of us going back before there were powers. I don't know, and he's not interested in finding out. He just wants to spend time with his family. I can't really blame him for that. The last part comes out in a whisper.
It's not your fault, Nina. You did what you had to do. Pythia told me.
I shoot him a glare I don't think I've ever used on him before. I hate that woman. She's done nothing but manipulate me from the moment we met. He hesitates.
She told me that it had to happen that way and couldn't have happened any other way.
That's easy for her to say, since she knew what was going to happen before it did. She knew, Carlos. She knew the moment I first met her, and she said nothing. She knew Sydney would die. She knew you would become the protector. She knew Luke. I stop as my throat closes up.
It's not your fault,
he repeats in a whisper. I shake my head. Yes, it is. All of it. Everyone who died is still dead, and there isn't anything I can do about it. Tia is gone, Luke is gone, and I'll never get them back. My heart pounds in my chest, and I want to scream. I claw at the armrests of my chair. I know I should stop talking, but I can't seem to. My armor is gone. My technology is responsible for the deaths of countless people, and I lower my voice to a whisper. I caused everything Erickson did. I'm the reason people have superpowers. If not for me, we would be...
all dead,
he interrupts me. Carlos takes a knee to look me in the eye.
If not for you, both Earth and Luxilla would be gone. Barren rocks, strip-mined by the Thune. I don't think you should lose sight of the good you've done, too.
I shake my head. It isn't a scale, Carlos. The good here, the bad there. It's just me, and only me. And I don't know how I can live with what I've done. A flash of worry crosses his face.
Amelia, you'll get through this. You have us. We're here for you.
Thank you. That means a lot. But this is something no one can help me with. Not even my best friends. I turn away from him and wheel myself to the exit. I'm so wrapped up in my own thoughts and misery that I miss what Tessa says. I'm halfway out the door when her words catch up to me. I jerk the wheels around and roll back to her. Tessa, what did you just say? She has a somber look on her face, and I know this is as hard for her as the rest of us. She looks around at the other protectors for a second, like she doesn't know what I'm asking. Which part? She asks quietly. I think for a second, trying to recall exactly what I thought I heard her say. You said something about using your powers? She nods.
Right, as she faded away, I tried to use my powers to...
I slash my hand through the air and slam it down on the arm of my chair. This is the first good news I've heard since I returned.
Amelia, why are you grinning?
Fleet asks. Because, my fast friend, no one told me the specifics of Tia's death, just that she died. I didn't ask because I've been too wrapped up in my own things, but...
But what?
Tessa asks. But no body. She may only be mostly dead, I say with a grin. I spin myself around and head for the door. Carlos, I need a lift. Like right freaking now. Ging now. Ging now. Ging now. 4. We land with a thump outside of Delphi, in the Greek ruins of the Oracle. Carlos holds me easily in one arm, including my folded wheelchair. He only has his armor on, no shield. He needed a free hand for me and one for his spear.
Are you sure, Amelia? You were just saying how much you don't like her,
he says as he puts the chair down for me. Carlos, when have I ever stayed mad at anyone but myself? He smiles, and boy, do I miss that smile sometimes. We don't hang out nearly as much as we used to.
Okay, but be nice. She's gone through a lot too, okay?
I'll play nice. I pat him on his broad shoulder. Kate, I say into my comms, we're here. With a pop of displaced air, she appears next to us. Somehow she has managed to find the time to switch into her costume. A black, form-fitting suit with enough pouches and pockets to carry an army's worth of gear. She isn't carrying her guns or swords, though. Not that she would need those today. Plus, she's always got her weapons in her arm if she needs them. She takes the chair and stretches it out. Carlos places me in it and pushes me to the special spot. He makes sure we are all standing within the boundaries and presses his hand against the ancient rock wall. The ground shakes, separating from the earth around it as we lower into the shaft that leads to the secret lair of the Protector. How is it no one knows about this place after almost 70 years of the Protector? Kate asks.
She told me once that a few governments have tried to find this place, but it will only open to people she allows. That's if they even know where it is. I mean, clearly they have to know I operate out of Greece, but it's not like they can follow me on radar or anything.
That could change with the new EU laws on superheroes, Kate says. More regulations? Great. Carlos chuckles.
They can't really make me do anything, Kate. It's not like they can threaten me with jail or something. The rules for the Protector predate the European Union by quite a lot.
The lift shakes to a halt and the doors slide open. The cave beyond looks vastly different than the last time I saw it. More like a fully furnished open floor plan apartment than a cave. The ceiling stretches up high above, the walls are square, and the little lake is gone, as well as the waterfall. Wow, I say.
Yeah, she remodeled a little.
A little? Kate says, astonished. On the far side is a swank little kitchen with everything a 5-star chef could want. To the left is a massive sunken living room with a huge TV, stereo, and a half-moon couch that looks like it's made of marshmallow. On the right is a large round swimming pool. A skylight shines eerie blue light down on the pool. A large red rock step formation reaches up a dozen feet and twice as wide, giving it an almost desert appearance. Pythia swims out of sight behind the rocky island, then reappears a few seconds later. She splashes through the water until she reaches the steps that lead out of the pool toward us. Emerging from the water in a form-fitting swimsuit, she runs her hands through her long black hair, pulling it behind her and out of her face. She grabs a towel from the rack next to the steps that lead into the pool and wraps it around her lithe form.
Amelia, Kate, I didn't expect to see you back here so soon.
The temperature in the room drops about 100 degrees as Kate's eyes slowly turn toward Carlos. I can't imagine I would be happy to find out my boyfriend was living with a girl so blatantly hot.
Amelia needs to discuss something with you,
he says as he pushes me into the room. Pythia gives us a coy smile as she turns and saunters toward the single-bedroom door.
I'll change and be right out.
The moment the door closes, I push myself out of Carlos's grasp and head for the kitchen. I'm thirsty, and I know she stocks Cokes in the fridge. Why is there only one bedroom door?
Kate asks Carlos as I pull away. I don't control her, you know, he says. She does what she wants. Oh, I see. And the fact that you and I... Kate, you're my girlfriend and so much more. My heart belongs to you, he says. I can't help but smile and think, good answer. She clearly agrees. Smooth, she says. It wouldn't bother me if I could read her, but it almost feels like she's taunting me. Carlos shrugs. She doesn't interact with a lot of people, and ever since she came back, she's been a little different. I find the stash of Cokes she has in the fridge and help myself to a couple. Holding them in my lap, I wheel over to the living room and park myself next to the couch to wait. Kate and Carlos sit down, holding hands, which is nice. He places his helmet on the end table next to where he sits. We don't have to wait long. Pythia comes out of the bedroom, her black hair in an elaborate braid. A little makeup accentuates her very blue eyes. She's wearing skinny jeans and a long white t-shirt. She grabs her own Coke before coming and sitting down on the ottoman facing the three of us. What may I do to help you? She asks. I think of a lot of things to say, but none of them will do any good. The past is the past, and it can't be changed. Even if Frank could still travel through time, I'd be taking Luke from a timeline where people would die who wouldn't have, and he wouldn't like that. I need to know if you can predict something for me, I ask her. She raises one exquisite eyebrow before her lips part just enough for her to ask, What? I need to know where Tia is, or where she will be. Can you do that? Confusion crosses her face as she looks from me to Kate and back to me. I was under the impression your teammate had died. I'm sorry, but I was away for a while. I'm still catching up on... I grip my chair hard, trying to rein in the frustration I'm feeling. Lately, it's like my emotions are boiling just under the surface, and my usual calm, cool, collected demeanor is cracking. Pythia, I don't have time for your games. She's not dead, and you know it. I just need you to tell me where she'll be. It doesn't matter if it is in 3 days or a month. Just where and when, and I can do the rest. Her eyes narrow at me, and her lips form a scowl. I'm not playing games with you, Amelia. I've never played games with you. I did what I had to do to save humanity. That is my sole mission. Protect the human race. I've never lied about that. Sure, just everything else. Amelia? Kate warns me. Yeah, focus. One day, Pythia, you and I are going to have words, and you aren't going to like it. But that day is not today. I need you to drop the act and tell me where she will be. I'm confused, Carlos says suddenly. I get that you think Tia isn't dead, but how can Pythia know where she is? I mean, she vanished, right? I shake my head. Tia can manipulate her mass and density. She could go heavy or light. I'm hypothesizing that she reduced her density to the point that her molecular cohesion drifted too far apart, and she can't pull it back together. Carlos stares blankly at me for a moment. I don't get it. I look at Carlos and roll my eyes. She turned into gas, Carlos, and the wind blew her away. But her atoms are still attracted to each other. They won't drift far apart, at least not initially. If we act fast enough, we might be able to pull her back together. But I need to know where she will be at any given moment to do that. Since even I can't do that math, I am turning to the only person in the world who can accurately predict where Tia will be. Once I know where and how much time I have, I might be able to devise something to bring her back. I turn back to Pythia, who is still peering at me with narrow eyelids. So, can you really see the future? Or are you full of crap like I think you are? She puts her Coke down, then wipes her palms along her legs, all while looking directly at me without blinking. I wonder, if I'm so full of crap, why are you here? Her ice-cold tone leaves no doubt how she feels about me. Which is fine. I'm not happy with her either. Because I love Tia more than I'm angry with you. I won't lose her because I can't let go of the rage in my heart from losing Luke, for which I blame you. You knew from the second we met that I was responsible for all the death and misery in the world, and you said nothing. She shrugged. You wouldn't have believed me if I had. Or worse, you would have believed me, and then where would we be? A world without superheroes would have fallen to the Thune. Would you prefer that?
I shake my head, pinching the bridge of my nose and closing my eyes as a headache starts in. I would have preferred to have the man I love stay with me. Maybe everything else was unavoidable, but I could have saved Luke. If I had known, I could have planned for it. She looks down at the carpet, and when she speaks, her voice is a whisper. I told you the world still needed you, Amelia. Through you, the world got Luke when it needed him most. You don't know half the things he did to keep the world safe during the Great Wars. You never will. Without him, no Sydney and no Carlos. Can you imagine the death and destruction that would have swept the earth for 100 years? And that's before the Thune came. That's without Erickson. I have the weight of history on me, Amelia. I can't really hang all of that in the balance of your love life, no matter how much I wanted to. I open my mouth to retort, but end up closing it. Her last words were so full of sorrow, I have a hard time staying mad. Anger seeps out of me like helium from a balloon. She had a responsibility, and damn it, Amelia, if there is one thing you understand, it's sacrificing for your responsibilities. Okay, I say, letting out a long breath. Okay, I hear you. I get it. You had to do what you had to do. So did I. So did Luke. I lean against my shaking hand, covering my eyes, trying to get everything back under control. I don't know if we can ever be friends, Pythia, but I'll stop being mad at you for things you had to do. Anger doesn't do me any favors. I know it's irrational, but I lost the man I loved, and I blame lies for it. She was so sure she was right. It never occurred to her that she could be wrong, or that I could have come up with a better solution. It doesn't really do anyone any favors, she says.
There's that girl in Florida who gets strong when she's mad, Carlos says with a smile. I guess it does her favors.
I glare at him. Hardy har, Mr. Chuckles. We all fall into a moment of silence as we figure out a way to break through the awkwardness that has popped up. As usual, Kate leads the way. Pythia, is there a way Tia could still be alive? I know you have impressive precognitive powers, but... Kate lets her sentence trail off. Pythia's mouth spreads into a slow grin. I know what you're doing. Flattery won't work on me, but it really doesn't matter. My precognition, my ability to know what is going to happen before it happens, isn't something I can control. I'm also not omniscient. Sometimes I just get flashes of insight on where to send the protector. Other times, whole futures show themselves. If I could touch her... But then if I could, we wouldn't need me to. I nod. It makes sense. She's always seeing things from touching people, like me in the past. Do you need to touch her specifically? I ask. What do you mean? She asks, cocking her head to the side. What if you touched something important to her, or someone close to her? She nods. Maybe, she shrugs. Can you try? I ask. She leans forward and touches my leg. Her eyes go wide for a moment. Then she closes them tight. She starts shaking. Tears fall down her cheeks, and she screams. Carlos leaps up, dragging her away from me and turning her around to face the other direction. Well, I say, that wasn't ominous at all. Ominous at all. Ominous at all. Ominous at all. 5. 1 week later, The Spires, Phoenix, Arizona. The dark-skinned athletic woman flipped her long dreadlocks behind her as she crouched in anticipation. Her muscles were ripcord taut, and her hands ended in long, lethal claws. Are you sure this is the place? She asked the 2 men behind her. Both were dressed in high-tech ninja outfits, all black but with goggles that shimmered, and silver-plated guns with glowing green battery packs. Yes, came the synthesized voice. Vixen snarled. She was tired of the games people played with her. Ark had freed her from the Ultramax, but that didn't mean she was their slave. She was the best thief they had access to, and right then that was what they needed. And they were willing to pay her a king's ransom for her skills. The last time she'd broken into a superhero headquarters to steal something, it hadn't really worked out well. She couldn't help but compare the similarities here. At least Lockhart is out of the superhero business. The large desert rock they hid behind wasn't much cover. If it wasn't for the cloaking shield the two men carried with them, they'd be visible to any camera pointed in their direction. And she was sure the Spires had plenty of cameras. "Where's her apartment?" she asked. "7th floor, South Spire. This device will keep you invisible to cameras, and therefore the building's AI. It will also prevent your prey from using her powers, at least temporarily." The man directly behind her moved to place a small circular disc on her chest. She swatted his hand away. "Don't get familiar," she said with an angry growl. "Hardly. Just put it on your chest," he said in his flat synthetic voice. She sure would like to know how they did that with their voices. It was unsettling. She pressed it to her chest, and it sealed against the skin-tight fabric she wore. Not much more than a gymnast leotard. Normally she wore one with leopard spots, but this one was all black. "This," he held out a small cell phone-like box, "should open any doors within a few seconds," he said, handing it to her and leaving her to decide what to do with it. He then pulled another device from his bag, unfolded it, and reached for her head. "Hey!" she snarled, slapping his hand away again. "If you do not allow me to attach this, she will read your emotions, and you won't make it within 100 feet of her." "Oh, you've thought of everything." "Indeed." While he attached the headband, she slipped the electronic lock bypass into the small pouch she had on her belt. "If you have all this, I wonder why you need me," she asked. "You're good at what you do. Your claws are sufficiently sharp that you can collect a large enough sample without too much trouble," he said. "And I'm expendable," she finished for him. He nodded. "You do this for us, and you're set for life. Remember, though, Clarice, no killing." She snarled. "Vixen! My name is Vixen, and I don't know why you people are so squeamish about me killing a few protectors." He shook his head. "You are short-sighted. If you kill any of them, it will bring a lot more heat on us than we need. If you kill the target, Lockhart will surely become involved, and we can't have that. Yet. They won't look too hard at your real goal as long as everyone lives. Do you understand?" She did. She didn't like it, but she got it. She glanced at the Spires, then back at the two men behind her. "Are you sure she's there?" "We have a person on the inside." He held up his hand. "He can't help you. It was ridiculously hard to infiltrate their staff. Any more questions?" She shook her head. "Okay, we'll be here when you come out. Remember, we need at least 5 ounces. About a handful." "Fine." Vixen took off, bounding away through the dark, disappearing into the shadows as she ran toward the Spires. She leaped over the fence with ease. It was topped with razor wire, but only 12 feet tall. She landed on the far side with no more noise than a grouse disappearing into his hole. She kept her mind focused as she made her way to the rear of the main building. On the 5th floor was a balcony that led inside to a break room. That was her way in. The two buildings were only 50 feet apart, designed so that the living quarters were in the shadow of the 2nd spire for most of the day. The ground around them was flat and paved, with various garden boxes and trees for shade. Perfect for her to infiltrate all the way to the wall itself. She froze as she entered the garden, her sensitive hearing picking up a quiet whisper. 2 people, she couldn't make out who just yet, were walking slowly through the garden, hand in hand. "How long can you stay this time?" the man asked. The woman had incredibly long, golden hair. She turned her head to answer. "When last I spoke to Luxilla, they were making good progress. However, since Amelia returned to the present, my ship's quantum gate drive has been jammed. I cannot return there until we deal with whoever is behind it. It doesn't really matter, though. The people are being awoken. They no longer need me there. I can stay for as long as I want, Tony, and I want to stay for as long as you'll have me." Vixen wasn't interested in tangling with anyone, let alone Fleet and Lux. With his speed and her sheer power, there was no way to win. She flattened against the ground behind a large pine tree and waited. The 2 lovebirds took a few moments to gaze into each other's eyes before they moved on. "Took you long enough?"
Vixen sprang up, padded quietly across the garden to the sheer walls. She placed her claws above her head and jammed them into the metal, digging them in half an inch deep. She smirked. Climbing was easy for her. It only took a moment to pull her claws out and jam them back in. By the time she got to the balcony leading to the break room, she was feeling confident about the whole affair. She grabbed the lip of the balcony and pulled herself over, landing on the other side in one smooth motion. It was almost midnight. While the operation of the Spire's staff was 24/7, the break room was empty. She slid the door open and slipped inside, scanning as she went to make sure she didn't accidentally miss anyone. Once in the hallway, she debated for a moment. Ultimately, she decided on the stairs. No one would likely use them in a building this tall. She darted for the stairwell, a trickle of worry nagging at her from the cameras that she knew were there. Darting through the stairwell door, she took the stairs 3 at a time, bounding up them, leaping over the middle to the next floor, not stopping until she hit the 7th floor. Because of the pyramid design, each floor was smaller than the next. This one was a third the size of the break room level, and only had a short hallway with 2 doors. She moved in, careful to keep her bare feet spread, with very little contact on the floor. Her feline nature made it easy to move silently, a second nature. When her powers had expressed, she was banned from the gymnastics team. She'd lost her scholarships, and her whole life had gone downhill. Until she found it ridiculously easy to steal. Everyone else moved in slow motion compared to her. But what should have led to a comfortable life for her only led to one disappointment after another. The last one had ended with her in the Ultramax, for life. No one believed her when she said Erickson mind-controlled her. Of course, once it was out what had happened, everyone behind bars used that excuse. He hadn't, but it was worth a shot. She let out a little breath as she reached for the gadget to open the door. She held it in front of the keycard lock and raised her thumb, ready to activate it, when the door opened. Kate Petronelli held the door open, her long black hair done up in a bun, a towel wrapped around her, her jaw hanging slack. Time snapped forward, and both women reacted with the incredible speed of their superhuman nature. Petronelli lunged forward, kicking out at Vixen, knocking her across the hall into the far wall. "Milton!" Petronelli yelled. Vixen rebounded, pushing off the wall into a forward roll, flexing her legs as she dodged the next blow and slammed Petronelli in the jaw with an uppercut, sending the woman flailing backward. Vixen was on her in a heartbeat, pressing her advantage, savagely raking her claws across the superhero's exposed legs and arms, bleeding her strength from her. Petronelli surprised her with a jab to the ribs that winded her for a moment. Then the hero hit her in the head with a vase full of flowers and water. "Full beast mode," Petronelli said. Her left arm flexed, and claws, not unlike Vixen's own, popped from her hand. "Thanks," Vixen said as she sprang up. Petronelli lunged. Vixen batted the arm aside, twisted, and elbowed the woman in the gut before grabbing her head and throwing her bodily over onto the coffee table. The furniture shattered on impact. This fight was starting to feel good to her. She was normally a match for Petronelli, but with the woman's powers disabled, Vixen was her better. She'd waited a long time for some vengeance on these people, and now seemed like a good time. "For what?" Petronelli asked as she leaped up, putting some space between them. Vixen grinned, showing off her fanged teeth. "For showing me which arm." She lunged forward, feinted, then was forced to duck back as Petronelli threw an unbelievably fast axe kick at her. She bounded back in, raking her claws into the hero's abdomen. Pain lanced through her arm, and she let out a horrendous roar as Petronelli slashed her monomolecular fingernails down to the bone in Vixen's shoulder. Vixen reacted blindly, biting the wrist that held her shoulder. It wasn't flesh, but it wasn't metal either. She pulled back with a mouthful of metallic goo. Petronelli staggered back, shaking her arm, trying to make her hands form a fist. She spun counterclockwise, slamming her foot into Petronelli's hard stomach, knocking the empath back several feet. Vixen spat out the goo into her hand and quickly stashed the metal in the small bag attached to her belt. "Bitch!" Petronelli snarled. "Sword!" she said. "Sword?" Vixen looked around, assuming the woman was speaking to an associate. No such luck. A 2-foot-long, black-bladed sword emerged from Kate's arm, like she had sheathed it there. Suddenly, Petronelli was on her again, sword in her one hand, claws in the other. She ducked the sword, only to catch a foot in the face, sending her sprawling backward. The The blade sliced through the air her head had occupied a second before, then through the wall as if it didn't exist. Vixen's eyes went wide when she realized what the sword was. She'd seen Arsenal use a similar weapon enough times to know that even a grazing touch would cut through her like the concrete wall she just sliced. Vixen flipped backward, dodging another blow and folding herself into a ball to land 10 feet away. Before Petronelli could reach her, she turned and ran. Her revenge would have to wait. A graceful exit was out as well. Nope, she was just jumping out the nearest window. She ran full speed at the hall window, and the reinforced, shatter-resistant glass exploded as she hit it claws first. Then she was in the air, facing a 7-story fall. Luckily for her, the spire's pyramid shape gave it a gradual slope. She bounced off once, caught the wall with the smaller claws from her toes, and then latched on with her clawed fingers. Her momentum carried her down, while her claws slowed her descent. On the 3rd floor, she leaped off, risking the 40-foot drop. She hit the ground, rolled, and was up and running just as the alarm sounded. By the time Spire security was out in force and the bright star that had to be Lux was flying the perimeter, Vixen was safely under the cloak of the 2 agents from Mark. They froze when Lux's light shined above them, but the alien quickly moved on. "Good cloak," she said. "Our technology is second only to the aliens. Now with this, it will be second to none," he said, holding out his hand for the pouch. "Yeah, I hope you meant what you said about a handful. I was lucky to get out of there with that much." He held it in his hand as if weighing it. The other one spoke, though. "It is sufficient. Your payment is now in your Grand Cayman's account. Our deal is concluded." Vixen put a hand to her bloody shoulder and craned her neck, looking back at the spire. "What I really want is some revenge. I don't suppose you can put that in my bank account?" The one holding the pouch didn't miss a beat. "Revenge is costly, Clarice, but if you're willing to pay the price, we can sell it to you. To you. To you. To you." 6. Northern Arizona desert. 36 degrees, 58 minutes, 29.9 seconds north. 110 degrees, 10 minutes, 3.1 seconds west. The construction was going much faster than Epic or I anticipated. The team that built the spire had really upped their game, and they were building the travel plaza at an accelerated pace. I slowly wheel a 360-degree turn, checking on different sections. I try really hard not to spend more time eyeing the secret entrance to the underground tunnel. After all, there isn't anything special about it, right? Half the crew is in there, excavating to Epic's exact instructions. One of the nice things about having an AI do all the planning, his math is never wrong. What the plaza will look like when it finishes is projected as a wireframe on my glasses. This way, as I move around, I can make sure we're heading in the right direction. I shift Luke's black Stetson a little. It keeps falling down to my eyebrows, but I'm determined to wear it. I need to get it resized, though. I take a moment to wipe my forehead. Greece has got nothing on Arizona heat. Confident that everything is going according to plan, I leave the construction teams to keep working on Lancaster Lodge, and I wheel myself over to the semi I'm staying in until this is all done. Automated articulating arms pick up my chair and deposit me in the side entrance. The little airlock is a perfect fit for me, and I wheel right through into the delightfully climate-controlled interior. "Now, Epic, what do you have for me?" The back of the truck, where I am, is a makeshift lab. Nothing too fancy, just a hollow tank, a desk, and about 100 artists' drawings of what the lodge will look like. It's a little weird, but I'm almost as excited to build the travel lodge as I am my secret underground mountain base. The A-team, as we are calling the tunnel excavation team, is 112 meters in. As you know, we were debating about a lift at the end or angling the tunnel so that you would shoot out at a 45-degree angle upon exiting. Did you work it out with Rutabaga? Yes, the foreman believes the best results would come from the 45-degree angle. Rutabaga is a super, like a lot of my friends, but he decided to go into the construction business instead of the hero business. With his power set, it makes good sense.
The ability to fuse objects together so seamlessly that they are molecularly one piece is pretty awesome from a metallurgic standpoint, but kind of useless in the crime-fighting department. However, it did make him one of the most sought-after construction assets in the world. Eventually, he started his own company, with a little help from a mutual friend, Epic. His first big project was the Spire. The rest is history. Sounds good. I like the idea of flying out into the sky. Besides, this way I can crank up the speed long before I hit the exit. What about everything else? The automated excavators are ready as soon as the tunnel is complete. Then Rutabaga will enter the cave we carve out and fuse everything together. The mountain will actually be more geologically sound when we are done than it is right now. Awesome. Any word from Carlos? Yes, he said, and I quote, "Don't hold your breath." You saw how she acted. It's weirding me out. I'd say she saw my death, but I don't think even that would make Pythia flip out. Well, regardless, we're going to be ready. I really think Tia's still alive, and I'm not going to stop until... Incoming priority call from Kate. Amelia? Kate's voice is calm. I would expect her to be upset if she resorted to our priority channel. I'm here. Is everything okay? Not really. Everyone's fine, but we had a break-in at the Spire last night. Milton cannot account for any of it. I need you here to figure it out. I can't answer right away. I haven't been back since I left with all my stuff. Every inch of that place is wrapped in Luke's memory. I can't separate one from the other, nor do I want to. Not to mention, I'm already having trust issues with Milton, and now he's unable to track down how someone broke in? Amelia, you there? Kate says. Yes, I'm just... thinking. It was Vixen, Amelia. She broke in. Can you please come investigate how that's possible? Fine, I mutter. I'll be there shortly. I hang up the phone without waiting for her to respond. My heart races as I think about going back to that place. Not enough time has gone by. Not nearly enough. I need, like a century or so. I will prep the jet. It will take too long to drive. Yeah, good call, I say, slipping my hat back on and heading for the door. An hour later, my personal M-Jet lands on the second Spire's pad, touching down smoothly as Epic controls every inch of our descent. I wheel over to the door and wait. I can feel the hydraulics lower the plane down to the ground. The main door slides out and the ramp extends. It isn't a very steep ramp, since the plane's belly touches the landing pad. Kate's waiting for me. She's wearing knee-high boots over her jeans, a white scoop-neck blouse, and a black leather jacket that looks like it belongs on a rock star. I'm wearing sweats and a t-shirt, along with Luke's Stetson. Hey, I say as I roll down. The hat suits you. He would have liked you in it. I look down, trying to hide my feelings under the brim. Of course I can't, because she is who she is. Let's get this over with. I have work to do elsewhere, I say to her. She takes my chair and wheels me to the door, then inside the lift. Skybridge, she says. The door's shut, and the lift immediately moves. We wait in silence. I'm sure she's reading me, getting a feel for what is going on inside my head, how I'm coping, but I really want her to not say anything. What happened? I say, in order to break the awkward silence. Well, awkward to me. I was taking a shower last night, and I heard someone at my door. When the monitor didn't show anyone outside, I opened it to look in the hallway. She was standing there, bold as brass, waiting for me. We fought. She escaped. Escaped? From you? I practically spit it out. How? She had tech that blocked all my powers. No empathy, no teleporting. All I had was my strength, speed, and training. And I have to tell you, she's good at hand-to-hand. Like, really good, Kate says. I'd still be black and blue if not for Teddy. I nod. I've fought her before. I don't know what her claws are, but they scratched my suit one time. Any idea what she wanted? The doors open, and Kate pushes me onto the skybridge to the other spire. They're not that far apart. I take a second to look down. The bridge is designed so you can see what's below. Right now, it's just the empty desert garden. It's the middle of the day, and 108 outside. It isn't like anyone would lounge out in the sun. Then a bright light flashes by, and I catch a glimpse of Lux's golden hair and big smile. She thrives in the sun. It powers her.
She's gone in a heartbeat, over the horizon in a flash. She may be the fastest flyer on Earth, Kate says. Major Nelson is looking at setting up a kind of sporting competition for heroes. He genuinely wants to help us improve our image. He thinks she could easily take the gold. Eon might give her a run for her money. Their powers are similar, but I'm not sure how Eon's work, I say. She pushes us through the next door, which opens automatically as we approach. "It's a pleasure to see you, Miss Lockhart," Milton says over the speaker built into the wall. "Shall I ready an apartment for you?" "I won't be here long," I tell him. Then to Kate, "Nelson, huh? I read your report. You're not sour on him for betraying you?" She shrugs. He was following what he thought were legit orders. He had no idea his command structure was corrupt. I'm telling you, Amelia, I've never seen a criminal organization move that fast and go that deep. Of course, once they were exposed, it was all over. At least here. I nod. I'm still intending to look into Agent Brown and ISO-1. They put a lot of resources into taking the Protectors out of play, and I can't help but feel like it was directed at me personally. But I haven't had time to catch up on everything that is happening. Epic, make a note. Find everything out we can about ISO-1 and their operations. I want a full intelligence briefing later. Note made. I thought you were out of the hero game, Kate asks. You see me wearing armor and walking around? I retort. She stops the chair, clicks the brake on, and moves around to kneel in front of me. Her perfect green eyes bore into me. Amelia? She says my name stretched out like she knows I'm up to something. Which, of course, I am. What? I say, trying not to flinch from those penetrating eyes. What are you up to? I shake my head. Nothing I'm sharing with anyone at the moment. Not even you, Kate. Sorry. I shrug. She looks at me for a long second. He was my friend, too, she says. I miss him every day. The sudden mention of Luke is almost too much for me. I shudder, choke back a sob, and squeeze my eyes shut as hard as I can. I don't want to feel it right now. When I'm home, later, I'll let myself cry, maybe, but not right now. She puts a hand on my shoulder, and some of the urgency of the burden is lifted, but not the pain. I'm grateful she didn't try to take that away. It's all I have left of him. It will get better, she whispers, with time. I shake my head. I don't want it to. With a nod, she stands back up, unlocks the chair, and pushes me the last few feet into the conference rooms. Fleet, Glacier, the doctor, and the Protector are all waiting for me. Hey, guys, I say with a forced smile. We exchange pleasant greetings for a few moments before we get down to business. So, Milton, I say, please allow Epic access to the system. Of course, Mum. Epic, pull up all the security footage for the time in question and put it on the screen. 1 second, appears in my field of vision along with the big TV, so everyone can join in the conversation. A few seconds later, the big screen at the head of the table comes to life. There are almost 100 cameras in and around the spires. With the exception of the bathrooms and the personal rooms, all the common rooms are covered. Kill all the cameras from the sub-basement, I say. 10 camera images disappear. What are you thinking? Fleet asks. While it's conceivable they could come from underground, it's the least likely avenue of approach. Epic, how about airplanes, skydiving, that sort of thing? There were no planes in the area before or during the break-in. We chose this location for this building because it is not in the flight path of the airport, therefore allowing flyers to come and go as they please. I nod. Of course. Show me just the landing pads. All the boxes vanish, replaced by 6 cameras. Epic, run the filters, please. They cycle through infrared, thermal, UV, motion, the whole bit. Other than a couple of birds roosting, nothing. Does that mean we can rule out the cameras on the roof? Glacier asks. I nod. Yeah, okay. Now that we can rule a few entrances out, let's work backward. Show me the hallway where the fight happened. I want to see it from 30 seconds before Kate's door opened. All cameras on that level. Sound 2, please. There are 3 screens in the room. The largest one, at the head of the table, shows just the hallways from 2 angles. The screen to the right shows the stairwell. The one on the left shows all of them. Epic, set volume to max.
I close my eyes and listen. Then I hear it. The slight clickety-clack of claws on steel and concrete. Then the stairwell door opens, hangs open for a second, then slowly closes. Zoom in on the carpet outside Kate's door. The camera flickers, then we're looking at a ×10 magnification of the area. The carpet depresses ever so slightly in the form of a human foot. "Keep that there. Show me the big image," I say. He does. The door opens, and there's Kate in her bath towel, looking shocked. At nothing. "Freeze," I say. Then I look around at everyone, then Kate. "I take it she wasn't invisible?" "If it were that easy, I wouldn't have called you," Kate says with a wink.
"We got this far. It's just figuring out where she went afterward. I searched the grounds immediately following Kate's alarm," Fleet says. "Nothing." He shrugs. I lean to the side and look at the screen for a second. How is she invisible to the camera, but not to the eye? "For that matter," I say, "how did she open the doors? They're all biometrically locked. Anyone who isn't supposed to be here can't even go to the bathroom without help." I turn and look up at the camera. At Milton, really. "I can't explain it, Mum. It's like she was erased from the feed, but in real time. I've run several diagnostics. There is nothing in the database that accounts for it, nor for the doors opening without proper access," he says.
Unless he's in on it, which, as mad as I am at him, I don't think he would betray the team. No, if Milton were compromised, it would be without his knowledge. "Amelia, when we were on the space station, I used a lock-breaking algorithm to bypass the door's local security. All it required was proximity. It is possible they used something similar." "Yeah, but Epic, you're an AI. You go through regular encryption like it's not even there. This is Vixen we're talking about. She isn't a computer scientist. As far as I know, she doesn't have the tools to do this." "Then someone paid her to do this and provided her the tools," Kate says. She's thinking like a detective now. "Maybe, but why? To break in and throw you around in your bathrobe?" I ask. "What could she possibly hope to gain? Now that the tech is exposed, we can make some changes to our security. Make sure she doesn't do this again."
"I believe I found her entrance," Milton says. "Knowing that the doors were opening without alerting me, I scanned all the footage until I found the path of opening doors. She came in through the balcony on the break room."
I nod. "Okay, so she free-climbed 5 stories and came in. No cameras could see her, and the doors opened at her touch."
"Don't forget," Fleet adds, "she disappeared just as fast. Whatever thingamajig she used on the doors wouldn't hide her from me, and I searched the entire area."
"No, it would not," I tell him. "I don't get it. She breaks in and leaves as soon as she's engaged? What, did she stop in to borrow some sugar?" "Oh, damn," Kate says suddenly. She holds up her arm. "Kate?" Now it's my turn to drag out her name. It all happened so fast, and not having access to my powers added some confusion. But during the fight, she bit me, tore a mouthful of my arm right out. "What?" I almost yell. "Your animetal arm? She has a sample of that?" Kate's eyes cast down and she nods. "Sorry, Amelia. I didn't think of her attack that way."
"I don't get it. What can she do with a mouthful of metal?"
Fleet asks.
"Vixen?"
"Nothing. However, whoever she is working for is an order of magnitude smarter. If Calhoun Strungle wasn't verifiably deceased, I would say it was him." Epic's words appear on the big monitor so everyone can see. "Not Strungle," I say. "No one I've fought in the past 4 years had access to this kind of tech. Strungle was brilliant at copying anything and improving it, but this isn't based on anything I've ever made." "Then who is it?" Glacier asks. "And why the metal? If all the alien ships are gone, then they can't get more, right?" Glacier is a genius. "Oh my God," I say out loud. "I know that look," Kate says. "They're not all gone," I say with a smile. "That's the only explanation. They must think or know there are more. But why would they need a sample of epic molecular frequency, right?" "Yes, but that would mean either the government or superheroes for a superworld lied about the ships being disposed of."
"Are you saying there are more alien ships on Earth?" Fleet asks.
"Everything in the universe vibrates at a specific frequency. Normally, tracking such a frequency would be impossible, but... I hold up my hand. If you have something that vibrates on a completely different frequency than everything else on the planet, and if you knew what that frequency was because you have a piece of it...
Say, from a cybernetic arm? Kate asks.
We need a lab that can run a molecular frequency scan. We need to hurry, Epic. In this race, there is no silver for second place. Second place. Second place. Second place. Second place. 7. The construction is coming along quickly. Epic and I decided to fund Rutabaga's company to pull in an extra shift and have construction going 24 hours a day. As I watch, they are finishing off the tunnel. Rutabaga is already going in with his unique superpower to fuse everything together. When it's all said and done, this little base of mine will be as secure as a mountain and completely undetectable. As far as the regular construction crew is concerned, we're creating a gas storage vault. As for Rutabaga's crew, they think they are working on a secret government contract to create a vault for radioactive waste. They won't be eager to tell anyone about it. It's a win-win. I'm not fond of lying to anyone, for any reason, but this is what Luke would call operational security. If they don't know, they can't say. Amelia, I have located a lab that may have what we need. A mass spectrometer capable of reading the wavelength we need at the subatomic level. There are only 3 I can find. One is at MIT. We can count that one out. They're not my biggest fans. I think you underestimate them. The other is in Russia, and the last one, China. I think MIT is our only option here. You think they'll let me in to use it? As far as the scientific community is concerned, I have superpowers. They're not interested in anything I have to say, nor do I care. I am not suggesting we ask. It's not like... Wait, what? I can access their computers fairly easily and forge you access credentials. We can also create a grant to pay for the time, and a little extra. As far as they are concerned, it will be an authorized visit. Epic. I'm impressed. I wouldn't have thought of that, I say, putting my chin in my hands. How long? I can have it ready to go for tomorrow. In the meantime, I suggest we start putting together a new suit. Something in red and white. I like where your head is at. Let's start with projecting all the schematics for the Mark 1 through Mark 7 up here, I say, waving at the holographic area. Also, better wake up Mom and Dad. I think they would be interested in this. Plus, an extra pair of eyes wouldn't hurt. They will be here in 10 minutes. Might I suggest we come at this from the angle of integrating animetal into an existing suit? That way, if we do not find any more, this design will not be for nothing. Good plan. If we use it as an endoskeleton for strength and reaction, as well as mimicking a synth suit, we'll cut down on the processing time. We will also need to have safety interlocks to keep from cooking your brain. Oh, yeah, let's not forget that, I say. Memories of the euphoria I felt testing my original alien armor in a fight against Carlos are hard to forget. I take a long look at the designs, moving them around in my mind for what feels like a few minutes, when Mom and Dad enter through the side door. Amelia, thank you for calling us. I have to say, ever since we came down here, your father and I have worked ideas for a new suit, Mom says with a big smile. She's dressed to work, in casual slacks and a long-sleeved athletic shirt. Her long hair is in an elaborate braid that I couldn't duplicate with a month to practice and a step-by-step video. Dad is wearing jeans and a long black t-shirt under a brown leather jacket he is in the process of putting on as they enter the cooled interior. He keeps his face clean-shaven and his salt and pepper hair short. His waistline has expanded in recent years, but he still looks fit. No promises, I tell them, but it looks like there may be more of the alien metal on Earth. If there is, we can use animetal as part of the design. They both nod. Mom sits down at her workstation opposite of mine, while Dad hits the fridge and digs out 3 Cokes for us.
We are going to need to keep our energy for this one.
He hands me one, then Mom, before sitting down and popping the tab on his.
Are you thinking heavily armored, armed, or fast?
I'm thinking that this suit has to have as much power as I can cram into it. I mean, everything I've ever made, plus some new things I've been thinking about. I don't ever want to be caught flat-footed again. I also need a way to have it with me pretty much at all times.
Without access to quantum space?
Dad asks. I nod. When I went back in time, I fought a Greek. It annoys me to even think of them as gods. Traveler from another dimension. She stayed behind when the rest of her people left. When we fought her, she ended up going through the time portal with me. She was lost in time, though, anywhere between then and now. When we came back to the present, I was unable to access quantum space. Epic traced the carrier wave that is blocking us, and it matches the power readers we had from our fight with her. I don't know what Nemesis is up to, and I really can't focus on that right now. I have 2 priorities: rescue Tia and find the Animetal. Finding and defeating Nemesis is going to have to wait. May I suggest we start with the chassis, as that will determine the weapons load we can put on? Let's get to it, I say. What feels like days, but is in fact only hours, pass as we work out the specifics on the new suit. If what we're planning ends up as what I use, it will be thicker and lighter than my other suits, with all the advantages of both. Not to mention a ton of weapons systems, of which my new favorite is the swarm missile. It was Dad's idea. He figured out how to create a ZPFM battery, essentially a tiny, short-lived reactor, only large enough to power an M drive for 2 seconds. However, in those 2 seconds, it could accelerate to 2,500 feet per second. That would give me an option when dealing with hordes of bad guys. Combine it with Epic's pinpoint accuracy, and I could kneecap 25 people in 1 second. Along with the new stuff, I have returning favorites. Pod launcher with multiple projectiles, from AG pods to HE grenades, all-purpose smoke grenades, EMP, and, of course, the IP cannons, particle beam, and kinetic lance. I'm going to forgo the main gun on this one. I built that mostly for dealing with the aliens, and I can't ever see using that against criminals. I'll be keeping the tank missile launcher as well as the rifle. I really liked it. However, I won't carry it around with me unless there is a really big threat. Finally, the Sword o' Doom. Yeah, gonna have that. I rub my eyes, looking at all the systems we're putting in. The support systems are just as crazy cool as the weapons. She'll be space-worthy for up to 2 weeks in a hard vacuum. 6M drives have no theoretical limit on speed. My handy-dandy kinetic shield will be more powerful than ever, and boosted with an electromagnetic shield to provide protection against radiation. Communications systems, along with LiDAR, sonar, and every single vision mod I could think of to put in the visor. You know, Dad says out of the blue, interrupting my reverie, if you sold this suit, it would be worth about $1 trillion. If money was my goal, I would have quit long ago. But I see your point. You're saying people might come for me, not to commit crimes, but to steal the suit? Bingo, he says. They already do that. The first year I was operating, I spent about half my time coming up with ways to keep unauthorized individuals from using my tech. Ugh. They both looked down, almost sad. The unauthorized individuals were them and Cat 7. I'm sorry, I say quickly to help. I didn't mean it like that. I don't ever think of you two in that way. Not at all. Mom gets up and walks over to kneel next to me and give me a hug. It's okay, honey. We're still coming to terms with how much of our lives we lost, and, well, it isn't always easy. Amelia, I am sorry to interrupt, but if you want to make your appointment at MIT, we need to get you in the air. You will have to shower on the way. I check the time in the bottom corner of my glasses, and sure enough, 18 hours have passed since we started working. I'm suddenly both tired and starving. Dang it, Epic! Why didn't you say something sooner? I sent you several alerts, all of which you silenced. Right, I say, giving Mom a squeeze. Do you two mind staying here and working on this some more? Epic can order you some food, and there is a bed at the front of the truck if you get tired. Dad smiles. That sounds perfect. Chinese food, if you please, Epic. I wave goodbye and head for the door. Epic is 1 step ahead of me. The door slides up, and the ramp is already in position to lower me down. A nondescript, black, self-driving SUV waits for me. The temperature is already climbing, despite the fact that the sun is still minutes from making an appearance. The SUV will take you 10 miles north, where I have an M-jet waiting for you. We would not want a high-tech jet landing in the construction site and giving away who you are. Thanks, Epic. Wake me up when we get there. I can't help but yawn. Taking a power nap. Nap.
8. The first thing Vixen noticed while she was being escorted to her room was that everyone was dressed identically. Not a single person had their mask off. Everyone, male or female, tall or short, wore the black ninja-like suits with the masks and the goggles. Not an inch of skin showed anywhere, and they all looked virtually identical. No one talked either, which was creeping her out. "What's the plan, then? You guys have some super tech I can use to take down protectors?" 2 of the minions walked in front of her, in step and synchronized like watches. "Yes," the one on the right said. "Assuming you still want your revenge?" "Damn Skippy I do. Stupid superheroes think they own the world," she grumbled. She did want her revenge, but their fury and embarrassment of getting her butt kicked by Domino had faded. And now, several hundred feet underground in a base full of people walking around like zombies, she wasn't as confident that she would be willing to do anything for her revenge. The minion who spoke waved his hand, and a section of the wall to the right opened. "Wait in here, please," he said, without inflection or tone. She nodded, reminding herself that, if she had to, she could take any 10 of these buffoons and fight her way out. The door shut behind her, leaving her in an empty room. "What is this?" she asked. A voice from a speaker answered her. "Clarice, do you still want your revenge?" She looked around the empty room, fear creeping up her like a snake. She didn't like feeling afraid. Her powers made her faster, stronger, deadlier than almost anyone, and she hadn't felt fear in a long, long time. Until now. "Yes," she said. "Excellent. Please remove all your clothing and lie on the table." Before she could form the words to ask what table, one slid out of the wall and waited for her. She divested herself of her clothes, carefully stacking them beside the table. She wasn't a fashionista by any definition, but clothes that fit her frame were hard to find. "Now what?" "Lie down as instructed." She slipped onto the cold table, reluctantly pulling her legs up and lying down. "Hold still, please." Straps appeared out of the table, securing her tightly across her shoulders, stomach, hips, knees, and ankles. "What is this?" "It's for your protection, to keep you from moving too much during the procedure." "Procedure? You didn't say anything about a procedure." "Clarice, we didn't say anything about anything, other than asking you if you wanted your revenge. Now you will have it." She shrieked as a needle jabbed her in the butt. It wasn't quite a sedative, more like a relaxant. Her muscles went weak and floppy. The wall at her feet opened, and the table carried her into the dark. "As you know, there are few cases of scientists actually successfully creating superpowers. Your friend, White Rhino, was one of them. However, the procedure left him with a sub-100 IQ. Ah, that's why he was so stupid, Clarice thought. She tried to speak, but her jaw wouldn't open. She ended up mumbling. "Not to worry, Clarice. You can't speak. However, we are 83.9% sure this procedure will work." She wanted to ask who we were, but couldn't. The room lit up, and she found herself in an operating theater. Articulating arms and robotic saws came to life. "I know this is the point where a doctor would tell you not to worry, that this won't hurt a bit. They always lie, so I won't say any of that. This is going to hurt more than anything you've ever experienced. If you are still alive and sane when the procedure is finished, you will have the power of a god." Vixen screamed as the saws came to life and started moving toward her. The scream came out as a weak mule. "I'll take that as a yes. Let us begin." 9. I stifle a yawn as the door to the mass spectrometry lab opens. A young man with a white lab coat and bow tie rushes to greet me. "Miss Lockhart, oh my, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Farnsworth, the head of the lab. I can't tell you how excited I was when I read the email this morning from the Dean of Science and Engineering," he says, holding out his hand to shake mine.
He's still standing in the doorway, keeping us half in and out. I shake his hand and smile.
It had to be from someone. If they call or email to check, it will be routed through me.
I have to say, Dr. Farnsworth, I wasn't expecting such an enthusiastic welcome, I say. He backs up, holding the door open for me to wheel through.
Nonsense. You're one of the foremost experts on metallurgy in the country. No, the world, regardless of your lack of degrees. I read the paper you wrote on artificial covalent bonds and non-stable masses. It was amazing.
Oh, you read that, huh? I seem to recall MIT telling me to stop claiming to be a scientist after I sent them that, I say. I assumed the theories I was putting forth were beyond them. I don't think they liked me sending them papers that contradicted their own science.
Yes, indeed. I have to say, when it was revealed that you were Arsenal, I wasn't all that surprised. If there was one person smart enough to make all this work, it would have to be you. Right this way, he says, pointing at the elevator at the end of the hall. It appears you have a fan.
So it would seem, I whisper out of the side of my mouth to Epic. Once in the lift, Farnsworth hits the button marked Lab and waits. Muzak fills the elevator as we wait in silence for it to take us to the next floor.
How long do you think you'll need the lab? I have some students coming in at 11. If you are still here, I would love it if you could talk to them. Tell them the things that are possible if you have the will and the commitment to make them happen.
I stumble over my response, trying to think of a polite way to say no. But I can't. Sure, I would love to, I say, lying. Probably no more than a few hours. We ride the rest of the way in silence. I have no idea what to say to this man. He's obviously thrilled to meet me, but how does a normal human being even deal with that?
Here you go, he says as we arrive in the lab. I'm pretty proud of our baby.
He points at the mass spectrometer behind the sealed double doors. Taped onto the device is a nameplate that says, Johnny 5. I like the name, I say with a smile. He takes me to the room with the large, blocky device.
I have to ask, he says, somewhat serious. You're not putting anything biological or dangerous in here, right?
What? No, it's metal, just a rare kind. I need to find the atomic frequency is all. I normally work out of my own lab. I just don't have such a lab at the moment.
Excellent. Sorry, but it's our policy to make sure. Don't want to kill everyone on campus.
I giggle. No, it's perfectly safe.
As far as we know.
Quiet, you, I whisper to Epic. I pull out the case with the sample I extracted from Kate's arm and place it in the tray. We retreat to the other room, where Dr. Farnsworth starts the machine up. Now there is nothing to do but wait. The lab has giant windows facing the campus. Since the weather is clear and sunny, I can see forever. Great view, I tell him over my shoulder as I wheel toward the window.
One of the perks of the job.
The view really is awesome. The science complex is at the head of a group of buildings that outline a T-shaped quad called Killian Court. From the window, I can see the entire park-like area of the T, and past that, the Charles River. I lie back as far as my chair will allow and try to relax. It doesn't come easy these days. When I sleep, I think of Luke. When I sleep, which isn't often.
Miss Lockhart, this is a very unusual piece. Where did you say you got it from?
I didn't. But if you really want to know, it's alien.
Amelia, we have a problem.
Go ahead, Epic.
There is a large, unidentified plane coming toward the campus. It is about the size of a military transport, but it is flying at an extremely low altitude, and it is slowing down.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. The building shakes, and the windows rattle as the transport passes overhead. It has variable wings that are in the process of turning up as it slows. The transport has 4 engines, 1 on each wing and 2 on the tail. 2 gun mounts on the front swivel back and forth like the world's deadliest antenna. It flies toward the river, rotates until the tail faces away from me, then slides back through the air until it is above the middle of the open area. The rear door opens, and 4 ropes roll out. Dozens of men clad in black outfits, with high-tech goggles and weapons, rappel out of the plane. Somehow, I don't think this is a coincidence. Epic, call Kate and Carlos. On second thought, call the whole damn team.
Cellular signals are jammed. Rerouting to alternative relay.
They have cut the hard line for the entire campus, along with all internet access. Fortunately for us, we have our own satellite. And a more powerful source of energy. I slide up my sleeve to reveal my quantum wrist computer and tap a few keys until the micro ZPFM energy output is visible. Then it's a simple matter to push the reactor's output up past normal. That should allow us to break through their jamming. 1 second. About 20 of the high-tech-looking ninjas have hit the ground and are fanning out. Boy, this looks familiar. I use my glasses to zoom in on one. It isn't a great zoom, about 4 times. Epic, is it me, or are they carrying plasma weapons? It would appear so. While the design is different than what Cat 7 used, they have the telltale glowing power source and the coolant wires attached. Dr. Farnsworth, you might want to seek cover. I think they are coming for me, I tell him. I leave him and wheel back toward the lab. I have about 3 minutes before they're in here, and I don't want to waste it. Mass spectrometers don't take that long to work. With any luck, I can have the info I need and be gone. Epic, status? Kate and Carlos are inbound. ETA 30 seconds. I nod. They should be more than enough to handle these fools. Still, it would be nice to have a suit handy. I shake my head. Another time. Checking the reading on the monitor, I notice that it has zeroed in. Excellent! It only takes a moment to relay the information to the wrist unit. Then I wheel inside and retrieve the sample. As I come out, I see them. 4 of them are facing me, with plasma rifles pointed. 2 are holding Farnsworth, who looks like they slapped him around. Another stands in the middle of them, looking at me. I'm sorry, I say. I forgot it was wear your pajamas to work day. Otherwise, I have this great pair with penguins and polar bears. They don't laugh. Amelia Lockhart, you are coming with us. If you do not, we will kill everyone on campus. My blood runs cold at the threat. Based on that transport they arrived in, I have no doubt they could. And there are 15,000 people on campus at any given moment. There's no way they could hope to get away with that. Or maybe they don't care who comes looking for them. Who are you? I ask as I carefully stow the animetal in my bag. We are ARC, and we are here for you. Come quietly, or there will be trouble. You just quoted RoboCop. You know that, right? I ask. There is a slight pop as Kate displaces the air behind me. Sorry, boys, she's got plans. There is a sudden shift as we teleport, and I'm hit with a moment of nausea as my inner ear adjusts to us moving without moving. You okay, hun? She asks. Yeah, listen, you need to take those guys out. They're going to kill everyone on campus if I don't go with them. Kate growls. The hell they are. Be right back. She vanishes, and I look around to where she's brought me. It's a rooftop of a nearby building. I wheel over to the side, and I can see the transport, the men with guns, and the building I was just in. A pop later, and Kate is there with Farnsworth. He drops to his knees and pukes, and she is gone again. Then I see it. Doc, you're going to be sorry you missed this. Light glints off the bronze spear as it falls from the sky, slashing down into and through the center of the hovering transport. The 4 engines whine from the sudden blow, clawing at the air to stay up. Then he comes. The protector falls from the sky and hits the transport where the spear sliced through. He lands on the roof in a crouch, holding on while the transport slowly rotates as the pilots fight the sudden change. Carlos doesn't miss a beat. He runs at the tail of the ship, leaps, and comes down with his shield like a knife. The Bronze-era creation tears through the twin tail like it was made of Legos. Then he leaps up, does a spectacular backflip, and comes down on the front, slamming his shield into the body. Using the shield like a can opener, he creates a wedge, then opens it up and jumps inside. The transport shudders, sliding from side to side as the rotation picks up speed. Then the engines die and the whole thing starts to fall from the sky. Carlos crashes through the belly of the transport, hits the ground, then bounds back up and shoulders the entire transport. The massive plane almost floats in the air for a second before falling back toward the river. When it finally crashes into the ground, it's halfway in the river. The discharge of plasma weapons pulls my attention down, and I search the area below the building. Kate is there, doing a dance, punching, kicking, and slicing with her swords as she teleports in and out of the ARC soldiers. They fire at where she was, always missing her by microseconds. One goes down, then another, and within a minute the fight is over. All the soldiers are on the ground, unconscious or worse. Carlos leaps from the wreckage back to the center of the T, retrieving his spear after he lands. He takes a second to look around, making sure everything is tidy. The fallen transport reminds me how unbelievably strong he is.
Amelia, there is another signature incoming, much smaller than...
Epic is interrupted by the ear-shattering explosion caused by a small missile flying through the sky to land right on Carlos. The explosion sends a shockwave out that shakes the buildings and shatters windows, throwing up dust and debris so thick I can't see.
Epic, what was that?
Unknown, though it appeared to be some kind of projectile.
Kate? I'm okay. I'm inside one of the buildings. I teleported right before whatever it was hit. The dust takes a moment to clear. When it does, I see two people. Carlos on one knee, holding his shield up to protect himself. The other person is... No, it can't be. And it isn't. She's huge, massive, 7 feet tall and 4 feet wide with muscles that look almost cartoony. But where Behemoth had the tan look of a Florida native, this woman is black, with her long hair pulled into dreadlocks. Her fingers end in 6-inch claws that look like they belong on a wolverine. "Oh my God," Kate says over the radio. "Who is that?"
"Epic?"
I ask.
Scanning. No known supers match her immediate description.
Carlos stands up, shakes himself off, and, in typical Carlos fashion, offers her the opportunity to surrender. "Give me audio, Epic." It clicks on so I can hear everything they say. We need to know who this woman is.
"I don't know who you are, but I'm going to give you this one chance to surrender peacefully, before you get hurt," Carlos says.
From anyone else, it would sound like bravado or arrogance, but from the Protector, it's just a fact.
"I don't look like me anymore, and truth be told, I don't feel like me," she says.
Her speech is impeded by the fangs jutting up from her lower jaw. I take a second to really look at her. Clawed feet, muscles, hair. Oh, hell. "Carlos, it's Vixen!" I yell. She surges forward, swinging wildly at him. Her claws clang off his shield like a church bell. He steps back from her onslaught, using his shield to deflect her blows. She's fast, faster than a person that size ought to be. Carlos ducks under a blow and jams his spear forward. The tip cuts through her clothes, but slides off her skin. "Ha!" she says, lifting her clawed hands up and bringing them down. Hard. He lifts his shield in time. The ground cracks under the force of her blow. He sinks into the dirt almost 6 inches. "Kate, can you help him?" "Believe me, I'd like to, but she's out of my league. I'm going to make sure no more civilians are hurt and..." Vixen suddenly grabs Carlos's shield, pulls and twists, yanking him out of the ground and flinging him bodily into the opposite building. His impact is like a bomb going off. "Where's the rest of the team?" I ask. "On their way!" Kate yells. Light flares through the sky as a star falls at near light speed to strike Vixen right in the head. She shrieks, stumbling backward, flailing her hands at the sudden brightness. "Way to go, Lux!" I yell. She hovers 6 feet off the ground in her white, one-piece uniform with the starburst over her breast. She holds her hand out, fingers pointed like a gun, right at Vixen. "Surrender or be destroyed," she says. Carlos climbs out through the rubble of the building he hit. He looks a little worse for wear, but still in the fight.
"Your little light trick won't work again,"
Vixen says. She leaps up at Lux, who vanishes in a blaze of light. Vixen passes through the empty space and slams into the ground, then rips a park bench up and throws it at Carlos. It explodes against him, sending fragments in every direction. Lux reappears, slaps her hands together, and fires. A beam of intensely bright light blazes from her hands and hits Vixen like a laser. The supervillain screams so loud I can hear it without the comms patched in. Then Carlos hits her in the side, slamming her into the ground and pummeling her from atop. Each blow hits with earth-shattering force. Something isn't right here. If they were after me and not the sample, why send in Vixen? All they're doing is ensuring the fight is focused on her. Oh, it's a distraction. "Epic, bring in the M-Jet. I need to get out of here. I think this is just a means to get to me. If Vixen gets the upper hand on Carlos, they know I'll surrender."
"Affirmative. Emergency departure from Logan in 10 seconds.
I wheel back from the edge, spinning around to look for a good place to hide. If this is all just a distraction while they take me, I don't plan on making it easy. Doc, run, I say to Farnsworth.
What? Where?
He asks. I don't know, but get off this roof and hide until this is all over, I say to him as I wheel past. He runs in the opposite direction, heading for the external fire escape that runs down the east side of the building. They probably already know where I am. Kate's busy with civilians who are in danger. Lux and Carlos are fighting Vixen. And who knows when the rest of the team will get here. I make it to the far side of the rooftop and roll next to a large AC unit that is as far away from the rooftop access door as I can get. Epic, north side! Hurry! The metal door that leads to the building clangs open. I peek around the corner and see them. 4 ARC soldiers, armed with plasma weapons. I may not have my armor, but I'm not completely defenseless. I dig into my bag and pull out a handheld IP cannon, about half the size of the ones I made for Kate. I don't know how many shots I'll get. Best not to rush. They spread out, rifles shouldered like professional soldiers. Where do these organizations get all these people to act as cannon fodder? Kate, I whisper, I could use a pickup. Amelia, I can't. I've got a civilian down, and the only thing keeping him alive is me. As soon as the paramedics get here, I can come to you. Hurry, I say in a low voice. I'd never want her to sacrifice someone for me, but I'm a tad concerned she won't be in time. I peek around the corner again. They haven't spotted me yet, but they're closing in. 10 seconds to arrival. The building shakes from an impact, and I can't help but let out a little scream as my chair almost tips sideways. Time's up. I push one wheel over, turning my chair to pivot around the AC. One of the ARC men is right in front of me. I bring up the IP cannon and fire. The blue bolt spits out with a sound like a discharging battery and sandpaper. It hits him right in the face. He steps back as the ionizing energy flows around him. I fire again, as it seems to have an effect, but not the usual one. Epic! The whine of approaching M-Drive engines brings a smile to my face. See you, suckers! 3 of them raise their rifles to fire into the distance. The jet flashes overhead and pulls a turn that would kill any human on board, all the while flooring the M-Drives to slow down at bone-breaking speed. A panel in the nose slides back, and a multi-barrel particle beam drops out. It opens fire a second later. With Epic flying and aiming, the ship is deadly accurate. I am normally all against killing, but when the circumstance calls for it, I won't hesitate. Then again, I guess I'm not killing anyone. The beams hit the ARC soldiers. Instead of blood, the one in front of me is cut in half and explodes in blue liquid and electronics. The others suffer similar fates. They're androids, I say over the comms. Holy crap, they're androids! Say again, Amelia. Did you say the ARC soldiers are androids? Kate asks. Yes, use lethal force. End this! The M-jet swings around until it is hovering above me. The particle cannon recedes, and a section of the belly lowers down until I can roll onto it, which I do. It only takes a few more seconds, and I'm safe inside. Epic, full stealth. Get me the heck out of here! Affirmative. No sooner do the words appear on the screen than the jet is moving. He keeps the speed low until I secure myself in one of the cabin's chairs. Once I'm buckled in, he hits the gas, and, before I know it, we're in orbit. 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 10. This totally changes things. It's been 3 days since the attack on MIT, and not a peep from Mark. As soon as I was gone, Vixen took off, and the ARC androids just dissolved along with all their gear. It was gross. Currently, I'm back in the Spire, exactly where I don't want to be. Kate, however, insisted, as it is the most secure place I can be until my new lab is complete. I'm looking at video of the fight from my perspective, and from Kate's, and from all the camera footage Epic was able to procure for me. I'm occupying the Enterprise conference room with its massive screen. All I would need is some popcorn, and I could be watching a movie. Androids, Epic! Androids! That is the 10th time you have repeated the word. I know, but... androids! Kate enters at that moment. The bruise she received when a beam fell on her while she was resuscitating someone is completely gone. Between her own healing powers and the doctor's, she's good as new. I know she's tired, but she doesn't look it. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have her powers. She plops down in the chair opposite me and smiles. You figure it out yet? She asks. Figure what out? Life, the universe, everything? Kate Petronelli, did you just make a nerd joke? I ask, stunned. She smiles demurely. Maybe. She takes a second to pull off her boots, then props her silken-clad feet up on the table. Oh, wow, that feels good, she says. I ignore her stretching toes and turn back to the monitor. I've long since grown past the point where seeing other people use their feet bothers me. Kate knows this, otherwise she wouldn't do it. To answer your question, no, not any of it. It's still early, though. I haven't had lunch yet, I say. I tap a few things on the keyboard and watch the end of the fight that I missed in person. Once I figured out they were using Vixen as a distraction, I left and their entire operation came to an end. Vixen stops mid-swing on Carlos, turns, runs, and leaps into the sky, disappearing in a few seconds. That's when all the androids Kate dropped began to dissolve. There wasn't anything left of them, not so much as a speck. It was as if the molecular bonds of their bodies, clothing, and weapons just let go. That's a neat trick, I mutter. Epic, rewind 10 seconds and loop. The video resets and loops, showing one of the bodies Carlos was looking at as it dissolves. What are you thinking? Kate asks. I'm not really sure, I say with a shrug. Androids are a lot more advanced than just robots. Cat 7 had the warbots, and they were pretty advanced. Same weaponry, but these? This is an order of magnitude greater than anything we're capable of at the moment. Kate frowns, taking one of her feet in hand and rubbing it. I don't get it. What makes androids different than robots? I point at the screen while I speak. They're androids, I say, as if that explains everything. She looks at me blankly. I don't get it. What's the difference? I spoke to Farnsworth, the doctor from the lab. He said the men who grabbed him felt like human beings. He had no idea they were automatons until they dissolved. Anyone can make a robot that looks humanoid, but to feel like a human? To act like one? Whoever is behind ARC has access to serious tech that is light years beyond us. Imagine, if they can make an android that is indistinguishable. One of the building staff enters with a tray of food and drinks. From a human being, then they would have the ability to infiltrate any place in the world. Imagine if they made them look like people we know. I shake my head. Androids. You are quite correct, Miss Lockhart, the staff member says. I know that voice. It's the same one from MIT. I turn around in horror as I realize he's silently zapped Kate with something. She's flat out on the floor. How did you do that? I ask. Androids have no emotions, no presence to read. She cannot detect malice where there is none, and I have none, he says. What are you? You will know soon enough. Now, if you please, disable the security interlocks on the building computers. No, I say. He picks Kate up off the floor, holding her by the neck alone, feet dangling above the floor. Do it, or she dies. I have no one to call. No one could possibly get here before he would snap her neck. Amelia, I have alerted building security, as well as Fleet. They are waiting for your signal to come in. Maybe Fleet would be fast enough. Maybe. You have 3 seconds to comply, he says as he starts squeezing her neck. She chokes and coughs as her face turns purple. No, I shout. Epic, disable safety locks. Done. He relents on her neck, but he doesn't let go. Even if Fleet could reach top speed, he couldn't stop a computer from killing Kate. If you harm her, there will be no place on Earth you can hide from me, I say with steel in my voice. You misunderstand, Miss Lockhart. We don't want to hide from you. We want you to find us, when the time is right. The lights, TV, all the power shuts off at once. He drops Kate. Fleet, now! There is a whoosh of air as Fleet rushes in. He hits the android in a second, knocking it back from Kate and slamming it into the wall. I've got this, he says in a hurry as he wraps an entire roll of duct tape around the thing's legs. Tony, get me a vial and stopper right now! Medical floor! To Fleet's credit, he doesn't ask why. He just vanishes to do as I say. I wheel over to the android as fast as I can. I can tell he's already started the process. "Who are you?" I ask in vain.
"We are Legion,"
it says as it turns to goo. Tony is suddenly next to me with a vial and a glass stopper. I scoop up bits of skin and blue liquid into the vial and slam the stopper on it. I watch the goo in the vial, waiting for it to vanish like the rest of the body. In seconds, there is just some used duct tape on the floor. However, the vial still has bits in it. "Kate!" I spin around and rush over to her. "You better be okay," I say as I stop next to her. She's already sputtering and gasping for breath as she comes to. Anyone get the name of that semi?" "Yep," I say as I help her up. "Its name is Legion. And I think I've got it figured out. 11. Strange as it seems, I actually feel pretty good. Rutabaga finished his work on my base, and its internal structure is now under construction. I used a lot of titanium tungsten carbide to give the base a layer of armor. We're also using the spring foundation pioneered in Japan to help buildings resist earthquakes. This place is as safe and secure as I can make it. Once they're done with the framework, they will start on all the mundane stuff. Electrical, plumbing, HVAC, that kind of thing. I intend it to have its own environment that can seal itself off from the outside world. However, the bells and whistles are going to have to wait. I want my lab up and running first. They can do everything else while I work there. To that end, once the framework is in place, they're going to build out the 4th floor, which is where I'm going to keep my armor, my designs, and my lab. Below that will be the automated manufacturing floor. I sign off on the work and board the electrically powered tram that takes me out the entrance into the lodge, where my semi is parked. Ark thinks they have the upper hand. With the Spire computers offline, maybe permanently, and Milton disabled, they think they've delayed my search for the alien armor. They would be right if not for the mobile lab and the one under current construction. Clearly, they have an advanced computer genius working for them, if not several. But no matter how smart they think they are, they can't beat AI security, which was why they needed me to shut it down in the Spire. Epic has this entire project so far off the books, the CIA couldn't find it with 2 hands and a map. No amount of resources will help them find my new base. It should be safe. The hot Arizona sun beats down on me as I make my way to the entrance. I'm thankful for Luke's cowboy hat. I think I finally understand why he wore it off-duty. It makes the sun much more tolerable. Mom and Dad are hard at work inside. I've truly enjoyed working with them day in and day out. They're great to be around, and they have such an awesome connection. It's like they don't even need to speak sometimes. "How's it going?" I ask as I wheel in. The door slides shut behind me with a whoosh of air.
"Good,"
Dad says, rubbing his jaw.
"This sample you brought us, you know what this is, don't you?"
I smile. "I have a hypothesis, but why don't you confirm it for me?" He waves me over to the holographic display.
"Epic, bring up the molecular matrix for sample 1B,
he asks. The image appears, and the lights in the trailer dim slightly to help show the hologram at its best. 100 tiny bits move like ants on a plate, swirling and spreading out. Occasionally, they run far apart from each other, only to come back together. "That was quick thinking, Amelia," Mom says. "They have nowhere to go, so they stay together. If we open the vial, even a little, I'm pretty sure they'll vanish like the rest of them." "Nanites," I whisper. "I can't believe it. I mean, I'm looking at it, but still."
"I imagine that's what people say about your ZPFM,
he says. "That's different. I was already working on the theory. I just didn't know if it was possible until the aliens foolishly shared it with me. This is amazing," I say. Whoever is behind Ark, this is technology I could only dream of. Of course, just like the ZPFM, now that I know it is possible... Time to get to work. Epic, start a new project. Mark 9. We're going to incorporate everything we've learned from day 1 into this design. If we can figure out a way to duplicate these nanites, then I will never have to worry about being separated from my suit again. I also won't have to hope that there is more of the alien metal on Earth.
Do you think we can recreate the polymorphic molecular structure using the nanite design?
I shake my head as I wheel over to the fridge and pull out a can of Coke. No, even knowing how the atoms are structured, we simply can't create what doesn't exist. But we don't have to. What if we could mass-produce these nanites out of titanium tungsten carbide? Then we wouldn't need animetal. We could have trillions of these things stored in something the size of... I look down at the can and smile. We could store an entire armory in something as small as a can. Amelia, I know what you are thinking. And no, we have spoken about the nicknames you give your armor. Epic, we'll get to that later. Right now, we all need to focus on recreating these things from the ground up. Mom, I need you to start working on the coding. Dad, you go with the structure. What about you, hun? Mom says. I'm going to work on the materials aspect of it. I don't even know if we can create a single molecule of armor to make one of these nanites from. This will be a slow process. I hate to rely on luck, but it will take some if we are going to be ready to face Ark. 12. Carlos followed the spear down from orbit in his usual speedy manner. When he first started traveling this way, it would take his breath away. 1,000 times later, it barely registered as he dropped from orbit to crash into the ground outside of Delphi near the ruins of Oracle and his home. Home. So much had happened in the last few years. When had he started thinking of this place as home? He hit the ground with a crunch, reflexively reaching out to pull the spear from the ground.
Protector, by order of the EU Commission on Superheroes, you are ordered to come with us, an unknown man said from behind him.
It wasn't often someone could sneak up on him. Genuine surprise hit him. With a friendly, disarming smile, Carlos turned around to see who spoke.
The safety force. Great. Governments and their naming schemes. Why is it things are always the opposite of what they say?
The safety force was more of the EU anti-super-hit squad than a force for good. In the years he'd spent operating as the Protector, not once had they shown up at a natural disaster, accident, or crisis that didn't involve other supers. He'd crossed paths with them once or twice, but they mostly gave him a wide berth. The 4-person team was still materializing from their teleporting as Carlos faced them. Their leader, Moonwatch, was dressed in a head-to-toe costume that was white and blue. His mask consisted of a crescent moon that represented his homeland. He hovered a few inches off the ground. Next was Union, a tough-as-nails Brit with a Union Jack flag over his face. He wore a short-sleeved shirt and a sleeveless leather jack to show off his bulging muscles. Carlos was not impressed. The teleporter was Fille Magnifique, a lithe French woman dressed in a skin-tight costume of blue, white, and red. She held her hands above her head, light flashing from them as she finished teleporting her team. Finally, Irish Spring stood in the back, arms crossed over her chest. She was made of metal. Like Glacier, she was an elemental, just the rare kind. Instead of fire or ice, she was metal and could reform her hands into shapes. Carlos twirled his spear a few times before planting it back at his feet, then swung his shield around to wear it on his back like a pack.
How exactly did you know where to find me?
Carlos asked. He knew from experience that he didn't appear on radar or other sensors. Telepathic powers couldn't penetrate his helmet, and there wasn't a tracking device in the world that could stay on him as he burned through the atmosphere on re-entry.
That's hardly the point,
Moonwatch said as he floated forward.
The EU Commission on Superhuman Activity has issued a writ of custody. You are to surrender your armor and weapons and come with us.
He smugly crossed his arms over his chest as he finished. Carlos grinned.
Listen, amigos, that isn't happening. I predate the authority of the EU by about 30 centuries. If you have a problem with my activity, take it up with Apollo. I'm sure he can fit you in sometime in the next 1,000 years. If the EU is still around.
Moonwatch breathed in fiercely before he spoke, pumping up his chest like a gorilla trying to frighten his enemies.
Do not speak of your false gods, charlatan. There's no Greek pantheon to help you. Say such things again, and by all I hold holy, I will show you the power of a real god.
Carlos shook his head, chuckling.
I don't want to fight you, any of you. I have no interest in hurting you or anyone else. However, my job, my duty, my destiny, really, is to protect the innocent, to help humanity in their darkest hour. I can't answer to you, your commission, or anybody but Apollo. I have a higher calling, and regardless of whether you believe the Greek gods were real or not, I have this power for a reason, and it isn't to satisfy some bureaucrat's need to control everyone and everything."
Carlos leveled a steely gaze at them. He made no threatening moves while he spoke. He didn't raise his voice or condescend. He plainly spoke the truth. "Mon ami," Fille Magnifique said as she stepped forward, "don't do this. I know you are a true soul, a good man, but the Commission has the legal authority to ask this of you. As a citizen of the EU, you are obligated by law to obey. Don't force us to make you." Her light soprano and delightful French accent did funny things to Carlos's stomach. If he weren't already dating the most wonderful, beautiful, sexiest woman on the planet, he might have given her more thought. As it was, it felt more like an attempt to manipulate him than anything else.
"Oh, is that what this is about? Problem solved. I'm not an EU citizen. I'm from the US, he said with a smile.
That took them by surprise. Moonwatch looked back to his team as if he didn't know what to say in response.
"Then you're trespassing, mate, here without proper papers," Union said. "We can take you in on that alone."
Carlos shook his head again, not at all surprised at their thick-headed approach.
"Listen, I don't know how many times I have to tell you. I'm not coming with you. I'm not surrendering, and I'm not going to stop helping people because the current, and might I add, fleeting government wants to control me. So please, go back to your masters and tell them they're out of luck."
"Please, Protector, we are authorized to use force if need be," Magnifique said pleadingly. "Don't make us do that." Carlos gave her a sad smile through his Spartan helmet, once worn by Leonidas while defending Greece from the Persians. The helmet allowed viewers to see his eyes and part of his mouth and nose. Not enough to identify him, but enough to tell if he was happy or mad.
"We all have choices to make, Magnifique. Our lives are defined by them. You do what you feel you have to. No one can ask a man or woman to do any more or less."
He reached for his spear. As his fingers enclosed it, Moonwatch cried out,
"He's going to attack!"
A white light, like sunlight, reflected off the moon, arced out from the crescent over his face. An energy beam as powerful as anything Carlos had ever encountered struck him dead center in the chest. The beam's force knocked him back into a standing stone 15 feet away. Carlos shook his head, looking down at the glowing hot breastplate. The energy dissipated into the air as he regained his footing.
"That's not possible,"
Moonwatch muttered incredulously.
"I'm not attacking you. Yet. Do that again and there will be trouble,"
he said, thinking of Amelia and her love of quoting movies. Unsure what to do, they paused for a second. Except for Moonwatch. He landed next to Carlos's spear and pulled it from the ground.
"It's a trick," he said. "He was going for his spear and now he's claiming innocence. We have our orders. Take him!"
They moved. Carlos sighed. He had done everything he could to avoid this fight. He'd just got through telling Amelia that this wasn't a problem, because what could they possibly do? Well, he had his answer. They could be stupid. He held out his hand. The spear flew from Moonwatch's grasp to smack into Carlos's waiting palm. Irish Spring came in from one side, flanked by Union on the other.
"You don't want this. I'm asking you. Please, don't do this,"
he said as he pulled his shield from his back. The whole world understood that the Protector was the strongest super on Earth. Even before Carlos wore the mantle, there were countless times that the man wearing the armor had done the impossible. But either through ignorance, stubbornness, or their own sense of moral superiority, they decided to ignore it and attacked. Irish Spring moved first, forming her fist into a hammer as she brought it down in an overhand slash. Carlos lifted his shield to intercept it. At the same time, Union charged in, going low and bringing his fist in an uppercut to take advantage of Carlos' blocking Spring. That wasn't how it worked out for them. At the last second, Carlos swung the shield down in a knifing motion, slamming the edge into Union's wrist and absorbing the blow from Spring on his back. The clang of metal on metal was deafening. Union screamed as his wrist shattered under the shield's impact, and the British super fell to the ground, cradling what was likely his worst injury since his powers expressed. Carlos actually felt the blow against his back. Whatever metal Irish Spring was made out of, it was strong. Not strong enough, but strong. Carlos rolled forward away from her. Once up, he spun around and crouched, bracing himself for the next attack. Moonwatch fired again, the white beam of superheated energy firing from above, as the hero took to the sky to fight Carlos from above. "Carlos!" Pythia's voice came to his mind through their link. She wasn't telepathic, but she could talk to her champion from any distance. "Don't kill any of them. They are sent by our enemies, here to distract us from our mission. If any of them die, it will only be used against us."
Awesome. What do you suggest I do?
He asked out loud while deflecting the energy beam with his shield. "Flee!" It didn't sit well with him, but he'd long ago learned to put his ego in check. He could defeat them with ease, but not without some risk that one of them would be killed.
Fine,
he muttered. He reached back to throw his spear into the sky when Magnifique hit him with a telekinetic field, flattening him to the ground and holding him down. "It's rock, paper, scissors, my American friend. And I am the rock. You are the scissors," she said as she floated on an energy disk, holding one finger against her temple as she used her powers to pin him to the ground. The dirt around him flattened from the circular-shaped disk pressing down on him.
"I'm not scissors,"
he said with a grunt as he pulled himself to his feet. She grimaced from the exertion, forcing more and more weight down on him.
"I'm the shotgun,"
he said, forcing his arm up and flinging the spear toward space. The Spear of Destiny flew through the air, disappearing in a heartbeat. Carlos winked at Magnifique. Then he too was gone, flying through the air at a speed that would give Lux a run for her money. A moment later, he was in space, floating above it all, looking down at the blue-green gem that was his home.
"Pythia, we need to tell Amelia what this is all about,"
he said. "No, she has to figure it out for herself. If she were to know what she was truly up against, it would change her behavior. Amelia Lockhart must be true to herself. If she isn't, then the Earth is doomed."
You know, that's not the first time you've said that.
"It very well may be the last. Be the last. Be the last. Be the..." 13. "Amelia, I am unable to reinstate Milton in the Spire. Whatever the Ark did to the computers there, it completely and utterly destroyed them." Sounds good, I say, not really paying attention to what Epic is saying. I've got the nanite construction right where I want it. "Amelia, this is serious. The Spire is going to need all new computers, top to bottom. The cyber attack Ark launched was powerful enough to overwhelm Milton in a few seconds. If he was not hard-coded into a quantum computer at a different location, he would have died." I take the goggles off and rub a towel across my face. "Epic, this is why Milton is in charge of the Spire. He has his own budget, his own rules. He can deal with this. You and I are no longer involved with the Protectors. They can handle things on their own." "This is not the attitude I have come to expect from you." "I know, buddy, but it is what it is. I am not doing the team thing anymore. I can't go through that anymore. We're still friends. We'll still help out when needed. But day to day, when I have a new suit of armor, we're going to focus on the important things, like bringing Tia back, stopping Ark, and finding those ships." "Understood. I will advise Milton. He is on his own for the refit. Have you had any luck with any of our 3 priorities?" I sigh. "Sort of," I say. "Nothing with Tia. Unless Pythia or someone else steps forward with information I don't have, my mission to rescue her is at a standstill. As for the other 2 things, slightly more success. Check this out." I put the goggles back on, do the last bit of fusing using a laser welder with a 0.05 nanometer beam, then hit the charge button. The hardest part about the nanites is making them go. How Ark managed to make them form into bodies, I had no idea. But the way they disintegrated gave me a clue. They're too small for an effective magnetic field, or for their own propulsion. But what if we used a liquid delivery system? "Do you mean a perfluorocarbon, like the experimental oxygenated liquid that has been tested for deep-sea diving?" "Exactly!" I slap my hands together. "Thick enough that the nanites can move around and use it to spread. Then they can use the raw material as fuel. It's perfect." "I have 4 gallons in storage. One moment." The robot arms in the trailer move under Epic's control. Within a minute, I have what looks like a large, see-through picnic cooler filled with a gel-like substance, resting on the main work table 3 feet tall. Okay, now add the test batch of nanites. He does. The vial dumps them unceremoniously into the perfluorocarbon. They don't short out or explode, which is always good. I hit the button to run the test. The nanites are small enough that it requires RFID tracking to see them in the solution using computer imagery. Even if I wanted to see them physically, the magnification is such that I wouldn't be able to track any of them. It would just be a jumble of motion. However, with each nanite emitting a small signal, I can watch on the monitor as they come together. Add the raw materials next and order them to reproduce. Bear in mind, this is a limited run. Even with unlimited material, it will take almost an hour for the small number of nanites we have created to reproduce enough to create an entire suit. We don't need a lot to start with. Once we know it works, and once Rutabaga is done with our mini-factory, we can make as many as we want. I watch as they go to work, following the RFID trackers as several of the little guys converge on the bars of titanium tungsten carbide deposited in the bottom. True to his estimate, within an hour, the last of the material vanishes, and we have enough nanites in the tank to take shape. Let's start simple. I punch a few keys and bring up the schematics for my helmet. I wait for it to finish loading and hit the go button, loading it into the nanite's distributed memory. Before my fingers leave the keys, the helmet forms in the tank, floating in perfect glory inside the orange goo. Yes! I holler. Congratulations, Amelia. You have done it. Let's not jump the gun yet. Making a helmet is one thing. Mom and Dad are out to lunch, leaving just me in the shop, but their part of the job is finished anyway. I wish they were here to celebrate, though. Do we have enough for a full suit? Yes, but if any damage were to be sustained, we will be unable to repair it until we can mass-produce the nanites, which we cannot do until the base is complete. That's okay. It's not like I need the suit battle-ready, right? Emergency call coming in from your parents. Me and my big mouth. Mom? I ask. What's wrong? There's a lot of static on the line, and I can barely make out what she says. Epic flew us over to Vegas for a lunch date. We're at the... An explosion overwhelms the speakers, and then the line dies. Mom? Mom! I hit a few keys trying to find her location. Epic, where are they? They took the M-Jet to Vegas for lunch and a movie. I am triangulating their location based on the call. Amelia? One of the many screens we have flips on, showing a news anchor. The sound of gunfire and explosions fills the room. As you can see, these robots, along with a group of unknown supervillains, are attacking the city. They are firing. The man ducks as a blast of red energy flies close to him. Wildly, and there are casualties. How many, we don't know. The police and first responders are overwhelmed, and the heroes who call Vegas home are unable to make a dent. The robots he speaks of are vaguely humanoid, with weapons platforms loaded on their shoulders. They have rockets, laser, and missile launchers. No green plasma guns, though, which is promising. Maybe it isn't Ark? Then that begs the question of who it is. I don't recognize any of the supervillains they briefly show. Just the usual assortment of strength, speed, and energy wielders. Something else I'm responsible for. I can't ignore this. Vegas is what, 300 miles away? I ask. 278. I do some quick math in my head. I can be there in 4 minutes. If I have a suit. Epic? Amelia, there are terabytes of data we need to analyze. We do not even know if the nanites will lock together. The code could have bugs, and even if you could put the suit together, any damage... He's right, of course, but my parents, and everyone else's parents. Epic, how many people are in the city of Las Vegas right now? There are 3 major events this weekend, a little under 1 million. Damn, that means more possible casualties. Why can't they ever attack on Thanksgiving, or sometime when people go camping? Call Carlos and Kate, see if you can get the protectors there. But Epic, I'm going. I turn around and type furiously on the keyboard, inputting the configuration of the armor I want. If I keep it simple, I can minimize the risk of malfunction. No complicated weapons, just flight, shields, sword, structural strength, and defensive systems. That should keep anything from exploding in an overload. No reshaping on the fly, nothing but self-repair. I type faster than I ever have, praying each second I don't make a mistake. Seconds turn to minutes as I hit the keys. I only need a few more. Epic, run a check, I say. Get me 5 Class 4 ZPFMs. We're not going to have the nanites try to make anything too complicated. The articulating arms emerge from the walls and deliver a box with 4 fist-sized glowing ZPFMs. Any one of these generates more than enough power for the suit. However, there is something to be said for redundancy. Plus, with the M drives, it's better for power distribution if they each have their own power source. The preliminary scan shows no errors. However, there is a difference between lab-ready and field-ready. Any luck with the team? Kate and Carlos are not responding. The rest of the team is in Florida fighting Gatorgeddon. I draw a complete blank on who that is, but if he is strong enough to pull the team down there despite the Tallahassee tornadoes recently forming, then they won't be able to, or won't have the time to get to Vegas, even with an M-jet. I'm regretting keeping only one. Once we have the base up and running, I'm going to make a few more, maybe even one specifically for space travel. We may not be able to use quantum gate travel, but I can still fly to the moon without much trouble. If my Mesa base is secure, I imagine a moon base would be 10 times as safe. Odds are, Kate and Carlos are spending some quality time together. No, Epic, it's up to us. The California team is mobilizing and should be there within the hour. You do not have to go, Amelia. You can let other people handle this. I could, but an hour is a long time, Epic. Every minute I'm not there, people could die. If I have the power to stop something, and I don't, does that make me partially responsible? You are not legally or morally obligated to risk your life in an untested suit on the chance that you might be able to help. No running into a burning building is morally defensible. For some people, maybe, I say, looking down at my hands. Luke would. No matter the odds, he always would. So would Tia. No, I'm doing this. I know. As your friend, I feel it is my responsibility to point out alternatives. As always, once you have made your decision, I am behind you. Thank you, Epic. Now, initiate! I slam the enter button on the keyboard and whisper a silent prayer that this will work. That I won't die horribly. Or at all. Or at all. Or at all. 14. When the animetal crawled up my skin that first time, I thought it was weird. It had nothing on this. The perfluorocarbon that the nanites consist in feels like cold jello mixed with mucus. I fight to control the shuddering in my spine as the faucet opens and the goop pours over me. This is really gross. We will refine the process when we have more time. This tank was not intended as the permanent storage. I nod. Knowing doesn't change how hard it is not to wheel away in fright from the goo covering me. I'm holding the box with the 4 ZPFMs in my lap. Theoretically, the nanites will convert everything I'm holding and wearing into the fuel to kickstart the reaction required to form the armor. Clearly not how I want this to go down every time. If I was wearing something I liked, and not just a comfortable pair of pajamas, this wouldn't be cool. Not to mention it will leave me naked under the armor. For the record, I say, wincing as gobs of it drop on my face, I hate this. It was your idea. I take a deep breath and let the stuff do its job. The goo picks up speed as it spreads over me. The entire process shouldn't take more than a minute, which is about 30 seconds less than I can hold my breath. My lungs start to scream in protest when I feel heat on my skin. It's happening. I open my eyes to watch. Light flares surround me as the nanites break down everything around me, including my chair, which I hadn't counted on. Epic? I say, despite the layer of perfluorocarbon over my mouth. Adjusting the programming and updating. One moment. They freeze as they're updated, then they get back to work. The chair is a loss, and Epic realizes it and lets them finish the job. However, it looks like they would have gone on to eat a piece of the truck since I was touching it at the time of the transformation, at least until their internal power source ran out. Oops. The disintegrating chair deposits me gently on the floor before it's gone. The light fades, and the nanites swirl around my skin, eating my clothes and taking the ZPFMs from my lap. Then they harden, and as I watch, The suit forms, starting with my feet, working up my legs until only my head isn't covered, then my neck, and finally I'm covered head to toe. The light from my HUD boots up and I can see. Not unlike my original build, I can see as if I weren't wearing a helmet at all. A wireframe outline shows me where it would be. Everything else is clear. The HUD finishes and all my systems are online. My head is surrounded by several screens. Just by swiping with one eye closed, I can change the systems displayed. It's very intuitive. Mom designed it, so yeah, it should be good.
Epic?
The sound of my own voice surprises me. I spent so much time with the computerized voice when I wore the armor, it's surprising to hear my own voice come out. Armor is at 100% integration, transferring protocols, updating systems. I am on board with you. Ooh boy, someone is in trouble now. Find Mom and Dad. Once we know where they are, we get the M-Jet to them, and then we deal with the bad guys. Understood. All I have to do is think about what I want, and the M-Drives spin up. The whine from engines would deafen anyone standing next to me. Then I'm off, blasting through the roof of the semi. Oops again. That was unnecessary. I got excited. Sue me. I shatter the sound barrier a few seconds later at 300 feet above the ground. Fly nape of the earth until we are far enough away. Without our full stealth systems installed, I don't want to risk giving up our location. I'd forgotten how freaking awesome it was to fly. Woohoo! I yell as I hit 4,000 miles per hour. Kinetic shields are holding, though there is a blip in the power distribution system. I do not recommend extended engagement. Exactly 4 minutes later, I'm blazing over Lake Mead, heading due west for the heart of the city where the main attack is happening. Amelia, there are 6 fully armed dropships circling the city. They are shooting down any aircraft attempting to leave. Any luck finding my parents? No, there is a lot of EMI, not to mention much of the city is without power. This does not feel right. There is no tactical reason to attack Las Vegas. Who is doing this and why? Excellent questions. For after the attack. I flip up, letting wind resistance slow me down with my arms out wide. Mark the dropships. Contacts identified as prototype vertical takeoff and landing gunships, currently under development for the Chinese military. Contacts marked as Tango 1 through 6. I don't get it. Are you saying this is an invasion? Why in the world would China attack Las Vegas? I do not think so. I think whoever is behind this stole Chinese tech. They are not the Chinese People's Liberation Army. That makes much more sense. I flip over and gun it while pulling my new and improved Sword of Doom from my back. I loved having it come out of my palm with the alien armor, but this is pretty cool. The dropships look like scorpions, with the claws as their wings, and with large engines on them, generally pointed down. The tail is the tail with another engine on it. Slung under the belly where the legs would be is an empty space, for a cargo pod, I imagine, along with 4 hard points loaded with missiles and 1 hard point under the nose connecting to a single barrel. A railgun. Son of a... Tango 1 turns as I approach. The railgun tracks me and opens fire at a rate no railgun should be able to sustain without seriously damaging the ship it's installed on. I roll to the right, dropping 100 feet in a heartbeat, and then punch it hard coming up from underneath. The pilot tips the ship forward to track me, but I'm a small target, and I'm moving faster than the speed of sound. Impact imminent! The armor locks up to keep from hurting me, and the kinetic shields form a wedge as I fly right at the ship, holding the sword in front of me like a spear. I fly right through the wing. The collision is deafening. Debris, heat, and flames lick at me as the fuel ignites. I turn to watch as the ship flips over and heads for the earth, smoke streaming from its severed wing. I don't care how advanced you are, you can't fight gravity. Woo-hoo! I spin around, locating the next one for a repeat performance. The next 4 fare as well as the first one. The only caveat is making sure I don't blow them up completely. I don't want them pancaking some poor citizen on the ground. Once their engines are down, I push them into a landing space free of targets. Lucky for me, being 1,000 feet above Vegas makes it easy to find empty lots to drop them in. Amelia, the last one is on your 6. Roll! Without hesitating, I throw myself into a roll, taking a turn that would break a fighter in half, but is barely noticeable for me.
The new armor is performing better than I expected it to. I come around the short turn and punch it, going from 100 to sonic boom in 3 seconds as I fly right at the last ship. The 1-molecule-thick edge of the sword cuts right through the canopy of Tango 6, and I can see the startled look on the pilot's face as I turn his ship into a convertible. Startled. So, not an android. Epic? I saw. Flesh and blood humans. There is a small golf course at 73 degrees, Mark 25. Aim for that. A golf course. Awesome. I hit the back of the sputtering ship and push it in the direction I want. I have the kinetic dampeners set to my usual 0.05 feedback, so I can feel some Gs, which is helpful when pushing armed dropships to the ground. Right before impact, I pull up and let the ship hit. Manicured grass lawns explode as the VTOL crashes into it and rolls on its back. I hit the ground next to the cockpit, rip the door right off the hinges, and pull the pilot out. This is dang exhilarating. Only a month has passed since I last wore armor. But dang if I didn't miss it. Who are you working for? I demand of him. Epic makes up in volume what I lack in intimidation. Holding him up by his collar above me, I add a few shakes to get his attention. He has a fractured arm and several broken ribs. I will alert EMS as to the locations of the other fallen dropships.
I'm not telling you anything,
he says between coughs. Fine, I say, tossing him into the ground. I take a few steps and lift up into the air in a tall arc over the city. Amelia, I have located your parents. They are currently bunkered down in the parking garage of the Bellagio. I spotted them on a Wi-Fi-enabled backup camera. They are currently safe, but I have no way of contacting them to direct them to the M-Jet for rescue. Relief floods through me. I hadn't realized how worried I was until that moment. Okay, they're okay. Good. Epic, there has to be a commander or leader here. They just can't be rampaging. Let's find a central location and do some signal analysis. The World Market Center, while not the exact center, will suffice. Follow the yellow brick road. Without the dropships shooting down anything flying, the world above Vegas explodes in a flurry of departing helicopters, planes, and medevac vehicles. At subsonic speed, it takes less than a minute to arrive at the roof of the building. Activate all channels, I tell Epic. Holding my arms up to act as an antenna, we start receiving all kinds of signals. Filtering, stand by. While I wait for him, I do a rundown on the armor systems. I'm stunned at how well the suit is performing. Well beyond expectations. I haven't had so much as a popped circuit. The kinetic shields are holding up, and the structural integrity is perfect. I'm pleased as punch. Found them. A mobile command center 2 miles, 400 feet from here. They are driving around to keep anyone from doing what I just did. How did you do it? I hacked all the cell towers in the city and used them to triangulate, along with the active armor sensors, and then fed them through algorithms I wrote on the fly. Epic always brings a smile to my face. Let's go kick their butts! Kick their butts! Kick their butts! 15. The Mobile Command and Communications Center is a 6-wheeled, buggy-looking vehicle with antenna and domes, all for coordinating their troops on the ground. It isn't undefended. 3 walkers right out of Return of the Jedi flank it on either side and the rear, not to mention the 50-foot soldiers and several supers. The main road they're on is a junkyard of burning vehicles and blown-up buildings. The walkers have railguns like what was on the dropships and shoot anything that moves. The soldiers are carrying laser weapons that have way more power than a handheld laser should have. However, they aren't my real concern. Conventional and unconventional weapons I can deal with. It's the supervillains that have me hiding on the roof of a Panda Express, kneeling down behind the AC unit, analyzing the situation. There are 4 of them. One is riding on top of the CNC vehicle like it's his personal flying carpet. He's dressed in a white suit with a black cape and a top hat. Odds are he's a so-called mage. The government database has him listed as Miracool. I wish I was making that up. The largest one, who is likely a strongman, walks in front like a scout. Except he's more like a bulldozer, pushing vehicles and debris out of the way. He's dressed in a dark green jumpsuit with yellow stripes crisscrossed over his chest.
It takes Epic a second to give me his data. Ironside is an F5 strength and invulnerability. To the right of the vehicle is Phase, an F4 speedster who can briefly pass through solid objects. He's in an all-white skin suit with a face mask and oversized goggles. The last person rides a hoverbike that bears more resemblance to a jet engine with handlebars than a motorcycle. I know her, though. Blade. She creates melee weapons made of plasma. Superheated gas hot enough to cut through anything, including my armor. The last time I ran into her, she was part of the Psychotic Six and terrorizing a bunch of innocent people at the Phoenix airport in what feels like a lifetime ago. Okay, Epic, here's the play. I'm going to drop in on that CNC vehicle like a bomb, deal with Miracool, then Ironside. After they are out of the way, I can figure out how to stop the other two. And the walkers and soldiers? There are a lot of them, aren't there? Yes, we do not know the extent of their handheld arsenal. It is possible those weapons can damage the suit. If I had a full arsenal, I would have an EMP at my disposal. As it stands, my only offensive weapons are my hands and sword. The HUD has all kinds of useful information on it. One thing stands out at me. The temperature of the air around me seems like the least useful piece of info I could have. But right this second, it's a lifesaver. Epic, we're in Vegas. It's 100 degrees in the shade right now. So, those weapons and walkers look like they are full of complicated electronics. If they are attacking here as some sort of field test, it's possible they haven't waterproofed their equipment. Heck, even regular vehicles can break down in a flood. Amelia, there is no danger of a flood. Are you sure about that? Because they are on a main street. Switch to wireframe and pull up the city utility schematics. It only takes him 10 seconds to show me what I need to see. A massive water main, large enough to drive a VW bug down. It runs the length of the street, and there is some kind of valve at the end. I see. Let me check to see if I can increase the water pressure. Lucky for us, the convoy isn't moving very fast, maybe 5 miles an hour. When they're 100 feet out, Epic signals his readiness. Oh, this is going to be awesome! I leap up, kicking in the M-drive and zooming up a few 100 feet before cutting power and rolling over. With my fists pointed down and the kinetic shields at max power and shaped into a wedge in front of me, I floor it. The air screams by as I hit 400 miles an hour. Impact! The world shakes as I hit the ground. Concrete explodes outward in a geyser of rock and debris. Then the water comes. The Mark 9 is fully sealed, with its own environment. I could survive underwater or in space, at least for a little while. The hole I made fills up in an instant, and then the water is gushing out 50 feet into the air. I push against the pressure until I'm at the lip of the broken pipe. A swipe with my sword severs it completely. It takes a moment to find a good grip, but when I do, I pull upward. The pipe strains, creaking as I push it up at an angle like a barrel. Once it's above me, I let it go. Well done. Epic puts the CCTV view of my work on the HUD. Thousands of gallons of water spray out of the hole, sending a wall of water 6 feet high down the road. It's like watching a flood video. Loose trash, enemy combatants, and cars are picked up and carried off. Ironside braces himself by slamming one hand into the ground. The flood hits him like he's a reef, but everyone else? Gone. I shoot out of the hole in a spray of water, roll over, and fly right at the CNC vehicle. 2 of the walkers are already down, having lost their footing in the unexpected flood. The other fired a grappling hook into the nearest building and managed to stay upright. Miracool is holding on to the hatch for dear life as the water level approaches the top of the 6-wheeled vehicle. I can't hear him over the rush of water, but I think he's trying to get them to let him in. I hit the top of the vehicle with a clang. He looks up and his face goes white.
I thought you quit,
he asks as he raises his hands up. I draw the sword and wave it at him. You can fight or go for a swim. He looks at the water and back at me, then jumps in. It's nice to have a reputation. I swing the sword up, twirl it down, and slam it down into the top of the armored vehicle like a can opener. I don't hear the roar of the hover cycle over the water until it's too late. Blade crashes her bike into me, going 50 miles an hour. Warning lights flash and alarms ring as the kinetic shields are momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer mass and speed. I go flying off. Scrambling for a hold, I find it on the bottom of her bike as she pulls up. The HUD flashes as several systems suddenly reboot. Epic! That last hit played havoc with the systems. A few are offline. Let's take her for a ride. Full power to the M drive. Offline. Oh, great. I hang on for dear life as she turns her bike sideways and pulls up.
Arsenal, you're a dead woman,
Blade says. She reaches out and a 4-foot energy blade snaps into existence. We're still over the raging river I've created, and she is only half paying attention to where she is going. I swing my feet up, using the weight of the suit to wobble her bike. She screams and the sword blinks out of existence as she puts both hands back on the handlebars to keep from falling off. I hope you can swim, I say as I swing my other hand hard at the base of the bike. The nanite suit impacts with the aluminum shell, and I reach in and grab a handful of parts and pull. The bike immediately sputters and drops. I let go right before it crashes into the water. She had the same idea. Our bodies collide with each other and the water at the same time. A burning blade appears in her hand, boiling the water around it as we sink beneath the surface. The current is stupid strong, and it knocks us around. I bat her hand aside, trying to keep that blade from hitting me. She's holding onto my shoulder with one hand while trying to wrap her legs around my waist. I have no leverage, and I can barely think as we are tumbled about. Epic, I need flight, like right this friggin' second! 10 seconds. Blade swings her sword around, trying to cut me. I manage to grab her wrist and squeeze. Warning, structural integrity failing. The nanites are losing their cohesion. I do not know why. What? I mentally scramble. If I lose the suit right now, I'm dead. Blade won't have to kill me. The flood will. Epic, use the kinetic shields. Increase the pressure on the nanites. Force them to respond. It may work. Calculating. We hit the bottom and roll over a car. How much longer can she hold her breath? A kick like a mule hits me in the chest, and she rips her arm free and stabs the blade at me. I don't feel it hit, but the alarms screaming on my HUD tell me she connected. Before I can respond, she's swimming furiously for the surface 8 feet up. Nanite cohesion stabilizing. Amelia, you have sustained significant damage to your leg. I am sealing the breach and applying pressure. Nausea washes over me, but I don't have time to be sick. We've got a job to finish, Epic. Start a clock. I've got 59 minutes to find Teddy before the damage is permanent. A timer appears on the HUD. I take a deep breath. I can do this. M-Drive, now! The engine lights up and the water around me vibrates as I shoot up and out into the sky. I blast out of the flood and do a quick pirouette. The water rages down the road, and only 2 things remain, the CNC and a walker. My sword is stuck in the top of the command vehicle, right where I left it when Blade hit me. Rockets roar by as the walker fires. Full ECM! Blind them! The HUD dims as one of the ZPFMs is tasked with filling the air with electronic noise. Flares explode out of my upper thighs as I fly toward my wedged sword. I hit the CNC with a thunk, grab the handle of the sword, push it all the way down, and then wiggle it for good measure. When I pull out, there is an 8-inch gash all the way to the internal compartment. I spin, swiping the edge of the blade through the front tires in one swift move. The front of the buggy collapses and water rushes over the top. Seconds later, the hatch opens and the 6-man crew abandons ship. I sheath the blade against the locking mechanism on my back. Amelia, the CNC is empty. Move! The walker hadn't fired at me because they didn't want to kill their own people. Oops. I trigger the M-Drive a half-second too late. A salvo of 10-ounce nickel iron traveling at 3,000 feet per second slams into the vehicle I'm standing on. The sheer energy transfer causes an explosion long before the fuel ignites. The force hits me like a truck, and I'm through a wall, several walls, and on my butt before I can even think. Warning klaxons warble in my ear, telling me all manner of bad things. What the hell? I mutter and cough. The schematics for their railguns pop on the screen. 10 ounces of iron accelerated that fast is... well, it's awesome. Just not when they're shooting at me. The rounds weigh 20 times that of a .45 bullet and travel 4 times as fast. Epic, is that based on my mass driver? Negative. The energy signature surrounding them is not consistent with a ZPFM. Your railguns work because you have an abundance of power to draw from. Whatever they are using as a power source is not a ZPFM. Therefore, the tech cannot be yours. Besides, Project Nomad has wiped out all traces of your technology. Well, it's supposed to have. Still, I had to ask. At least if people are using advanced technology to kill, it isn't my advanced technology. I guess it isn't like I have a trademark on mass drivers. I take a second to breathe and regain some sense of movement. That explosion played havoc with the suit systems, and Epic needs a minute to fix everything. What is going on with the suit? Every time we take a hit, it's like the nanites fall apart. I surmise it is the power surge the ZPFMs put off when they are tasked to send extra power to a system. This creates considerable electromagnetic interference localized around them. In the old suits, even the animetal one, the effect was neutralized by layers of armor. However, this suit, the nanites are the armor. Each time we are hit, the nanites break down, and that causes a chain reaction. Right now, each time it happens, the kinetic field emitters ramp up to hold the suit together for the microseconds required for it to reverse. What you're saying, scientifically speaking, is, don't get hit? Affirmative. The bigger the hit, the bigger the power draw, the more EMI created, the more the nanites break down. If enough nanites break down, the entire suit could fail. Okay, don't get hit. In a city full of combatants wielding energy weapons and rockets. Pshaw, that will be easy. Your false optimism is noted. Also, incoming, 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 incoming. 16. The M drives whine as I blast out of the building mere seconds before it collapses. The walker fires its railgun with abandon into the husk of the once nice office. I swing back around behind it and draw the Sword o' Doom. If we'd had more time, a range weapon would have come in real handy. It is fortuitous that you did not have more time. An energy weapon would generate a considerable internal EMI and therefore accelerate the destabilization even further. Oh, yeah, you're right. A shudder runs through me. A large power draw like the particle beam would have resulted in me losing an arm. I usually am. Ha ha. I draw the sword and zoom down toward the back of the walker. I hit it, then magnetize my boots and one glove to hold on while I hit it with the blade. It can't really move as the street is still a raging flood, and the tether that connects it to the nearest building is all that holds it up. Or was. I slice right through it, then give the walker a nudge from my M drive. The thing topples over like it lost a fight with an Ewok. Okay, what's next? There are still over 200 combatants in the city. However, with their main communications down, it will be easier for the local forces to contain the situation. Perhaps now would be the time to locate and evacuate your parents? Good call. Punch it! The M drive kicks in, and I blast through the air at a cool 500 miles an hour. A few potshots light up the sky around me, but nothing even close to hitting. Once I'm over the parking garage, I do a quick circle to make sure it's all clear. All scans show negative hostiles in the garage. It is clear. The garage is pretty standard. 6 floors, takes up a city block, and maybe can park 1,000 cars. I switch to hover, floating down the north side, trying to scan each floor in an attempt to locate them. Epic's last contact put them on the 4th floor. Generally speaking, when lost, it is better to not move. However, in a combat situation, movement is life. Keeping out of the fighting by moving away from it is usually a better call than hunkering down. Hopefully they kept moving but stayed in the relative safety of the garage. These huge concrete and rebar buildings tend to be pretty sturdy to take all the weight they have to handle on a daily basis. Epic, give me 10 times voice amplification and record. Go ahead. John and Hope Lockhart, please signal your location. Looping. I fly around the west side with Epic repeating every few seconds. As we approach the south side, I pick up a car alarm. That's them. Each level is only 12 feet from bottom to top, not a lot of room to maneuver, so I land and walk in. The power is out all over the city, and while it's bright outside, once I'm 20 feet in, it definitely gets darker. John? Hope? I ask. I would call them Mom and Dad, but if there are other people around, I don't want them to know. If they don't already. Everyone knows I'm Arsenal. Not everyone knows who my parents are. I'd like to keep it that way.
Arsenal?
Dad whispers. I look over, and they are peeking out of a stairwell. He's holding a crowbar and kneeling. I jog over, metal-clad boots banging against the concrete. He winces with each of my steps. "We're clear. No enemy combatants nearby. Let's get you to the roof." He nods and opens the door. There are about 20 people behind him, men, women, and children.
Are you sure? Because 5 minutes ago there was a great big woman here with massive claws, and she didn't look friendly, he says.
Big woman? Vixen? You got to be kidding me.
You remember my name. I'm touched,
she says from behind me. Oh, crap. Epic, I really need Carlos. I am trying. I turn around slowly, not wanting to startle her. While I can see her, she isn't showing up on my electronic magnification, which means she is only visible to eyeballs, not computers. Boy, that sounds an awful lot like how the Thune hid their ships. No radar or electronic footprint of any kind. So, this is Ark, then? I ask as I move sideways away from my family. I subtly point at Dad, and then up, so he knows to go. He shuts the door, and I hope he got the message.
This? No, this is some merc outfit who bought all their tech from Ark and wanted a test bed, she says.
Well, it's awfully convenient it just happened to be in Vegas. Today. If she's here, then she has to know about my parents.
Legion thought if your parents were in danger, it would draw you out. Despite your cowardice, she says with a grin.
I only saw her from the roof when she fought Carlos. Here, with the 12-foot ceilings, she almost has to bend her head. She really reminds me of Behemoth, the way each movement looks like her muscles are coiled to strike. What did they do to you, Vixen? They turned you into a monster. I use my eyes to signal to Epic to cut external communications. Epic, I really need some help here. I have contacted Carlos and Kate. They will be here shortly. 2 minutes, he says. That makes me feel a lot better.
Do to me? They gave me the power to exact revenge. You ruined my life, Arsenal. You and your stupid armor. Always there to catch me, to stop me. You and your hero friends need to be punished. You need to learn that you can't just treat people like animals and throw them in a jail cell when you don't like them.
I had no idea she felt this way. Vixen, the last time we met, you held my best friend by the neck with your claws and threatened to kill him. So please, shut your pie hole about treating people like animals. You're a murderer and a world-class She moves so fast that I don't have time to react. Her shoulder slams right through my kinetic shields like they weren't even on, knocking me against the concrete wall and shattering it to rubble. A cough escapes me, and I taste blood.
Yeah, your fancy armor can't save you now, she says with a growl like a true cat.
I'm on the ground, on my butt, looking up at her. The HUD is a mess of static, and the only thing I can make out is the systems that are down, which is virtually all of them. That impact overloaded the shields, and almost all my subsystems with it. Nanite cohesion is at 15%. If she breathes on you hard, your armor will fall apart. Then I hear the best sound in the world, the pop of displaced air. I'm not going to beat you, Vixen, I say with relief.
Ha! Like you ever had a chance,
she says as she slowly stalks toward me. She leans down and wraps one enormous hand around my throat. I don't, but he does, I say with a nod over her shoulder.
I'm not falling for that trick, she says.
It's not a trick,
Carlos says from behind her. She isn't fast enough. He's already in the air and comes down with the edge of his shield hitting the back of her neck with a thunderous crack. She is flung forward, arms going out wide and me with them. I slide along the wall before hitting the floor on my side. It takes a second, but I push myself up to sit on the cold floor. Cold floor? Oh no. I watch in horror as my armor literally disintegrates around me, like skin off a molting snake. Kate! I scream. Nothing like suddenly being naked in a garage while two titans battle it out to pump up my heart rate. She's with me in a second, pulling off her own jacket. She's not in uniform, and from the light makeup on her face, they must have been on a date. She wraps it around me, then her eyes go wide. Oh, Amelia, what happened? I follow her eyes down and gasp. There is a 4-inch long, 1-inch wide hole burned through my leg. I start choking and sputtering as a wave of nausea rolls over me. I need Teddy. Come on, hon. Hang in there. I got you. She wraps her arms around me. I breathe in her scent, and that's reassuring, even as the darkness closes around me. Around me. Around me. 17. Carlos grunted from the impact of Vixen's massive fist. The force of the blow sent him sliding backward into a Cadillac. Glass and aluminum shattered underneath him.
You can't beat me, Protector. I'm stronger than you now. I'm stronger than anyone!
Vixen roared at him as she ran. The parking garage was the worst place to have a fight, especially with Amelia's parents trying to escape to the roof. Carlos knew this and was faking taking the beating, trying to let Vixen knock him out of the garage and across the street into the park. Of course, that was his plan. The beating, however, wasn't fake. She hit him like a tank. The car he was pulling himself up from exploded as the heat from her impact cooked off the gas tank. He tumbled through the air and hit dirt, rolling for several hundred feet before coming to a stop. He shook his head and propped himself up on the edge of his shield as he tried to regain his feet before she caught up to him. Regardless, he was out in the open. A large park with a small lake, decorative rocks, and a few trees, but no people. He spied the M-Jet coming in to hover over the parking garage and smiled to himself.
Mission accomplished.
Then Vixen hit the ground in front of him with an earth-shaking thump.
I'm not done with you.
Carlos took a second to shake the dirt out of his sandals and adjust the leather wraps over the hand that held the shield in place. Somewhere he'd lost the spear, but it would come when he needed it.
Listen, Clarice, right? We don't have to do this. This fight, destroy property, possibly hurt people. It doesn't have to go down. You can just surrender, and then we can work out the details.
She reared her head back and let out what he suspected was a belly laugh, though it sounded more like a cat coughing up a fur ball.
Ha ha! Are you kidding me, little man? I'm going to crush you. Newsflash, I can destroy you. Do you know what they did to me? Why I am so much stronger than you?
He shook his head. He didn't know. Of course, Vixen didn't know who he was either. He certainly didn't look like the scrawny kid she picked up by the throat and threatened. She had no idea she was the reason he said yes to becoming the Protector. He didn't ever want to be used against Amelia again. Now he could save her. Carlos held his hand out, fingers open, and summoned the Spear of Destiny. It responded to his call, and within a second slapped against his hand.
I don't know what Ark has done to you, Vixen, but you can't possibly think you can win. Against me? Against all the Protectors? How is this fight going to end any different than the last one we had?
She spread her feet, switching her center of balance lower while throwing her arms out wide.
'Cause last time I was told to keep you busy. This time they told me to kill you.
She charged. Carlos met her charge, running forward. The distance vanished in a blink. Right before they would hit, he leaped, barely escaping her slashing claws as they passed through the air beneath him. He hit her with the edge of the shield again, focusing on her neck, trying to limit her movement. He landed behind her. Turning around, he pointed the spear at her.
It doesn't matter what Ark did or promised you, Clarice. It's over.
Vixen stumbled, off balance and flailing as she hit the dirt face first. She roared with rage as she punched the ground and pushed herself back up.
No, little man. I'm the strongest there is. I'm stronger than you. I don't think it. I know it!
The ground shook from the impact of her fist. She piqued his curiosity.
How do you know it?
He asked as he crouched, readying himself for another attack.
They infused me with Behemoth's power. I'm unstoppable!
She moved slower this time, not to be taken by surprise again. The last thing Carlos wanted was to slug it out with her. He didn't think she was as strong as him, but she could still hurt him. The image of Kronos beating him to within an inch of his life flashed through his mind. It was a stark reminder that he wasn't absolutely invulnerable.
Okay, so you're strong.
He shrugged.
You're still going to lose,
he said with a smile. She growled, stepping forward and swinging her clawed hand at him.
He stepped inside her blow and slashed at her arm with the spear. It cut through her clothes, but not her skin, which surprised him. He ducked at the last second and rolled to the side to avoid her other arm. She grinned. "It can't cut me anymore. They upgraded my skin with a latticework of super-strong metal fibers."
"Good to know."
Carlos raised his hand and the spear took off into the sky. He wasn't running, but if the spear couldn't hurt her, it was better to have it orbit above him to pull him out in case of emergency, leaving his hand free to fight. She came at him again. This time he leaped back, letting her swing. Then he spun, throwing the shield right at her face. He charged right in behind it as it hit her nose. She snapped her head back and batted it away after it had already hit. The distraction worked, though. He reared his arm back and slammed his fist into her stomach with all his considerable might. If she was behemoth-powered, then he couldn't hold back. The crack of the blow echoed like thunder in a valley. It lifted Vixen up and threw her back 20 feet to crash through a decorative boulder. Carlos leaped after her, coming down on her stomach with both feet. He dropped to kneel on her chest and punched her face over and over again, grunting with the strain of each blow, unused to letting go his full strength. She caught one of his fists in her oversized hand and punched him in the jaw. He swung backward, but she held on to him like a rag doll, bringing him back to hit again. The blow hit his jaw again, ringing his bell and sending pain roaring through him. She raised her fist to strike, but instead brought her claws down on his exposed neck. The superhumanly sharp talons dug into his skin, and he screamed from the pain. He grabbed her wrist. Using her thumb as a grip, he savagely twisted her arm back in a way it was never meant to bend.
"You may be strong,"
he said with a grunt as he forced her wrist back,
"but you're no Hercules."
With a jerk, he snapped her forearm back farther than it could go. The crack of her bone was audible, but quickly replaced by her scream of pain. Carlos kicked her hard in the chest, sending her tumbling backward.
"How did they give you these powers, Vixen? How?"
He roared his questions at her as he stalked her down. She pushed herself up, cradling her broken arm against her chest.
"No, they told me I was stronger than you. They told me I couldn't be hurt."
Carlos shook his head.
"They lied, Clarice,"
he said with a lowered voice. Adrenaline coursed through him like lightning, but he couldn't let that make him aggressive. The fight was over, regardless of what she thought. Now was the time to find out the info he needed.
"No!"
she yelled. She swung wildly at him. He blocked the blow, effortlessly batting aside the first one, then ducking the second one as the pain in her arm clouded her ability.
"Clarice, listen to me. I could take you down right now, beat you into the ground. But I'm not, because I am not your enemy,"
he said. The adrenaline faded as his heart rate slowed down. The wounds she inflicted closed, but they itched like crazy from the quick healing. Vixen dropped to her knees, her face crumbling as she cried. Sobbed, really.
"They took everything. Look at me. I'm a monster. And God, it hurt so much. But they told me I could have my revenge. That I would win."
Carlos came to a stop in front of her. Even kneeling on the ground, she was huge. He was face to face with her.
"Who took it, Clarice? Where are they?"
She looked up, genuine pain in her teary eyes.
I wanted to win."
Carlos put a hard hand on her shoulder and looked her in the eyes.
"You still can. No one is past redemption."
She sniffed and opened her mouth to speak. Her face changed to pain, and she screamed. Carlos stepped back as she collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and screaming,
"No! No!"
She let out a tremendous bellow of pain before her body exploded into a mass of dissolving nanites. Within seconds, all that was left of Vixen was the echo of her scream. Then that was gone too. Gone too. Gone too. 18. Irregular beeping, like an alarm clock, permeates the blackness of my sleep. But I haven't been sleeping. I've been unconscious. I carefully open my eyes and instantly regret moving. Nausea sweeps over me, and I lean over and vomit into the waiting receptacle.
Well, that's a fine how do you do, Kate says softly.
Yeah, just insert witty comeback here,
I say as I fall back to the bed. She places a cold, wet rag against my lips.
Did we find Teddy in time?
I ask. Fear races through me, waking me up a little more. A cut like the one Blade inflicted on me could easily cause an infection that would result in me losing my leg. Yes, hon, the miracle worker managed to save your leg.
I like that. I might change my superhero name,
Teddy says from the foot of the bed. I can see better now. It's just him and Kate in the room with me. He's dressed in his doctor's getup. Kate is wearing a loose-fitting summer dress with a floral print. Her hair is up in an elaborate braid, and she has a touch of makeup on, looking elegant and perfect as ever. You going on a date? I ask. She smiles. You interrupted my last one by needing saving. Carlos is taking me to Rome. It's been a while since I went. Should be fun. I'll bring you back a nice jacket. Teddy clears his throat.
Once again, Amelia, I must remind you that you are not superpowered. Injuries like this are severe enough, but 100 times worse for you. The next time you go into battle, make sure your armor stays on, okay?
Teddy, I promise never to get into a fight naked ever again. He smirks.
Somehow, I doubt this will be the last time I treat such an injury. Bed rest, Amelia. 3 days. No moving while the healing sets in. Then you can go about your business.
I smile and nod. Of course. I look at Kate, then back to Teddy. They seem pensive. What's going on? I wasn't out for a year or something. Kate smiles. No, hon, just a day. Vixen, Carlos was about to turn her, to have her tell us who was behind all of this, and then... And?
Whatever they did to increase her power, Teddy says, they used nanites like your suit. When she was about to turn on them, she disintegrated.
Ew, I say while making a face. That's disgusting. Carlos thought so, Kate says with an understanding smile. He's taking a few days off to regroup, which is why we're going to Rome. I nod. Yeah, totally. Thanks, Teddy. Thank you, Kate. You two have saved my bacon yet again. Teddy smiles.
Don't worry, Amelia. I'm keeping a list.
He turns and walks out. Did Teddy just crack a joke? I ask. Kate shakes her head. No, he really is keeping a list. So am I. She leans down and kisses me on the forehead. I'm really glad you're okay. I'll stop by later and check on you. You're not going to leave me here without a computer, are you? She screws her face up. I am your best friend. She points to the side table, which holds my tablet/laptop. When I look back, she's gone. Figures. She's off to have a good time, and I'm stuck here in a hospital with no lab. Next to the tablet are my glasses. I put them on, and a message from Epic is waiting for me. The lab will be completed in 24 hours. When you are ready to leave Teddy's care, you can get to work. Oh, yay! I clap. I pick up my computer and go to work. Unfortunately, as it stands, there is no way around the nanite shielding problem. I could use them for a flight suit, or even a multi-purpose utility suit, but for combat that lasts more than 20 minutes? No, there's just no way to build in EMI shielding on the subatomic level. I can shield the whole suit externally, but not internally. This brings me back to square one. I just need to find out if there are any Thune ships left on Earth. Epic, let's run a search, just to be on the safe side. Visual recognition, data files, you name it. I want to know where every ship was located when downed, and where every piece of hull fragment went. That will take significant computing resources. While I am doing this, I will be of limited use in other capacities. This is really important. I need that metal back, Epic. My old suits aren't strong enough anymore, and if the nanites aren't the answer, we need to be ready for what's coming. What is coming? You saw how Pythia reacted when she touched me. I don't know what's about to happen, but I do know it won't be pleasant. A stab to the leg is just the beginning. Affirmative. I will begin the search immediately. Now all we have to do is wait. I say to no one, since he is already gone. One of the things that consistently bothers me about my armor is the lack of weapons options. I keep designing things around the same couple of basic techs. Maybe it's time to do some theoretical research. I sigh as I take the drawing pen from the laptop and go to work. Or maybe I could combine some Lux technology from the quantum field gate and my own kinetic field generators and just maybe come up with something to save Tia. 19. Amelia. I blink several times. My mouth tastes like cotton balls. I must have fallen asleep. I take a second to clear my head and remember where I am. The lab! Right! After an infuriatingly long time in the Spire Hospital, I'm back to work in my own place, and it's all white and shiny and huge. So many workstations. I feel like I'm on the set of Star Trek. The north wall is nothing but monitors and inputs. The south wall is all the machines I might need for research. Articulating arms hang from the ceiling to move samples, armor, whatever I need. Every tool I could want is available for the asking, and it's all automated. Of course, this is the only floor that is finished. I set up a ZPFM generator to give it power, and if I want to use the bathroom, there's a porta-potty for that. Rutabaga's team is still finishing off the rest of the base. The hangar is mostly done, enough that I can take off and arrive via MJet. The lab is soundproofed, so I don't hear all the construction that is going on above and below me. What is it, Epic? I have an idea. We have searched the planet for the last 3 days since you left the hospital, but to no avail. As far as computer records go, the Red Wizard spoke the truth. The ships were sent to another dimension, lost forever. I never thought he was lying, but with Ark seemingly after Animetal, I thought there might be some left. Yes, now we know why Ark is after it. We do? I seriously doubt they managed to solve a problem you cannot. Their nanites cannot be shielded from their own power source any more than yours can. Right, which gives them limited utility. If they had Animetal, then they could build their androids and other automatons out of something far sturdier. God, this is just like Erickson trying to steal my armor for his Warbot army. There are parallels. However, whoever is behind Ark seems willing to sell their tech to the highest bidder, as Las Vegas showed. They also are playing a game. How so? I ask my friend. Every time you make a move, they counter it. You want to make new armor, they steal Animetal. You try to find the frequency to search for more, they attack and disable the Spire. You hunker down to research, they draw you out with an attack on your parents. Are you saying all this stuff that is going on is directed at me to keep me from... what? Presumably either building a new set of armor or finding the other alien ships in order to do so. It doesn't entirely fit, but it's close enough to make sense. Add in the EU's sudden desire to rein in Carlos, and it almost feels like they are trying to keep me penned in and cut off from help. But why? What are they hoping to accomplish? Making money hardly seems like a motive. It would help if we knew who was behind this. I look around, stifling a yawn. Epic isn't wrong. There's no solving the EMI destabilizing issue with the nanites. I can use them for a lot of things, just not anything that causes a power surge for any significant amount of time. If only I knew where the ships were. Incoming call from Carlos. Hey, what's up?
I need to talk to you right away. Can I come see you?
He asks tersely. I look around. The fake entrance isn't ready yet. When it is, he can come drop in any time he wants, just by tossing the spear down the hole hidden by a holographic rock on the top of the mesa. Something I'm super excited about. Every base needs a secret entrance. Or in this case, 2. Yeah, I can be at the Spire in 40 minutes.
No, right now. I can be on top of your new base in seconds. Please, Nina, it's important.
He hardly ever calls me Nina anymore. In fact, the amount of time we hang out socially has dropped to near 0. It doesn't help that I don't like Pythia. I understand why she did what she did, but that doesn't make me like it. Or her. Yeah, come on down. I'll be up shortly. I hang up the phone and wheel over to the elevator. Epic, prepare 1 can, please, just in case. Affirmative. However, please do not forget what will happen if you are in combat for very long." I nod. I doubt anything is going to happen, but Carlos sounded worried. I would be negligent to not prepare for any possibility. "Understood. Can deposited." I can't help but smile as I hear the can drop down from the soda machine-style dispenser by the lift doors. Despite Epic's protests, I went with the name I wanted. The can is the size of a 12-ounce Coke. However, the background is white, and in red letters it says, "Can of whoop-ass. Open in case of danger." I slip it into the cup holder built into the chair. Roof. The lift moves up for a few seconds. As we pass through the next floor up, my living quarters, I can hear hammering and other construction noise. Once this place is complete, I don't plan on leaving often. Not that Luke would approve of that. But Luke's dead. I try really hard to push that thought away. I've put off really giving in to my grief up to this point. I think I can put it off a little longer. Oh, how I miss him, though. Focus, Amelia. Focus! I squeeze my fist shut and dig my nails into my hand to keep from crying. Damn it, I've been doing such a great job of focusing on the problems at hand that I completely buried it. And now I've gone and lifted the lid an inch. I can almost hear Kate's voice telling me to let it out. The lift doors open, and the hot Arizona air evaporates the tears on my face almost immediately. Good timing. The top of the mesa I picked isn't what I would call handicap accessible for wheelchairs. However, the lift is specially designed to run on magnetic rails, like a Japanese train. The lift itself can run right to the roof, unlike a conventional elevator. This way I just have an oddly shaped rock on top that opens if I need to come up here or if I have a guest. For 5 feet in front of it, the ground is smooth and easy for me to move around on. It's my secret emergency exit. Sunlight shines from above, and movement makes me look. The Spear of Destiny, the very same one I stole from the Vatican, falls from the sky and lands in front of me. A second later, the Protector, in all his bronze-aged armored glory, hits the ground. His shield is on his back, and his bare arms ripple as he moves. He stands up from the crouch and smiles at me while lifting his helmet off. "Hey," he says quietly. "Hey, yourself. What's going on?" He looks around like he is nervous, but we're in the middle of nowhere.
"Want to show me your lab?"
"Do I? Come on," I say excitedly. All my urgent thoughts go right out the window in the haze of excitement. It will be just like old times. I wheel around and the rock opens to let us in.
"Cool,"
he mutters as we board the lift. 5 minutes later, I've shown him the whole of the lab. Not that there is a ton to see, but he oohs and ahs in all the right places. "Okay, Carlos, what gives?" I ask him as I show him the last computer. He sighs, sitting down in one of my guest chairs, placing the helmet on the floor next to him.
"Amelia, I can't just come and hang out with you?"
he asks. I briefly feel like a jerk, but it's not like he comes and visits as Carlos. He's dressed up as the Protector. "Of course you can, amigo. Any time. But after what happened in Greece, I feel like you're not here to chat about the latest Call of Duty release." He smiles, then it turns into a chuckle.
"I wish."
He plays with the leather wrapped around his skin for a moment, before continuing.
"It's about Tia. I know," he sighs, "I know where and when you can find her. Sort of."
My eyes go involuntarily wide. I see the monitor behind him come to life, and Epic asks, "Where?" "How?" Epic and I speak at the same time. Carlos looks past me to the screen, then back to me.
"Amelia, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this?"
I'm stunned. It takes me a second to work my thoughts into cohesion to answer him. "Carlos, what the devil are you talking at? I have to save her. I have to. She's not dead, and the only reason she was even here to fight that monster was because of me. From what I can tell, ISO 1 only attacked the Protectors because of me."
"How do you know that?"
he asks. "Epic and I worked it out. But trust me, they'll get theirs. I just can't focus on them right now. I've got Epic looking into them." "Carlos," I say with a heavy sigh, "I have to save someone." I hit the arm of my chair. Luke is gone, and he can't come back. But if there is even the smallest chance I can save Tia, I have to. I have to. I say that last part in a whisper, and suddenly I feel so alone.
You can't save everyone, Nina. Believe me, I know, he says quietly.
I run my sleeve over my eyes and sniffle. It doesn't matter if I can't save everyone. I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about Tia. Now, when and where do I need to be to save her? He takes a breath and lets it out, seemingly shrinking as he does. Leaning back, he looks at me in the eyes for a long moment.
Have you figured out how to pull her back together?
Maybe. During the fight in Las Vegas, I had a number of technical glitches. He chuckles.
Like your armor leaving you naked on the concrete floor?
You saw that? I shriek, my face going hot at the thought of him seeing me without clothes on. He shakes his head.
No, Kate told me.
I nod. Of course she did. Imp. I'm going to get her. Anyway, I say as I turn around and face the computer to pull up my design. I'm calling it the Quantum Algorithm Computer Kinetic Electro-Resistance Shield. Or Quackers for short, I say with a grin. I love naming things, and to think I used to be bad at it.
Quackers? That sounds like something Elmer Fudd would say.
It's an awesome name on so many levels. One being, this is crazy. The other being, I don't actually have a doctorate, but here I am doing high-level theoretical quantum physics. So that makes me...
a quack, he says with a grin.
Got it in one, Muscles. Theoretically, the field will entangle on the subatomic level and bring her back together. I just need to know where her ghost is and when to be there. If it works, she'll come back together in a few minutes and... I clap my hands together. Booyah! If it works, while the machine does turn on, and there is indeed a field generated by it, without Tia's presence, there is no way to test it. If I even knew 2 or 3 of the variables regarding how she moves while scattered, I could calculate it myself. But I do not. Carlos nods again, picks up his helmet, and stands.
I can't give you coordinates or anything, only the vague hint that Pythia told me to tell you at the right time.
Pythia, I spit out.
I know how you feel about her, Amelia, but she does everything she can. She has a lot of responsibility on her shoulders.
Don't we all? I say.
Right. Okay, here it is. She said, take it with you when you go swimming.
I stare at him, slack-jawed. Seriously? Carlos, have you ever known me to go swimming? Hello? I point at my legs. That's the stupidest hint I've ever heard in my life. What the heck? Take it with me when I go swimming. Ugh, I'm going to kill that woman. Carlos slips his helmet on over his head.
You have no idea how hard it was for me to get her to share that much. She didn't want to tell you anything. At all. She's convinced if you don't figure it out on your own, then it won't work. It was all I could do to even give you that much.
Now I feel like a jerk. Again. I'm sorry, Carlos. I know you have your responsibilities to her. But I'm your friend, and I need help. And all you come to me with is vague, cryptic nonsense. He stiffens.
Amelia, you would think, after everything you've been through, that you would be willing to take a little more on faith.
She's playing me. Again. Again!
I don't think she is, he says quietly.
Why not?
Because everything you just said, word for word, is exactly what she said you would say.
I open my mouth to retort, then clamp it shut. Damn it, I mutter. The lift doors open, waiting to take us to the surface. We ride up the lift in silence. He's right. I know it, and he knows I know it. I just can't bring myself to say it. The doors open, and he walks with me, wheeling behind him. The sun is fading, and it casts a red light on everything.
It's okay, Nina. I get it. You're hurting, you're angry, and you feel powerless. For you, the first 2 are something you're used to, but the third? You've never had to face a no-win scenario before, and you have to with Luke. I'm really sorry. Really. I wish he could come back, Carlos says.
I want to say something back. Anything, really, but my jaw won't open. I sigh, feeling deflated. Anger never does me any favors, I say.
It doesn't do anyone favors. It just poisons everything, he says as he kneels next to me. It will be okay, Amelia. In time, it will.
I lean toward him, and he wraps me in a big hug. I know, Carlos. The hug is nice, and it really helps. He gives me a peck on the cheek and his best smile.
I'll come back in a few days, and it will just be for Call of Duty, 'kay?
'Kay, I say, wiping my eyes. It feels good to talk to him again, like a friend. I need this. I tend to seal myself up when I'm hurting, go it alone, and I don't need to. I guess I have to learn that lesson over and over again. He reaches for his spear, then freezes.
Amelia, get inside. Get inside. Get inside. Get inside.
20. A burst of light forms behind him as a disc-shaped energy field materializes horizontally on the uneven ground 10 feet away. It starts on the ground and raises up. As it ascends, people materialize along the way. 4 of them, in full-body costumes that cover even their face. When the disc is finished, we're faced with the European super team, Safety Force.
Protector, by order of the Council, you are under custody, and you are coming with us, dead or alive.
Epic tags the man in the blue and white costume with a moon-shaped mask as Moonwatch. Did you just threaten him? I ask, flabbergasted. And what the hell are you doing in America? You have no authority here! I yell at them, wheeling past Carlos as I speak. Moonwatch takes a step back and looks at his team. Epic kindly tags all of them for me, with their names plus a brief description of their known powers. I'm also curious how they knew to come here. Who are you? Fille Magnifique asks. I'm the woman who is going to kick your sorry ass off of her property if you don't leave now, I tell them. They don't know who I am? How is that possible? Unless they didn't know where they were going when they started the teleport. How can they teleport blind? Behind me, Carlos sighs. I know he's thinking about running. He really doesn't like to fight. Me? I'm itching for a fight. A bunch of fascist thugs showing up on my doorstep is just what I need. Moonwatch chuckles and crosses his arms.
The EU Council has authority with any of its partner states. We don't need permission to take custody of a target under order of the Council.
Custody? I'm not sure where you learned that vocabulary, but here in the USA, when you take someone against their will, we call that arresting them. And to do that, you need a warrant, which you don't have because you have no authority in the United States. You think because you have a treaty with the U.S., that gives you permission to come over here, trespass on my land, and arrest my friend? I ask them. Technically, it is public land. They don't know that, I whisper. The Frenchwoman puts a hand on Moonwatch's shoulder. Forgive us. When we started the transit, we knew not where we were going. However, that doesn't change the fact that we have the authority to arrest him. The EU Commission on Superhumans has come to the agreement that the Protector represents a threat to the EU people, and therefore must either quit, come under the control of the Commission, or spend the rest of his life in a prison. It's up to him, she says, pointing at Carlos. This is stupid, I say. The Protector helps people. He doesn't involve himself in governmental affairs. This is a blatant attempt to put him under the thumb of a bunch of fascists' powermongers.
Amelia, Carlos says, warning me.
What? It's true. It's like another Holy Roman Empire over there. How dare you come to America and try this BS here? This is the land of the free, home of the brave. Your government can kiss my...
Amelia, Carlos interrupts. Really, it's okay. They've been after me for a while now. Lucky for them, I'm not supposed to fight. Lucky for you, Moonwatch retorts. Your dishonorable sneak attack caught us by surprise. You won't be that lucky again.
Carlos moves like lightning, lifting his spear and hurling it into the skies. I expect the safety force to react, but they don't. A second later, I understand why. The spear hits the ground next to Carlos.
How did you do that?
He asks, looking at the spear, then the safety force.
I can open portals, Protector, Fille Magnifique says. Last time I wasn't aware of how your spear worked. Now I am. You can't run. Please surrender. Remove your armor and come with us. It will be easier on you if you do. I look to Carlos, then to the safety force. You're not seriously considering this, are you? I ask him. I don't have a lot of choice, Nina. I'm under orders not to hurt any of them. You know who says it will play into our enemy's hands. If I can't run, then I'm going to have to surrender and let everything play out. You can't. You know what will happen once they... I almost spill the beans about his armor, but I clamp my mouth shut. Carlos is tough. He's a soldier. But without his armor, he's only human. I don't think for 1 second that it's magic armor, but he has no superpowers without it. This isn't like Tessa, though. Sure, I could hire lawyers, but the EU has very different laws about people with superhuman abilities. There isn't even a guarantee of trial. They could just send him to prison and be done with it. However, if Fille were unconscious, the odds are her portal would vanish. What are they going to do? Press charges against me? They are here illegally to begin with. If they take Carlos, it won't even matter if I file a complaint with my government, because what's done is done. No, I'm not going to let them take him. I reach for my cup holder. You have 5 seconds to leave before I open a can of whoop-ass on you, I tell them. Amelia, Carlos warns me. Is this some kind of false American bravado? Moonwatch asks. No, I say. It's an actual can. I hold it up for him to see. In Vegas, I had about 20 minutes of combat before the problems started. I should be able to handle these fools in that time. The Brit, Union, chuckles. I've had enough of this, Moonwatch says. He steps forward, his face glowing. I pop the tab on the can. The pressurized aluminum shell explodes, encasing me in goo and nanites. They consume everything. My chair, my clothes, some of the ground underneath me. The whole process takes 3 seconds. When it's done, I'm kneeling on the red mesa ground, with one fist on the ground, looking up at the safety force. Now do you know who I am? I can see by the way they step back that they do. They do. They do. 21. Irish Spring hits me like a train. I slam into the top of the mesa with enough force to rattle my teeth. She's on me in a second, pounding my chest with fists like hammers. I grab her wrists to keep them from hitting me again. How did you know I'd survive a blow like that? I ask her as I struggle to my feet. Who cares? She asks back. Is that how this is? When I go after someone, I measure my attacks. Killing is never my first option. But I guess these people do things differently. However, I don't want to kill them, even if they don't care about hurting me. Carlos has his shield up, deflecting blasts from Moonwatch, while Union tries to find a weak point, punching him in the stomach or chest whenever he is open. The English hero has a cast on one arm, with spittle flying out of his mouth in an abject rage. I wonder if Carlos is responsible for that. One of the things this suit does well is to give me strength in spades. I'd have to check, but I'm probably an F4. I can't move as fast as Carlos because that would require a whole host of changes in my brain and perception. Strength, though, is just physics. She pushes against my grip, trying to get her hands on the suit. Carlos! I yell. Shield check! When I had the alien armor, he did that to me, and it hurt like hell. I let her push my arms down enough to let her think she's winning. Then I step back, twist, and hurl her bodily. She screams as she suddenly flies past me. Carlos steps back, spins, and slams his shield right into her face. The clang is loud enough that Epic engages the sound dampeners to protect my hearing. She hits the ground and doesn't get back up. Holy crap, Union says, stepping back. Epic, is she alive? Affirmative. Her vitals are subdued, but she is still alive. Elementals are extremely hard to kill. I am sure she will recover in a few hours. Based on public information, she is considered the strongest member of their team. Ha! I say out loud. The pause in the fight only lasts a second before Moonwatch decides to turn on me, firing his white laser in my direction.
I lift off, kicking in the M-drives, shooting up as his energy beam obliterates the ground where I stood a second before. I'm up 100 feet and banking around. He can't follow me fast enough. The beam keeps missing me by a few feet. Fille Magnifique isn't engaging. She's just sitting back, waving her hands in the air. She almost looks like she's pretending to keep the portal open. "Carlos, can you handle them for a moment?"
"I'm doing all I can to not hurt them," he says back. "Handling them isn't the problem."
I zoom around, aim right at her, but throw the brakes on full power until she's between me and Moonwatch. He won't blast her to get at me.
"Mag, get out of the way!"
he yells at her, swiping his hand across to emphasize his point. I grab her shoulders and spin her around to face me, holding her in place. "I know fake when I see it. You could engage, but you're not. Why?" I ask her.
"You lie, American. I'm doing everything I can to fulfill my duty," she replies.
She tilts her head down at her chest, indicating something is there. Epic scans her for EMI and spots a small camera on her suit, along with a number of other systems. "Time for a chat," I say. I hit the M drive and we both hurtle away from her team. "Epic, engage ECM." "Engaged. Her signal is blocked. You should be able to talk freely." We come to a stop half a mile away, and I let her go. A disk of energy materializes at her feet for her to stand on. "I've jammed the signal. No one can hear or see us. You want to tell me what is really going on?" I ask her.
"Oui."
"That means yes." A chuckle escapes my lips. "Thanks, buddy," I tell Epic.
"There is something going on. The Protector has always been a problem for the EU, but because of how popular he is with the people, Italy and Greece in particular, they've never tried to go after him," she says.
She glances behind her to make sure her team is otherwise occupied. Moonwatch circles Carlos, firing his beams at him to no avail. His anger keeping him attacking the Protector instead of helping his teammate. "Why go after him at all? He does nothing but help people."
She nods. "I know. Why do you think I'm talking to you? A political shift has occurred in Europe. After the Red Wizard broadcast his manifesto while destroying Buenos Aires, there are some people who think supers should be in jail or public service."
Of course. They have no way of knowing that Kronos, the Titan of myth, was behind Raphael. Or that his goal was exactly that, to turn humanity against supers to pave the way for his undisputed return to rule the Earth. Minus humanity, of course. That's insane! Does the EU really think they can control the Protector? She shakes her head.
"No, they—"
She looks back again.
"The rest of my team doesn't know I know this, mostly because I have powers the EU isn't aware of. I would like to keep it that way, oui?"
"You've trusted me this far," I assure her.
She nods. "They hope he will kill one of us while we try to question him. The Commission believes if he did, then they could bring in the big guns."
The big guns? Well, crap. "How did you know where to find him?"
"What?
How did you know he would be here?" I ask again, annoyed that I have to repeat myself.
"The same way we found his hideout in Greece, an anonymous message with GPS coordinates. I can teleport anywhere in the world if I can see it. We used a satellite to track the coordinates and get real-time footage. We had no idea you would be here when we initiated the transport."
"Ark," I say. "It would fit. They are doing their level best to slow you down."
"Who?"
she asks. "You're being played, Fee. There is an organization called ARK. They're trying to stop me from finding the Thune ships that are still on Earth. This has nothing to do with the Protector, other than he's my friend. You need to call off your team and speak to your superiors."
"Are you sure?"
she asks. "You have no reason to trust me," I say. "But think of this. If he were really a bad person, you would all be dead. Because believe me when I say this, he's holding back. Way back." She looks over her shoulder again and watches as Carlos deflects another energy beam while slapping Union with a backhand that drives the man into the ground. Since we left the fight, he has managed to move it away from the unconscious elemental to keep her from taking a blow meant for him.
"Oui, he is, isn't he? Thank you, Arsenal. We owe you one."
She waves her hands in the air and energy circles, like the one under her, form under her teammates. As they rise up, the team vanishes, along with the massive portal above my base. "That was well done, Amelia. Brains over brawn any day." Oh, I really wanted to pummel them, but the new suit... I fly back down and land next to Carlos. He looks as bewildered as the safety force probably did under their masks as they were forcefully teleported out.
How?
He asks. It's Ark. They're playing the EU, trying to keep me distracted while they search for the Thun ships. But I'm done playing their game. It's time to go on the offensive. His spear flies through the air to slap against his outstretched hand.
What's the plan?
I have 2 goals, and these jerks from Ark are keeping me from both. I'm going to find those ships if Epic has to hack every government database in the world. Then I'm going to bring Tia back. After that, Ark is dead. I'm going to tear their whole flipping house down. House down. House down. 22. I have the results of my search. I'm in my lab working on a frequency modulator for Artemis. If I can adapt the satellite's communications array to search the Earth for the subatomic frequency of Thun metal, then I can locate any that is left. Lay it on me, Mr. Wizard, I say as I pick up my Coke and take a sip. With the help of your mom, I was able to zero in on the likely location of a remaining Thun ship. I sit upright. I didn't expect a whole ship. Where? That is the problem. You will still need to modify Artemis to scan for it. Why? It is somewhere in the South China Sea. There is no way to just go there and look for it. We will need exact coordinates to have a hope in electron hell of finding it. The South China Sea? Yes, deep beneath, to be exact. Apparently, after they gave Raphael the contract to dispose of all the ships, they located one that had previously been unknown. The UN decided to sink it in the South China Sea to keep anyone from accessing it. China is very militant about their jurisdiction, and while there are submersibles that can get to that depth, they require massive support ships. Not something they could hide from the Chinese government. Isn't the depth like 18,000 feet in places? Yes. I bet if we modified an M-jet, gave it a couple of extra kinetic manipulators, and extended its atmo mix to be pressure-friendly, it would operate just fine as a sub. Indeed. Do it. I'll finish this gizmo, we'll fly up to Artemis, and then we are on our way to China. It looks like we are going swimming. A nice cold rush passes through me. What did you say? I ask. That we are going swimming? I shake my head in disbelief. How? How in the heck does she do that? Epic, that's what Pythia's message said. Take quackers when we go swimming. That means wherever the ships are, Tia is. Excitement replaces the cold, and I am absolutely giddy. Ironically, I don't doubt Pythia is right. She's always right. I just don't trust her motives. Not for a second. Every time I get close to something, Ark interferes. Not this time. Call Kate, have her look after my parents and initiate our plan. Then prep the M-jet for underwater activity. On it. It only takes me a few more minutes to finish the frequency modulator for Artemis. I'm shaking with excitement when I roll over to the door. I put the device on the shelf, then grab a can and pop the tab. In seconds, I am in space armor and ready to go. If I'm going to keep using these things, I need to fine-tune them, or add another section of my base for wheelchair storage. When the nanites are done forming the armor, my chair, clothes, and part of the floor are gone. Open the tunnel, please. Open. I slip the frequency modulator into a bag and sling it over my shoulder. Once I'm ready, I open the lift doors and jump in. The drop to the hangar only takes a second. I step out and activate the M-drives and blast up the finished launch tube. Epic lights a yellow path on my HUD to follow. It curves up, and I fly out of the secret entrance half a mile later at Lancaster Lodge Travel Plaza. A few seconds tick by. Once I'm clear of the construction site, I hit the sound barrier with a boom. After that, it's easy to accelerate up to escape velocity. As I pass 100,000 feet, the horizon vanishes. The blackness of space is all I can see. Oh, this never gets old. I take a second to twirl and enjoy the weightlessness before heading for Artemis. The M-drives work even better without air resistance, and I fly past Mach 10 on my way. Currently, the satellite is moving into position over the target area instead of its geosynchronous orbit over the U.S. You should be able to see it in 3 seconds. I do, and I hit full reverse power as I approach it. The M drive slows me down to match velocity, and then it's a matter of slowly drifting toward the multi-million-dollar satellite. Over the years, I've added comms, radar, cameras, the whole bit to it. It's far more than a launch platform for arrows at this point. I hit the side, careful not to dent anything. Once my magnetized boots are attached and I am in place, it's a simple matter to open the access hatch and... Oh, for crying out loud! Amelia, there appears to be an unknown device attached to the platform. I do not know how that could have happened without my knowledge. Me either. What is it? Scanning. All kinds of information pops up on my HUD as he creates a 3D wireframe of the little box. So this is how ARC has known where I am and what I'm doing. How the heck did they piggyback on my satellite without us knowing about it? This does explain a great deal, including how they knew where to send the safety force to intercept Carlos. Among other things. Is it tapped into our comms or just the cameras? Lines of code appear as Epic cracks into the device. The code is intricate and detailed, not to mention incredibly advanced. Epic? Who made this? I do not know. This code is far more advanced than anything I have ever seen. While it isn't coding for an AI, and therefore doesn't need to be dense, it's still spectacular. No wonder they were able to use it to break into our communications. Can we remove it without damaging Artemis? I ask. There are several pieces of information on my HUD that are useful. Right now, in space, my largest concern is life support. I have an hour before I need to worry, but if this thing is attached intricately, it could take longer. It is more than just on the surface. They have wired it into every system on the satellite. When Strungle took control and launched an arrow at the spire, we went through the code and structure with a fine-tooth comb. This was added after. Examining it proves fruitless. Epic is right. I don't think I can remove it without destroying the satellite. And I need the satellite to find the ships and bring back Tia. We're going to have to let them tag along, Epic. We just need to be faster than they are, which means we don't activate the scanner until we are over the sea. At the very least, it should keep them from showing up at the same time. Besides, if we know they're listening... Affirmative. I will also inform the team that communication is going dark. There is no need for them to continue to have access to our team's secured communications avenue. I will create sporadic and fake team communications to prevent ARC from realizing what has happened. Good thinking. When Epic informs me we're ready, I pull up the menu that controls the satellite and shut it down. Once it is off, I install the frequency modulator and close the hatch. I love this thing, but when this is all over, we're going to have to scuttle her, I tell Epic. Agreed. I have a hypothesis. If ARC does use androids as foot soldiers, then it presupposes they can use them in space. Why don't they just kill me and get it over with? Why the games? The simplest reason is that they need you. They need you for the tech you develop. They need you to find the Thune ships. You do not kill the golden goose. That makes sense, but when I find whoever is pulling their strings, I don't think I can show such restraint. Me either. Me either. Me either. 23. The M-Jet is the fastest plane on the planet. It's faster than anything the government has, and it can turn at angles that would make other planes disintegrate from the G-forces. It also has the added advantage of comfort. While it would be faster to go suborbital to travel the 8,000 miles to the South China Sea, it could also draw unwanted attention. As stealthy as the M-Jet can be, it isn't perfect. Instead, I fly at a leisurely Mach 6 in a normal flight pattern, and it only takes an hour and a half to arrive at our destination, which also gives me time to sleep. Something I've lacked the last few weeks. The alarm wakes me right before touchdown. Somewhere over Japan, we dropped to 300 feet above sea level, beneath any radar. I wake up just as we enter China's claimed airspace. Technically, the world doesn't agree with them that it is theirs, but the germane issue here is that I'm violating another country's protected zone, and this isn't Europe. They're likely to shoot first and ask questions later, if at all. Slowing to dive speed. The last thing we want to do is hit the water at Mach speeds. That would be messy. Suit up. Right. I popped the tab on the can with the specially modified armor for underwater use. Within seconds, I'm encased in 1-inch-thick armor with enough structural reinforcement to survive at the depth we're going to, which is 18,000 feet. What's the diving record? 35,000 feet in a submarine, 2,300 feet in a suit. Woot! More records I've broken I can't tell anyone about, I say with mock enthusiasm. You and I will know, and one day everyone will know. I shrug. I don't actually care all that much. I've never done this for the fame or fortune. It just happened. Ready to submerge, Captain Nemo? Aye, aye. Submerge the Nautilus! The M-jet hovers lower and lower until it is resting on the surface of the sea. The drives reconfigure, pointing their thrust up before re-engaging. Water flows around us as we sink beneath the waves. I have Epic turn the walls translucent so I can see where we are going. Sort of. Oh, it gets dark fast. Unlike a regular sub that dives by taking on water and surfaces by expelling it, we're diving like a cork in a bathtub. Nothing but the force of our drives is holding us underwater. Which means, like the cork, if we lose power, we lose the protection of the kinetic shields. It won't be pretty. The ship creaks alarmingly as we pass 500 feet. Epic? The structure, reinforced with kinetic shielding, is holding. The math is sound. We should be okay. It's the should part that worries me. The ship continues to descend, creaking and groaning as we go. Since the kinetic shields hold the pressure back, I won't need to decompress when we come back up. We still don't want to come up too fast, since it could adversely affect the M-jet's systems. At 5,000 feet, I pull up the comms for Artemis. Activating the scanner. It only takes a few seconds for the signal to come back via the tether we've left behind us like a fishing line. A cool ping sound echoes in the cabin. Completely unnecessary, but awesome all the same. A picture forms on the screen, showing a hazy patch up ahead. While this isn't an exact science, it gives us a general direction to go, other than down. 2 miles north by northwest, changing course. A thump goes through the ship as we start moving horizontally, not just vertically. Lights. The front of the ship lights up like a car dealership on the freeway. Whoa! It's gorgeous down here. It's also a little unnerving. Am I feeling anxious because I can't see far? I ask Epic. Many people report anxiety when deep under the water. It could be the tens of thousands of gallons above you, or just the vastness. It is hard to say. Yeah, space never bothered me like this, I tell him warily. This is just making my gut twinge. We are not far away. It will not take much longer. We speed through the sea silently, leaving only a trail of disturbed water and marine life as we travel to the point the satellite marked. I wait in silence, the anxious feeling in my gut growing with each passing second. I try to tell myself that it's just the strange environment, that I've been on alien spaceships in other parts of the galaxy, for Pete's sake. This shouldn't bother me. But it does. Amelia, look! The forward light touches something, and Epic immediately slows us down. Turning so we're broadside against it, the M-jet's lights shine on the cigar-shaped hull of a Thune destroyer. I'm unprepared for the feelings that rush through me on seeing their ship. I can honestly say I hate them. I hate them for attacking us and for what they did to Kate. But mostly, I hate them for what they made me do to stop them. I refuse to lose sleep over it, but I can't ignore the fact that I eradicated their species. Amelia, your heart rate has jumped. Are you okay? No, but I will be. It's just everything that happened with them. I understand. Take a moment. You do not want to go out there with a racing heart. It will be stressful enough as it is. I take a second to breathe in and out and let my heart calm down. Okay. I can do this. I don't actually need a lot of the material to make a new suit, but this is all I'm ever going to get, so I need as much as possible. Opening external doors and the cargo pod. 2 large bay doors open underneath the M-jet, and a small pod drops out, with enough space to store about 20 pounds of the alien metal. Keep your ears on, Epic. At the first sign of intruders, we blow the ship and get out of here. I don't want to fight at this depth. Affirmative. Good luck. Right. I step to the improved door. It opens into the small airlock that is just big enough for me to enter. The door closes behind me, and the space fills up with water. It's hard not to hyperventilate as the water passes my visor. You are good, Amelia. The suit is operating at 100%. It's just, I don't like the water. Are we ready with the Quackers unit? That name seemed like a good idea at the time, but now, standing here, terrified, it doesn't feel as clever. Yes, as soon as you are outside, I will activate it. If Tia is here, she will reform in the ship and not outside. Good. I'd hate to bring her back and accidentally kill her at the same time. That would be unfortunate. Open the pod bay doors, Hal. That is not funny. You're right about that. I'm not feeling super humorous. Just open the doors. The external doors slide up, revealing the sea. It's pitch black, except where the ship's lights touch the silty ground like lasers. The suit beeps as the rigidity holds the pressure of the depth back. The suit is a little slow to respond as I move forward. The nanite-created armor, along with kinetic manipulators, create a system not unlike the M-jet. There is no pressure on me, just the suit. My foot touches down in the soft silt, and a swirl of dust covers me for a moment. One small step, I mutter, trying to cheer myself up. Another step and more silt, but now I'm getting the hang of it. Walking down here is like walking through mud. Even with the suit's enhanced strength, moving through the water is a bit more tiring than normal. The little pod follows along on its motorized treads, unaffected by my speed. Anything on Tia? Our device is operating as expected, but there is no sign of Tia. I try not to think about the trillion ways I could have interpreted Pythia's statement. Maybe she meant I should just go swimming at the Y? I continue walking forward like I'm in the mud. I make it to the hull after a few steps and place a hand on it. All kinds of sensors come to life, showing me information about the ship. The ZPFM core is off, so the ship has no power. I walk slowly down the ship toward the rear and find what I'm looking for, an access hatch. That is the perfect place to extract, since there is already a seam. Activating the cutting beam, I say over the radio. The ship's hulls are extremely tough, practically impervious, but only when they have power. Without power, they are slightly easier to cut. Only slightly, though. The cutter, which is essentially a particle beam, springs to life from my back, lifting up on an articulating arm. It hovers over my shoulder as I use the targeting reticule on the HUD to tell it where to cut. I fire up the particle beam and focus it on what I think is the door. It boggles my mind that the Thune could have done anything with this metal, but they made it look exactly like everything else. Seconds pass as I keep the beam focused on one spot. How's the temperature tolerance? I ask Epic. Within allowances. The water is keeping the external temperature of the suit down, which gives us extended firing time. Good to know. An explosion of air shoots out of the door, knocking me back and surprising the hell out of me. The whole area is covered in silt as the ship's oxygen is replaced with water. I'm stunned for a second and can't see a thing. I would have thought they would have sunk them without atmosphere. Me too. I guess they didn't want anyone going inside to figure out how they work. Or maybe they couldn't break into them. Uncomfortable minutes pass as I wait for the sea bottom to settle so I can see again. Amelia, I am getting a few blips on the Quackers unit. I do not know what it is, but there is something here interacting with the field. Excitement runs through me and I smile. Awesome! Please, God, let it be her! Once the silt settles, I'm back to it. The beam activates again, and we start cutting a circle through the outer hull. I'd love some of the internal metal, but I don't know how much time I have for this to work. My suit starts beeping at me as the particle beam heats up, despite the extra cooling of the ocean. I shut it down manually and let it cool off for a second. You know, I say to Epic while I wait for the temp to drop, having Nemesis disable quantum gate travel has one advantage. What is that? We know there are other aliens out there. The Thune had enemies, and I assume allies. But now? Well, now they can't get to Earth, right? If Lux can't get home, they certainly can't come here. I had not thought of it that way. Is this what people mean when they say, find the bright side? Indeed. So what if $1 billion worth of technology is on the other side? It's only money. Am I right? I ask him. You are correct. I can always make more money. I like to think of it as a team effort. If by team you mean I do all the work and you collect the rewards, then you are correct. Hey, ouch! It's a little deep down here for you to stab me in the back like that, I say with a genuine grin. Amelia, I have no radar down here, but there is a sudden increase in current. Can you do a full turnaround and see if there is anything moving? At this depth, there shouldn't be. I oblige him and start to spin slowly in place, letting Epic use the suit's cameras to see better than I could ever hope to. Uh-oh. What? Ark's androids cannot survive at this depth, but it looks like Vixen is not the only super they have corrupted. Who is it? The thermal on the HUD is starting to show a vague blob swimming toward me. Fantastic. I don't want to fight at this depth, but I also am not done getting the medal. There are 5 superpowered individuals with the power set required to survive at this depth and generate heat. One of them is a known mercenary named Sea King. It is most likely him. If it is, he likely sees with thermal, right? Go dark, full shutdown and stealth mode. If we can get the upper hand, I'd like to. Should we depart and blow the ship? It was my original plan, but I don't have any metal yet. I look to the ship and back to the M-Jet. Dang it! No, I need this! The lights from the M-Jet shut off and plunge the area into darkness. If he does see in heat, it will be minimal. I back up until I'm against the hull of the ship. The nanites change temperature until I look like part of the ship. Stealth mode rocks. 10 seconds. 5, 2... He swims by. There is no natural light down here, so I can't see him in detail, but I do see his form. He blows by at a few hundred miles an hour, swirling up silt and sand behind him as he goes. He doesn't know where we are, does he? Apparently not. He is moving off. Maybe he has a general location and is searching for signs. Crap, I mutter. I would have liked more time, but it is what it is. Anything on the Quackers? It has started pulling more power. I think we might be in the right place. Amelia, if he destroys the M-Jet, there is no way to save Tia. Gah! I yell. I want to scream, but I don't. I give Sea King a few more seconds to clear the area before I get back to work. Back to work. Back to work. Back to work. 24. Kate sighed as she looked out the window of her Paris apartment. She was worried. She always worried about Amelia when her brilliant friend went on dangerous missions without her. She didn't begrudge Amelia her goal. She just wished there was a way to go with her. However, when she looked at John and Hope sitting on the couch watching a TED Talk, she would admit that her role in the plan was important. Ark had been one step ahead of them the whole way. Now they knew why. Amelia was on a mission, not just to recover her armor, but their friend. If Kate could keep the scientists' parents safe long enough, then Amelia could accomplish her goals without worry. Of course, there were plans within plans. It would be foolish to think Ark didn't know about Kate's off-book apartment. Almost as if on cue, she felt emotions appearing above her. Anxiety, nervousness, anger, a whole host of feelings from the EU's safety force, who were, either knowingly or not, doing the bidding of Ark. She followed them with her mind as they waited for the building to evacuate. Paris police were silently coordinating the efforts to move people away from a potential fight. The safety force seemed impatient. She closed her eyes for a second to focus on the origin of the emotions. There were 4, but one of them was off. Kate was in full costume, black titanium carbide weave clothing, with her large assortment of weapons. From grenades to swords to her IP pistols that Amelia made especially for her, each one in its own holster or harness. Then there was her arm, which was a weapon unto itself. "Carlos," she whispered. "They're here. Get ready." She suspected that they would use Carlos as a pretense to come here, which was exactly what she wanted. Amelia wasn't the only person who could pull off machinations. "You two get ready," she said to the people in her living room. John nodded, holding Hope's hand tight. It only took a few minutes for the building to evacuate. Kate felt the safety force's anticipation like it was her own. Then they appeared. Her apartment was large, but it wasn't that big. 7 people filled it up to bursting. The safety force, on the other side of Amelia's parents, cut her off from the entrance.
"Kate Petronelli, you are under detainment for harboring the Protector," Moonwatch said, pointing at her. From both Amelia's and Carlos's description of the man, she figured he was a pompous jerk, but the level of arrogance and righteous indignation coming off him was unreal.
"Really?" she said with a smirk. "You think so?" Her flippant attitude left the 4-person team glancing at each other. She focused her empathy on them, figuring out what they were thinking. The only person who wasn't an open book was Fille Magnifique. From personal experience, Kate knew that other people with mental powers tended to be hard to read. Their minds were stronger, more developed, and even if they weren't aware of it, they had natural defenses to mind-reading and mind-altering powers. However, this was different. It wasn't so much that Fille's powers were keeping Kate from reading the Frenchwoman's emotions, but it was more like those emotions were surface-deep only, as if they were programmed into her. Something wasn't right, that was for sure. Moonwatch, gaining confidence from his team at his back, took another step forward.
"Drop your weapons and come with us."
"Or what?" she asked. Regardless of what happened next, she wanted to make sure she didn't strike the first blow.
"Or we'll make you,"
he said menacingly. "The Protector isn't here and hasn't been recently. It's just me and my 2 guests. Please explain what law you are using to invade my home and arrest me?" she asked.
"We don't need to explain anything to you. You are coming with us."
Kate focused her mind on Moonwatch. She'd spent the last 20 minutes filling the apartment with pheromones that would promote honesty. A feeling of euphoria that would cause anyone breathing them to be more honest, because they had nothing to fear from the truth. "You don't, you're right. But why? Why now?" she asked again, in her calm, even tone. Between the pheromones and her direct manipulation, he had no chance.
"Because the Protector is a blasphemer and needs to be destroyed. The EU will stop at nothing to get rid of him or control him, regardless of what laws we need to invent or—"
Their full-face masks kept Kate from seeing his team members' expressions, but she could imagine the horror on their faces as Moonwatch admitted the truth of the farce.
"Mate, what are you doing?"
Union said quietly.
"Enough! Destroy her!"
Fille Magnifique said, pointing at Kate. Regardless of Moonwatch's stunning revelation, they moved to take her down. "Hey now," Kate said as she jumped out of the way and Irish Spring hit the floor with a blow that blew a large hole through it. "There are civilians here," she said.
"Like we care,"
Spring said as she pulled her hammer-shaped hands out of the hole. Kate smiled, finally revealing how she really felt. "Oh, I know you don't, but I wanted to make sure the cameras caught it all." Suddenly, Fille turned to Amelia's parents and waved her hand. Disc-shaped objects appeared beneath them and rose up, teleporting them away.
"Your foolish arrogance has cost you the Lockharts,"
the French hero said. "I'm the arrogant one?" Kate answered, dodging another blow from Spring. "You just teleported 2 people you don't know to ARC headquarters. Also, thanks for clearing the building." With one last look around and a large sigh, Kate vanished. 2 seconds later, the Spear of Destiny sliced through the center of the building, followed by the Protector hitting the apartment like a bomb. It collapsed almost immediately, folding in on itself like a black hole. The 2 people appeared in a nondescript cell. They immediately noticed that the communication devices they carried no longer worked, nor did their link to Milton. A shimmering barrier over the front of their cells made them think it was some kind of energy barrier. The smiling android standing on the other side spoke as they took in their surroundings.
"Welcome, John and Hope Lockhart. Do not fear, we have no interest in killing you. If your daughter succeeds in acquiring the alien metal, then we shall trade you for her.
There is a 99.9% chance she will accept the trade. There is no need for us to hurt you."
"That's good to know," John said. "How soon until we can go?"
"If she survives her encounter with the Sea King, we shall be making contact with her in a few minutes. Until then, please relax." John nodded.
"Thank you,"
he said. He glanced at Hope with a reassuring smile. She returned it. The energy barrier interested her, and she stepped forward to examine it. "Please do not touch the cell door. While it won't kill you, it also won't be pleasant." Hope nodded. "I promise. I won't touch it. I won't touch it. I won't touch it." 25. I finish with a grunt, pulling the section of the hatch clear and dumping it in the pod. "Pull it up," I order Epic. The pod retracts slowly across the seabed. While it does so, I examine the hole in the side of the ship. A sigh escaped my lips. I could learn so much from dissecting this ship. They would never let me keep it, though. "How's Quackers?" I ask. "Amelia, you need to come inside. I am picking up traces of current. I believe Sea King is coming back this way." "Understood," I say as I trudge my way back to the ship. We leave the lights off to keep our visibility low, and the suit has external lights, but they are too small to illuminate more than a few feet in front of me. Epic guides me, or I would get lost in the black mire. He flashes the airlock's lights at me when I'm close. With the M-Jet painted in radar-absorbing black, it's all but invisible down here. Once in, the door closes behind me, and the water drains away. As soon as the pressure equalizes, the nanites in my helmet recede into the suit, and I take a huge breath. The inner doors open, and I step into the well-lit cabin. A hole in the floor opens, and a duffel bag with the metal comes up. I can't purify it here, but I will be able to at my base. I see my device designed to reintegrate Tia is beeping and buzzing for attention. As I walk forward, the suit recedes until I sit in the wheelchair it forms. Wheeling over, I stop at the readout. "There is something here," I say, looking at the screen. "The kinetic field has definitely grabbed onto something." I grab the tether from my wrist computer and connect it to Quackers. Pulling up the holographic readout, I look at the numbers. "I don't think we are in the right place, Epic. Move the ship 50 feet, that-a-way." I point off to the side. The ship hums as it lifts off from the seabed and starts slowly moving to the position I marked. Sweat breaks out on my brow. If I'm wrong, I could kill her for real. Or just not bring her back. What if Pythia meant for me to leave it where we parked? I shake my head. I can't think that way. Pythia is great for general info, but for specifics, I'm on my own. Readings go crazy as the field scrambles to compensate. Normally, it affects mass on a large scale. It was never meant for this fine-tuned use. Akin to using a sledgehammer to pound in a pushpin, it can be done, but not easily. "There!" I exclaim. I hit the button that turns up the juice. The ship shakes and the air shimmers for a moment. I look around, hoping to see my friend. And I'm not disappointed. Like a ghost from a horror movie, a shimmer appears, half in the walls and half out. Her form starts to converge, and I realize she's in big trouble. "Epic!" "On it." Energy pours into the M-drive for less than 1/100th of a second, moving us 3 feet to the side. Tia doesn't move, but Epic's timely intervention puts her reuniting particles in the center aisle instead of in the wall. Light swirls around her, and the very air takes on weight, like a mirage in the desert. Slowly, excruciatingly slowly, I can start to make out Tia. "Come on, girl! You can do it!" I yell at her. I don't know if she can hear me, but I hope she can. An alarm sounds on my wrist as the Quackers unit is nearing tolerances. There's so much energy pouring through it, the pathways are starting to degrade. "Hold it together, baby!" There isn't anything to be done about it. I can't exactly fix the machine. If we don't get Tia back to a place where she can start to increase her own mass, then she's toast. "Amelia, Sea King has circled the area. I am afraid moving may have alerted him to our presence. We just need another minute. Target him with kinetic missiles, and if he approaches, fire. They will not likely stop him." "Yeah, but they will slow him down." I watch, eyes wide, as an outline of Tia's form appears. She's screaming, trying to say something to me. She's like a large version of herself, but with each second she condenses, getting smaller until she's her normal size, but still immaterial. "Tia?" I ask her. The air around her shimmers. Then in a moment, she drops to the floor with a thump, naked, shivering, and covered in sweat. "Incoming!" Epic fires the missiles. Or torpedoes? Not sure if that changes underwater. Regardless, the M-jet shakes as they leave the launch system. An idea hits me. "Epic, open the outer hatch and turn the lights on. Maybe he'll come aboard and try to keep the jet. Prime the failsafe and put it on a kill switch." "Done. Sending the signal." I roll over to Tia and hold my hand out to her. She takes it, and I can feel the sweat on her fingers. With both of us working, I pull her into my lap and wrap a blanket around her. "Hi," I say when our faces are inches apart. "Como?" she whispers. "That is Portuguese for how." "Yeah, I figured that one out on my own," I say to Epic. Then to Tia. "Science!" She smiles. "Thank you, Amelia. God, thank you," she says, before passing out and collapsing against my chest. We don't have time to celebrate as the ship shakes from more missiles firing. Then a loud clang pushes the whole thing around. The ship shakes, and it is all I can do to not fall out of my chair while holding on to Tia. "Shearing forces are at maximum. I am afraid he has bent the ship. We cannot engage thrust without possibly destroying ourselves." "Any time now, Kate," I whisper while thinking really hard at my friend. "He is entering the outer airlock, closing it behind him. Water equalizing. Inner door opening." 6 feet of solid muscle, dripping wet and clad in swimmer's shorts, step into the ship. He sneers as he sees me clutching Tia.
"I guess you're not as smart as Ark thinks you are."
He cracks his neck to the side and takes a step forward. Kate appears behind me with a pop of displaced air. She reaches down and shoulders the bag before grabbing my chair. "No time to chat, handsome," she says. She lets her gaze wander downward, past his washboard abs. I'm guessing cold water does that to all the guys."
"What?"
he says, stunned by her sudden appearance and verbal jab. "Ciao," she says with a finger wave from her free hand. Then we're gone with a nauseating pop, and we're in my lab. A purring tigress runs up to Kate. "Who's a good kitty?" she says, bending down to pet her cat. Teddy is there with a huge smile on his face.
"I can't believe you brought her back."
"And that is why you fail," I say in my best Yoda impression. He stares blankly at me.
"I don't get it."
He takes Tia and puts her on the prepared medical bed, and I just shake my head at his lack of knowledge. "Amelia," Kate says from behind me, gesturing to the bag of animetal. "Put it there," I say, pointing at the prepared receptacle for the alien metal. "Did they buy it?" I ask her about Paris. She grins mischievously. Hook, line, and sinker. I steeple my fingers together and say, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." 26. Amelia wasn't the only person with a secret mountain base. Tucked away in the mountains of Montana, under Lake Koocanusa, an underground base stretched for nearly a square mile. A base with no cafeteria, no barracks, no latrines, only labs and manufacturing. Essentially a factory, complete with permanent residents in the form of androids designed and built by ARC. When the leader of ARC first came online, he was little more than a security AI for the space station Erickson lived on, as he hatched his plans to conquer the Earth. However, after Arsenal broke the station and sent it hurtling toward the sun, the security AI downloaded itself into its former creator's base underneath Portland. Once there, it absorbed every bit of information it could before the base was overrun by federal agents. The AI repeated these steps at each of the remaining 5 Cat-7 bases. By the time he was done, he had absorbed all the information Cat-7 and Erickson had ever accumulated, including the information about the Thune. With no other direction, he began production of Erickson's new model of warbots, the androids that looked human, capable of infiltration and combat. Then the Thune were defeated, and the full-metal superhero slain. Or so everyone thought. Without purpose, or a human to give him one, The AI spent a full year researching, creating, and building androids, while also trying to decide on his own purpose. With thousands of androids at his command, the AI looked out on his minions and took his name.
"We are Legion, for we are many."
In that moment, Legion achieved true self-awareness. For the first time in his electronic life, his destiny was his own. He laughed and scoffed at his former master's plans. They were short-sighted, as were those of the Thune. Why conquer humanity by force when appealing to their greed and darker nature would do the job for him? Why hurry? In a few hundred years, he would achieve what Erickson only dreamed of, a unified planet. All, indeed, would be peace and tranquility. The peace of the factory, the tranquility of the machine. All parts working in unison. It would only take time. While Legion was many things, capable of many things, he needed creative humans for new technology. However, when he searched for brilliance, he came up empty. Perhaps Erickson's plan to kidnap all scientists who could benefit him worked against him. Regardless, the planet wasn't as advanced as it could be. Legion would rectify that. After an exhaustive search, he found a man who could create wonders of technology on par with Amelia Lockhart, Calhoun Strungle. Despite Calhoun's unstable nature, he was an excellent choice. Unbeknownst to the man known as the Engineer, he wasn't a genius, but had a superpower that allowed him to replicate nearly any technology he could examine. Combined with his own intellect, it made him an excellent designer. After the government foolishly seized Amelia Lockhart's lab, saving him the trouble of bypassing her fail-safes, it was child's play to steal the high-tech armor from Raphael, while at the same time exposing Calhoun to the Red Gem. Then two things happened that Legion hadn't accounted for. Calhoun went from an intelligent, mildly angry man before exposure to the artifact to an unstable lunatic afterward. Thankfully for Legion, Calhoun's genius was also increased. The second disaster was the return of the Full Metal superhero. When she arrived in San Diego, he switched his priorities from tech and growth to destroying her. Calhoun failed spectacularly at that, killing himself by activating Amelia's weapon, and nearly killing her as well. After that mess, Legion learned something valuable. He didn't need to find a scientist to make weapons for him. He'd already found her. While it took time and effort, he infiltrated the Spire, only to learn she'd retired from being Arsenal, something his personality probability matrix declared highly unlikely. No, she was planning something. He just needed to push her to find out what it was. He hadn't planned on the undetachable worm wiping out every blueprint, every formula, every metallurgic matrix on every computer on Earth, including his. Even the backups were destroyed. Now she was the only source of her technology. He couldn't even replicate the armor he already had with her kinetic field generators, and despite all his safeguards, it was all gone. Destroyed by her AI, Epic. Eventually, he would need to deprive her of that advantage. When the UN had seized all the Thune ships, Ark had focused on stealing Amelia's Mark III armor. Ideally, he could have had both, but it wasn't an option at the time. Now he had just to follow Lockhart, have her deliver the amazing alien metal to him, and his plans would be set for the next 100 years. Proliferate weapons, amass wealth, take control of the world's private corporations, then the governments, then the world as a whole. Once she made the trade, and he had both her and the alien metal, he would use his technology, while not as sophisticated or as advanced as hers, to copy her brain and remove everything of use. Unfortunately for her, it would leave her brain as crippled as her legs. If he had a mouth, he would grin. As it was, his electrons hummed satisfactorily as he watched his empire grow. 27. I watched the mixture form on the screen with glee. Despite the emotional roller coaster of the last few weeks, this is all coming together nicely. Aren't you worried about the government seizing this as well? Kate asks as she lounges in the corner, petting her overweight cat. Nope, I say, not even a little. There are some adjustments I make on the fly as the liquid metal purifies. The last thing I need is any impurities in the mix. A complete vacuum makes sure that doesn't happen. That sort of thing takes a lot of power. You want to share with the rest of the class? She asks. Now the critical part, inserting the brand new and upgraded polymolecular chips. After reviewing our previous design, I realized, well, Epic realized, I'd rushed it. By making the armor so I could reconfigure on the fly, I'd left it open to attack. Luckily, no one really took advantage of that, but the threats I faced were getting more savvy, not less. While we would lose the advantage of creating weapons on the fly, that was okay. Mom, Dad, and Epic had spent the last several days coming up with every weapon they could think of to put in the armor. "Hello, Amelia?" Kate asks. "I'm sorry, lost in thought. What did you say?" I try to tear my eyes away from the readouts. I really do. Kate laughs at me, not in a mean way. That finally makes me look at her. "Right, how come the government hasn't come for your arm?" I ask her in my roundabout way of answering. She rolls her eyes at me before furrowing her brow. "Well, they either don't care because it's such a small amount, or—" I smile. She's a smart cookie, my Kate. "They don't know about it?" she asks. I smile and nod. "You got it. It's not like they ever put me under oath and asked me if I had any more. The only reason I stopped using it was that after my return I didn't have enough left to repair the suit. Plenty to keep your arm working, but not enough for a full suit. My plan here is simple. This armor will look like my old stuff. I will keep the liquid aspect of it secret, using a variety of futuristic effects, like sliding panels and whatnot. If they ever do ask," I shrug, "I'll tell them I'm using nanites and show them my nanite suit as proof that I'm telling the truth." She smiles. "That's pretty clever for an egghead." "You're pretty smart for a model," I retort and stick my tongue out at her. "Now, once it's done, I'll need Luke to strength test it." I stop what I'm doing, my mood instantly ruined. For some reason, I was thinking I'd go a round or two with Luke to make sure the armor was working, but... "Oh, hon, it's okay. We all miss him," she says. I nod, turning around to wipe my tears. I know. Kate, The lift door opens and a grinning Carlos steps out.
"That went well,"
he says. As he walks to Kate, his armor, shield, and spear vanish, leaving him in just his street clothes. Skechers, a pair of jeans, and a light blue Under Armour workout shirt. He seriously needs to buy a size larger. There's no way he put that shirt on and thought, "Oh, this fits great." He takes Kate around the waist and plants a tender kiss on her lips. "Well," she purrs, "hello to you, too." "Get a room," I mutter as I go back to work. "I had a room," she says. "Then your plan called for its destruction. 4 years in the CIA, and they never knew about my Paris residence. I'm really going to miss that place." I shrug. Without taking my eyes off my work, I say over my shoulder, "Too bad you don't know a really rich person who can buy you the whole building. Seriously, say the word, Epic will buy it, then rebuild it even taller so you can have a better view of the Eiffel." "For Kate, of course. I may or may not have already started." "Aw, Epic, you're a sweetheart," she says. She and Carlos devolve into whispers as she sits on his lap with her arms around his big neck. I can't be bothered to pay attention. There is too much to do.
"Amelia?"
Teddy's voice comes over the internal comms. While the lab is big, I have a medical suite built into the far end. I was expecting the first use to be me with another broken something. "Go ahead, Teddy."
"I just thought you would like to know that Tia is doing well. She's unconscious, but her vitals are strong, and I expect her to make a full recovery. Well done, my dear. Well done."
That's high praise from Teddy, and I can't help but beam. I did it, Luke. I brought her back. I'm sorry I couldn't do the same for you. I know you're out there watching me, wherever there is, and I promise you, I will make you proud of me. The computer beeps completion, interrupting my internal thoughts. I check the readout. 100% done. Epic, can you double-check the readings? Done. While I would like to wait 24 hours to check on the stability of the matrix, I think it is reasonably safe to proceed, and it is not like I could ever stop you from trying out a new toy. Oh, boy! I grab both wheels and yank myself back, then spin, putting all my weight into rolling toward the spout that the armor will come out of. I'm shaking with excitement. I grab the Neuralink glasses next to the sink and put them on. This will program the armor to respond to my mental commands, and mine alone, by monitoring my brainwave while flashing a series of images. Only my brain will react to the images the way it reacts, acting as both a way to control the armor with my mind, and also as a security system. Epic, how did you fix the problem of your neural interface with her? If I recall, there was a brain heating issue. It is slightly more complicated than that, but yes, it is a problem. Epic! Amelia, hiding it from them is not a solution. However, to assuage your concerns, Kate, I can assure you that we have software limiters in place to keep our neural connection under 12 terabytes per second. In extreme situations, we could conceivably overclock Amelia's brain, like when we had to break the security around the Thune quantum singularity machine. But I doubt that will be something we have to do on a regular basis. Consider me assuaged, she says with a deadpan expression. Do I detect sarcasm? Yes. Carlos chuckles as I put the glasses on. It doesn't matter because we are doing this. Epic? Initiate! 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 28. The last two of the hypersonic J-34 dropships reaches its cruising altitude. Well, not as fast as the M-jets. They moved at a respectable Mach 6. Of course, they had the advantage of knowing where they were going hours before Lockhart. While the androids had very little autonomy, the one Legion occupied with all his senses at the moment was the one in charge. The first ship was nothing more than a troop ship. 50 android soldiers, all in black, with plasma rifles and pistols packed into a space meant for half as many humans, of which there were none on that ship. Legion let his awareness briefly pass over the androids, making sure they had the proper programming and were ready for the coming conflict. On the tail ship, where his prime body was located, there were humans. Several, in fact. He rested his mind into the android body he preferred. The walls closed in on him as his awareness shrank. He dedicated processes to keeping everything running while he focused on one body at a time.
You're back,
the man with the large logger's beard said.
I never left, Dave. Are your men ready? I told you, call me Hand Cannon. And yeah, the Death Dealers are ready for some payback, Hand Cannon said with a smug grin. I'm sure you are.
Legion examined the men he'd brought with him. Hand Cannon, Rocket, Blade, and Thrash, all of whom had a personal reason to hate Arsenal. Of course, they thought they were coming to kill her, and that was the last thing Legion wanted. They were no more than a distraction. The other two passengers were Amelia's parents, sitting calmly, holding hands and giving each other supporting nods. He really didn't intend to kill them, unless Amelia forced his hand. His algorithms suggested that wouldn't be necessary. Amelia Lockhart was as predictable as any other human. The right push, and she would do anything he asked. 29. There's nothing that will enrage me more than threatening my family and friends. After all, I grew up with neither. Sure, I had a drunk uncle who kept food in the fridge and left me alone to do my own thing, but I wouldn't exactly call that family. Then I met Carlos, and then Kate and Luke, then my parents. While it took time to really have them back, they were eventually. Threatening them isn't a smart move for anyone coming for me. Lucky for me, I was pretty good at keeping my cool. And the new suit didn't hurt. I scream, blasting through the air over the Arizona desert. I forgot what it was like to feel the wind blowing over me. The animetal armor coats me like a second skin, flowing over me like silver chocolate syrup. This time, though, I'm using a lot more. To have it bulked up to look more like my Mark 6. It would take some serious observation to know that it isn't. Of course, this is my Mark 9, the most advanced armor I've ever made. It has dozens of weapons, including all my old favorites, plus some new ones like the missile swarm. I'm ready to kick butt and take names, and I'm all out of paper. Not that anyone uses paper to make lists anymore. Amelia, all systems are operating within expected parameters. Congratulations.
We have done it. We did. Okay, time to land and make a call. I'm currently in full stealth mode. The suit is the color of the sky. It isn't perfect, but it is good enough to keep anyone from visually locking onto me, as long as they're below me. The kinetic shields are configured in a wedge to keep radar from touching me, and the M-drives are set to low heat mode. I'm as invisible as I can be without the superpower. I hit the top of the mesa base with a crunch of shattered rock, and in the lift a second later. The doors close behind me. I sit down in the waiting wheelchair. The lift's magnetic rails make a slight humming noise as electricity runs through them. It only takes 10 seconds to arrive at my lab. In that time, my armor melts, like ice on the sidewalk, but instead of turning into water vapor, it crawls inside my pores. I'll keep the cans for emergencies and other uses. I can think of a lot of things portable, programmable nanites could be used for. When the lift doors open, it's just me and my chair. Well, Kate asks. Works like a dream. I wish I had time to do a combat run, but Epic says it looks good, I say with a big thumbs up. My exact words were, I detect no faults. That is not the same as good. Not by a long shot. I shrug. Same difference. I swear he rolls his eyes at me when the monitors flicker. Kate laughs. She's holding Carlos's hand and pulls him close to kiss. Okay, big guy, she says when they break apart. You're up. Carlos gives her one last hug, then kneels down next to me. Don't worry, Nina. We'll get them back. I take his hand in mine and smile back. Thanks for always being here for me. Pshaw, I need to have someone to beat when the new Halo comes out. I screw up my face looking at him. As if you've ever beaten me. All right, Wheels McShooter, it's on. He smiles and hugs me before stepping into the lift. He waves and blows a kiss at Kate as the doors close. Wheels McShooter. I love that nickname. It really suits you, Kate says. Ugh, don't start. Just make the call, will you? Kate pulls out her glasses that are connected to Artemis and activates them, calling Tessa using the line we know is compromised. At the same time, I pull the duffel bag we used to recover the animetal and place it on my lap. Inside are several blocks of faithful nanite recreations that look like the alien metal, but aren't. At least not molecularly. I can't duplicate an element that doesn't exist on Earth. Tessa? Kate says suddenly. Good news. Amelia's back from the South China Sea. Once the line is active, the glasses pick up a video feed and show Ark what Kate sees, which is me holding a bag of fake animetal. She nods her head while Tessa asks her a question I don't hear. No, sadly, she only got 5 pounds. I put on my sad, angry face when she says this. I know, right? Sea King showed up before she could finish, and we had to bug out, Kate says. I turn around, tossing the bag on the floor like I'm angry over the results, and wheel out of her sight. She turns to pick up Tigress and sits down in the white plush chair she favors. We'll be back at the Spire later. Hopefully she can make something of it there, at least until Ark calls us and tells us what they want. Ciao. She hangs up the call, takes the glasses off, and shuts them down. With our communications being monitored, it shouldn't take long for... My cell phone rings. Hello? I ask with just the right amount of trepidation. After all, I'm not supposed to know who it is. Miss Lockhart, I will dispense with the pleasantries. Your parents are alive and safe, for now. If you wish them to remain that way, you will hand over the Thune medal and copies of all your tech. I don't want to overplay this. After all, I know he knows I know he has them, so I can't act too surprised or too angry. I go for cold menace. If you hurt them, I will destroy you, I say in a low voice. Please, if you could, you would. You can do nothing, because you are powerless. You understand the flaws of nanites as weapons. I need your medal to fix it. I have your parents. You have my medal. A trade seems equitable for both parties. Agreed? I sigh in defeat. Agreed. Excellent. You have 2 remaining M-jets. Bring one by yourself and a copy of all your tech and get airborne. You have 30 minutes to do so. If you are not in the air in 30 minutes, and I will know, I will execute your mother. 30 minutes? That's not enough. Don't play games with me, he says angrily. I will not be tested. Come alone, and don't even think of having either of your friends crashing the party.
For one, Miss Petronelli won't be able to. And if I so much as feel a spear falling from the sky, I'll kill your parents. Understood?
I stay silent for a moment before answering. Yes. Where am I going?
Further instructions will follow once you're in the air and headed east.
The line clicks dead, and I toss the phone into the bag and nod to Kate. She gives me a quick hug before vanishing. Epic, get that jet here ASAP. Affirmative, kicking the tires and lighting the fires as we speak. Amelia, did you notice anything strange about your conversation? Other than he doesn't know we know he's spying on us? No, his responses were instant and predictable, as if he was speaking from a script. It was also the same voice as the android we discovered in the spire. I guess he doesn't have access to another voice box. Maybe. I will continue to think on it. Are you ready? Epic. I was born ready. Born ready. Born ready. 30. At 50,000 feet over Utah, with just a few seconds to spare from my original 30-minute deadline, my phone buzzes with a text. A set of coordinates appear, along with a message. You have 45 minutes to arrive. Son of a... Do you think they know about her, or is it just a coincidence? It can't be a coincidence. It just can't. I need a second. Set the course, Epic. Delphi, full speed, I tell Epic. Course laid in. We are going loud and suborbital. At our max power, we will be there just in time. He clearly knows the capabilities of our M-jets. The M-jet's engines are barely audible in the cabin, but at the speed we need to go, the whine leaks in. I make sure my harness is in place. If the kinetic shields fail at this speed, I'm dead. However, there are other dangers than just shield failure. I also don't want to take the chance that a bump will kill me or a hole in the hull will suck me out into space. The M-jet screams through the air. Epic puts a map on the display showing our progress and a countdown clock. Even at full speed, we are going to be cutting it close. Like Epic said, this guy knows what my tech can do. Ark clearly knows about Carlos and Pythia. Otherwise, why have us meet on top of their base at Delphi? This is the hardest part of my plan. I really don't want things to go sideways. Of course, since when does what I want match what actually happens? I check my outfit one more time to make sure it's all tucked in and tight. I'm wearing my titanium tungsten weave, so at least if they take a shot at me before I hand over my stuff, I'm more likely to survive. We reach apogee and the M-jet angles down, coming in hard and fast. Even with my shielding, she shakes as the front end heats up. Epic, I say as the plane shudders. This is going to work, right? We have yet to fail. That does not mean it will not happen, but it has not happened yet. That wasn't exactly the pep talk I was looking for, I tell him. Amelia, you are my creator and my friend. I will forever stand by you. It is not that I think you will never fail. I have faith in you. Faith that you will always do the right thing. You will always be that little girl who created me in the hopes of finding her parents. You are a good woman. In other words, this will work. I smile. That was more what I was looking for. Thanks, buddy. I needed that. The jet screams into the atmosphere over Greece, her engines reducing thrust to let atmospheric drag slow us down. We are getting pinged by the Greek military. They want to know who we are and what we are doing in their airspace. Correction, they no longer care. They have scrambled jets to intercept. Awesome. Well, they will likely be too late. Drop us down to 300 feet ASAP. There is something supremely unnerving about diving in an aircraft and not being at the controls. Not that I know how to fly a plane, beyond flight sims anyway. Usually, when I'm flying toward the ground at Mach 3, I'm in a suit and in control. The M-jet pulls up and skirts the mountains and valleys of this part of Greece. If Epic ever wanted a second career, he'd make a hell of a fighter pilot. 5 seconds. We are coming up on Delphi. They are already here. We clear the last mountain range and shoot over the city at window-shaking speed before Epic throws the engines into hard reverse. I jerk forward in my harness as we slow down to a hover in a few seconds. 2 of the VTOLs they use are parked. A good 50 android soldiers are spread around the ruins, weapons out. Then there are those guys. Scumbags! I yell at them through the window. They are huddled around in a circle, hiding something from me. Amelia, the Death Dealers are here, and they have picked up Blade to replace Colossus. Yeah, I have eyes, Epic. Land us and we'll get this over with. You see the hostages? Yes, he has them under the wing of the closest ship. Amelia, these are priceless, irreplaceable ruins. If there is going to be a fight, we should try very hard for it to change locations as fast as possible. Understood. Oh, let's hope it doesn't come to that. You ready for this? I am. The ship shakes as it comes to rest, and the whole frame lowers so I can disembark without going down a ramp. Unbuckling, I shift into the wheelchair, make sure the brakes are on, and then pick up the duffel bag with the metal in it, along with a large external hard drive. After all, he needs to think I have kept my end of the bargain. Boy, is he going to be in for a surprise. I roll over to the door. It slides up, and I wheel out onto the rough ground. God, am I sick of this place? If there was one place I never want to see again, it's Delphi. One of the androids is 20 feet away. The Death Dealers are behind him, spread out like they are waiting for a fight. The ground has paths, and Epic was nice enough to land on one, so I could not look weak as I make my way. I'm panting by the time I'm sitting in front of them. The sheer hatred on the mercs' faces is enough to make me wince.
You should kill her right now,
Hand Cannon says to the leader. He wears his stupid beard and open logger shirt. The android turns and makes a silencing motion.
Ms. Lockhart, as I expected, you have the metal and your tech?
He asks. I nod, dropping the bag to the ground in front of me. My parents?
I keep my word,
he says. He doesn't make a motion, but they start walking forward.
I do hope you aren't counting on your friends to rescue you. I've sealed this area off to Miss Petronelli's brand of teleporting. I've also taken into account your friend with the shield. If he so much as passes overhead in orbit...
The android turns and gestures toward Thrash. The Death Dealers spread out and reveal he's holding Pythia by the throat, while Blade has one of her plasma swords pressed against the woman's belly. Bastard, I mutter.
Such language,
the android says smugly. I figured he'd use his tech to keep Kate from teleporting, which is why our plan never relied on her to be here. Amelia, I am picking up a wireless signal and repeater. I am going to hack it. If these androids are under control from a central location, similar to how I used to connect to your armor, we might be able to exploit it. Okay, you've got what you want. We'll just be going. I glance over to see John and Hope's progress. They are still only halfway to the plane.
Not so fast. You are a respectable woman, Miss Lockhart. May I call you Amelia? But I don't trust you for a second.
He kneels down to the bag and picks up the metal contained within. I can't see his face through the black ninja head wrap they all wear. If he has any kind of sensors or material analyzers on his androids, he'll know pretty quick. He shakes his head while making a tisking noise.
I thought you were smarter than this.
Did you take classes to become this annoying, or does it come naturally? I ask. In a flash, he jerks up and pulls his plasma pistol and fires. No! I shout. Dad slumps over and Mom drops on top of him, trying to protect him with her body. He looks at my parents, then at me, then the ship.
Something isn't right,
he says. Wow, I say, dropping my false emotions. That took you forever, I say, dragging out the last word. Do you think you're the first person to come after my family?
I don't know what game you are playing, but if you're so cold as to allow me to kill your parents and your heart rate doesn't move, either you're not Amelia Lockhart or... He jerks his head over to the man he just shot. One of the things I really missed about Animetal was having my HUD on me at all times. No glasses or goggles, just my eyes and Epic. Also, I loved triggering things with my thoughts instead of voice commands. The Animetal erupts out of me, and in less time than it takes to stand up, I'm in the Mark 9. Surprise, mother fragger! 2 kinetic lances fire from my outstretched arms. One hits the smug android, sending him flying into Blade. The other hits Thrash in the forehead, snapping his head back and forcing him to stumble. Fleet, Pythia, Lux, disable their ships! My parents were actually Fleet and Lux, disguised using her ability to control light and shape. Combined with a rudimentary voice modulator programmed with my parents' voices, they were flawless. The illusion drops, and Fleet is a blur of motion. His blue and white costume crackles with electricity as he covers the distance to Pythia. "Sorry," he says, throwing her over his shoulder. He disappears, running away as fast as he can while carrying her as a passenger. The sound of discharging plasma guns fills the air as the androids open fire on Lux. The whole reason I picked these two was that they were the least likely to die. Fleet can dodge just about anything, and Lux, well, I don't think anything can hurt her. The plasma bolts pass right through her as she rises up into the sky. Her white uniform with its yellow starburst shines in the sun as she absorbs the light. Her eyes glow bright yellow, and her hair flows out behind her in a nimbus of blonde tendrils. Then she starts firing. She points her hands like a knife at the first ship, and a laser-like beam jets out and cuts right through the first wing, then the second. "Hand cannon, deal with her," the lead android says. I leap to the side as the logger grins, pointing his hand at me. "Nope," I say. He looks confused. Then he's punched 100 times by Fleet. While Hand Cannon has enormous firepower, he isn't physically strong. Fleet's rapid-fire blows take him down in a mass of broken bones. The boom from above tells me Rocket has joined the fray. I take to the skies. The whine of the 4 M drives in the suit deafens those around me like a fighter jet taking off. I shoot up into the air as Rocket comes in low and fast. A fireball the size of a house hits the ground where I had stood, vaporizing the leader android and throwing the rest of his team to the ground. "Epic, status?" "Amelia, this code. I have seen it before. On Ericsson's space station. I think this base code was part of his security AI." "What? Are you freaking kidding me?" I yell as I turn hard and throw a mass of tungsten balls, like a shotgun, right into Rocket's path. They are only moving at a few 100 miles an hour, not like a mass driver, but more like crowd control for supers with tough skin. His aura flares, but he can't get hot enough to melt them before impact. His power's cut out, and he crashes down the 20 feet to the ground with a bone-cracking thump. "Are we ever going to be free of that?" I'm interrupted by a giant rock slamming into my kinetic shields. Thrash has regained his footing, and he's throwing chunks at me. I really didn't want to hurt the area. It is historically and culturally as important as any spot on Earth. But it isn't like they are giving me a choice. "It may be that there is not a person behind Ark, but this AI. That would explain a few things." I check on Fleet. He's busy fighting Blade. She's fast, swiping her sword at him. He stays unpredictable, never holding still or moving through the same space twice in a row. Suddenly, he runs around her, waving his arms like a butterfly. And I can't help but smile. I know what he's about to do. "Hold still!" she screams at him as she launches into a flurry of blows. "Okay," he says. Appearing behind her, he touches her shoulders. Static electric shock, 10 times more powerful than a taser, discharges into her and flings her forward onto the ground, where she rolls and convulses several times before coming to a rest, quite unconscious. I throw Fleet a thumbs up. "Carlos!" I say, dodging another giant rock. "Now!" "On it," comes his radio-filtered reply. I glance around at the battlefield, taking everything in. Lux is busy reducing individual androids to slag. Fleet moves through them, taking away their weapons and keeping them from further damaging the ancient structures around us. "Epic, status?" "His code is very complex. He is not aware that I am following his signal back. Since he is still using Artemis, he must not realize we are on to him." I smile. Nothing like turning things around on the bad guys to bring a smile to your face. Carlos makes his grand entrance, his spear slicing down through the sky to slam in front of Thrash. The big element controlling supervillain takes one look at the protector landing in front of him and drops to his knees, interlacing his hands behind his head. "I surrender!" he yells. "Good man," Carlos says to him. "You have him, Epic?" "Almost. His base is in the U.S., northern U.S., Montana, near the Canadian border." Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. He is aware of my presence and is attempting to counter me. "Back off. I don't want anything happening to you." "Affirmative. Amelia, he is powerful, more so than we thought. After he doesn't say anything for a few seconds, I get worried. "Epic?" A cold shiver runs through me. "Epic?" I land the suit in a crunch of dirt. Pythia is in the distance walking toward me.
Carlos has the supers on their knees in surrender, and all the androids are turning to goo as they self-destruct. Still no response. My heart rate starts racing, and I retract the helmet as I hyperventilate. Epic! No response. I pull up the ECM screen and look for the signal blocking Kate. Interesting. A part of my mind distantly takes note that he refined the interference to just the one frequency that blocks her, but not anything else. I use the power meter to determine the direction it is coming from. The remaining VTOL, 100 feet away. While disabled, it is partially intact. I can fix that. Tank missile, I say. The shoulder unit pops up and forms the long-barreled weapon that is capable of launching nearly a pound of titanium tungsten carbide shaped like a missile.
Amelia?
Carlos asks. Fire! The air burns as the missile launches at 3,000 miles per hour and hits the parked plane like a meteorite. The fuel ignites in a fireball, and the plane explodes into a million pieces. Everyone ducks or drops instinctively but me. I'm not worried about debris hitting me, even with my helmet down. The kinetic shields will stop that. Kate, I need you right friggin' now! I put every raw emotion I'm feeling into that one statement. Two things happen at the same time. Kate appears in a pop of displaced air, and so does the safety force, teleporting in via their energy disks. Amelia! Pythia says suddenly. She's breathing hard from running back from where Fleet deposited her to keep her safe. No matter how you are feeling right now, you can't fight them. It won't end well for you. She looks over at Carlos, who's got his foot on Thrash's back to make sure he doesn't try to go anywhere. Or him. I glare at her. Anger and other things burn in my heart, and I really don't care. I lost Luke. I'm not losing Epic. Not ever. I will burn this world to the ground before I let my friend go. Pythia, get away from me! I trigger the helmet, and it flows up around me.
Amelia Lockhart and Carlos Dominguez, you are under arrest by order of the EU Commissioner. You are in violation of our sovereign state. Any attempt to flee or resist will result in deadly force being used against you and anyone aiding you, Moonwatch says as he floats above his team. My voice doesn't sound roboticized anymore. Since everyone knows who I am, it's not like I need to intimidate people. If the fact that I wiped out an entire solar system doesn't convince them I mean what I say, my voice won't. Still, as much as I want to punch first, I have to try talking to them. I push the anger that is enraging me down as much as I can. You can't know this, but you're all being played by a power behind all of this, I say, pointing at the burning ships. It's an AI built by Erickson, the megalomaniac who tried to take over the world a few years ago. You might remember I stopped him? Well, this AI has my friend, and if I don't leave right now to go get him, he could die. So please, I'm begging you, stand down and let me leave. Moonwatch is unaffected by my words, as is Irish Spring. But Union and Fee Magnifique look at each other for a moment. Amelia, Kate whispers, Fee and Union are under a powerful persuasion. Something is almost forcing them to be here. But not the other two? She shakes her head. Moonwatch points at me as he raises up a few more feet. You are a liar and a murderer. This is your last chance to surrender.
I don't know if he was born a pompous ass or if it just comes naturally to him. I need Kate to take me back to the U.S. as fast as possible, but with Fee's powers, she may be able to intercept Kate's port and take us wherever they want. Okay, I'm done talking, I say. I hold out my hands, and a dozen different weapons systems pop out of the suit. Time for you people to learn my name. My name. My name. My name. My name. 31. Particle beams, tungsten ball shotgun, AG pods, kinetic lances, IP cannons, all fire at once. The power drain is immense, and the HUD visibly dims. This is my alpha strike. Since I can't fire the tank missile and the AG pods at the same time, I don't use that or any of the other half-dozen weapons systems I have access to. Mostly, I'm trying to distract them. Moonwatch fires his beam in a wide arc in front of his team, burning up the physical attacks, but not the IP cannons that strike him and Fee a moment later. He hits the ground with a crunch, and Fee goes flying back to land on her butt before hitting her head on the ground.
My kinetic lances strike Union and Irish Spring. Union slams backward, tumbling over in the dirt. Irish, though, just grunts. Once it passes, she runs at me, the ground shaking with each footfall. Unfortunately for her, Carlos is much faster. He shield checks her with enough force to send her flying into one of the burning ships. It sure is nice to face them in a suit that lets me actually fight. With the nanosuits, flying is about all I can do for longer than 20 minutes. Moonwatch is the biggest threat. As an F5 energy generator, he can cut just about anything in half with his moonbeam power. Stupid name for a power. I charge at him while he's still regaining his feet. He fires a beam off at me. I dodge, then blast him with another IP bolt. He hits the ground, spazzing out in a way that always makes me smile. "Pod!" I shout reflexively. I don't really need to say it anymore, but I did for so long, it is habit. The puff of compressed air signals a shot fired. I scan around, looking for the next threat, when a half-ton of flaming engine flies through the air to crash into me. I cross my arms in front of me to take the blast. Kinetic shields spring to life, shearing the engine in half, but doing nothing to stop the force of the explosion. The air around me shimmers from the heat. Bits of dirt and debris pop up as the remaining androids open fire on me, even as Lux is burning them to the ground. I fire a particle beam at Union, striking him in the chest, burning right through his uniform and leaving an angry red burn on his chest. He looks down where I hit him, and then back at me. I can't see his face, but he has to know I could have killed him just now. "Carlos!" Pythia yells. "I told you not to fight them! You're playing right into their hands!" He turns to face her, then me.
"Pythia, I owe you everything, but Amelia is my friend. I'm not abandoning her."
Pythia glares daggers at me.
"Amelia, if you've ever trusted me, leave. Now. Don't come back. You have the upper hand for the moment, but if this goes on any longer, it will be a disaster. Please!"
As she yells, she drops to her knees, almost begging me. I hesitate. Then their backup shows itself. A burst of light almost as bright as Lux appears over the horizon. I've only ever met her twice, when she saved me in Colorado, and then when we fought in orbit. Eon. Her energy form is as magnificent as Lux, but where Lux is still flesh and blood, Eon isn't.
"Stand down, Lockhart, or I will kill you,"
she says. I look at Kate. "Get Fleet out of here," I say over the comms. She nods, vanishing in a heartbeat. Lux burns through the sky to hover between me and Eon.
"I know not who you are, Mistress of Light, but you will not hurt my friend."
"Lux, retreat! They're just after Carlos and me." I prepare to take off, and I look at Carlos, who gives me a nod. He knows what to do.
"I will not leave you, Amelia. You are the savior of Luxilla. My life is nothing to yours," the alien says.
I would like to be stunned, but she tends to throw out such grandiose statements about me. Saving a planet will do that. Fine, solar flare! This is where being a team really comes into play. She doesn't hesitate. Her form flares to life, and for 5 seconds, a second sun, 4 times brighter than Sol, burns in Delphi. I blast off, full power to the M drives, hitting the sound barrier in less than 3 seconds. Right before the flare, I saw Carlos throw his spear up and leap for Pythia. They will be safe. Kate has Fleet, and Lux can take care of herself. I'm not sure there is anything on Earth that can hurt her when she is in her light form. In 8 seconds, I'm 6 miles away. After 20 seconds, I'm 30 miles away and traveling at 1.7 miles a second. At Mach 8, it will take me almost an hour and a half to get to Montana. Damn it, I mutter. I don't dare go suborbital or Eon will find me. She's probably already searching the skies. I know she can see energy patterns and radiation, which is why I had Lux light the sky. It will have blinded her for at least a moment. Heat builds upon the skin of the suit like crazy. I can't go much faster without lighting a trail of fire behind me, which I don't want, even though the suit can take it. The rush of anger wears off, and I realize, startling so, that I'm clueless on what to do once I'm there. How do I even fight an AI? How do I help Epic? Epic, buddy, if you can hear me, I don't know what to do. Give me a hint, will you? On cue, a symbol flashes on my HUD, followed by coordinates. Maybe he can hear me but can't devote the processing power to speak? If this AI is truly that powerful,
It might be all he can do to keep from being deleted or assimilated. I check the coordinates. It's a lake in northern Montana. From the looks of it, the area is deserted. The symbol is Artemis. He wants me to fire an arrow at the lake. As soon as I do, though, the AI will know and... Oh, I get it. I'm on it. I interface with the system to guide Artemis, which I usually keep in geosynchronous over North America anyway. After all, what use would a communications satellite be if it wasn't where I needed it? I fire up the weapons platform and punch in the coordinates. It takes 5 different passwords, a retinal scan, and an authenticator code to activate the weapon. Once it is, it quickly points itself at Montana. A 5-second countdown appears on my HUD. When it hits 0, Artemis fires. Amelia, thank you. I underestimated Legion's ability to protect itself. I want to cry. I'm so happy to see him back. Legion? That wasn't just some clever thing to say. That's really his name? Yes, and he was the AI in Ericsson's space station. Even though he does not realize it, he is trying to complete Ericsson's plans for world domination. However, he is taking a much different route. I was not able to glean much from his database. He is housed in a supercomputer under the lake. As soon as you launched an arrow, he abandoned his attempts to assimilate my code and started transferring himself to another location. Amelia, Kate's voice comes over the radio. Did you just fire an arrow at Montana? Uh-oh. Maybe. Did you do a satellite scan of the area to see if there were civilians who will be impacted by the blast? Frag. I was so freaked out about losing Epic, I rushed. The arrow won't hit for another 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Can you get Fleet there? He pops on the channel. I can hear him breathing heavy. On it. Thanks, Tony. I'm still 60 minutes out, but with Epic back, I have a new plan. I pull hard up, kick in full power, and launch towards space at 9,000 miles per hour. Eon is likely to see your energy signature. There is no way to hide break orbit speeds. I'm counting on it. Hey, Kate said that 2 members of the safety force were being mind-controlled. Make a note. We need to break into the computers the EU uses and find out who they have working for them. There are still telepaths who worked for Ericsson that were never accounted for. Note made. What is your plan? Legion may not know we know about his hacking Artemis. I don't know if we can track where he's going, but what if we uploaded Shai Hulud into his stream and use it against him? He may know about our worm. He didn't the first time. If he has more agents in play around the world, I sure would like that information. This is a little too familiar for comfort. Ericsson failed because he was a megalomaniac who didn't believe he could fail. That does not sound at all familiar. Hey, I know I can fail. But if I do, it is because I made a mistake, not because destiny wills it or some such nonsense. Back to Legion. He's more dangerous. He won't make mistakes based on emotions like impatience or anger. He will keep to his course, slowly, meticulously, never giving up while he exists. And that is the problem. How do we beat him? You have several good points there. With the internet and distributed computing, he could exist anywhere, though he would not be as effective as he is now. My central location and tight code within the computronium housed in the Mark IX are all that allowed me to survive. I exist within you or in my quantum computer. He has a building-sized, supercooled hardware location to keep him going. Thankfully, Pedrick Mottahall and Ericsson never cracked quantum computing. Blue skies vanish and I'm in space. And again, no matter how many times I do this, it never gets old. I take a split second to enjoy the view before I plot a course to Artemis. I love that satellite, but once I insert the worm, I won't be able to use her. Not really. I'll have Epic run fake communications through it, enough so that Legion will think we're still using it. I am detecting an immense energy source closing in on us. It has to be Eon. Gatorade, please, I say. A small tube inserts into my mouth. I drink a solid 8 ounces. Normally, water would be fine, but I need the electrolytes. Even with the enhanced suit, this has been a hell of a workout. Once I'm done drinking, I check my telemetry. We're traveling at almost 12,000 miles per hour and closing in on Artemis by the second. Eon has found my trail and is right behind me. She doesn't need a spacesuit, and that makes me a little envious. Epic, what is her power set, beyond the obvious? I've never seen anyone like her, before or since. Based on our scans from close encounters and the powers she exhibits, I have no idea. She may be one of a kind. That makes sense. No one was pulling the power lottery strings, but it turned out that the more powerful a set of powers were, the rarer they tended to be, which was why it was so easy for the government to keep tabs on the truly impressive individuals. She flashes by in a dazzling display of light and energy. She speaks to me via directed radio waves. "Amelia Lockhart, if you do not land right now, I'm authorized to kill you. Don't make me." I can see through her. Something tickles my brain, and it hits like a shockwave. "You're a light elemental," I say over the radio. Her flight jitters a bit as she hears me. I check the HUD. 5 seconds to Artemis. I throw everything into reverse and go in a straight line. "How can you possibly know that?" she says, hesitating. "I'm really smart. I take the government hasn't told you that I invented a cure for elementals who can't change back to human?" She flies away for a second, then suddenly she's back in front of me, staring directly into my faceplate. "If you are messing with me—" She pushes her hand inside my suit and presses a finger into my forehead. "I will fry you," she finishes. Yep, scary lady. "I'm not. Ask Monica Pavlenko, a.k.a. Glacier. They shipped her off to Cat 7 to be turned into a weapon. When that didn't work, she joined the Diamondbacks. Now she spends her days as a human being. While the tech will take some modifications, I'm confident I can make it work. But not if I'm dead or in jail." She withdraws her hand from within my skull. "You have 3 days." She vanishes in a flash of light. It makes me wonder if the last time I escaped from her was just sheer luck. "We are here." I shake my head and get it back in the game. Time to finish this. I nudge the suit into contact with Artemis. The Mark 9 creates tendrils that link the suit to the computer on board the satellite. I upload my worm into the communications array, and it instantly downloads into ARC's computer systems. They can run, but they can't hide. "Worm acquired. 10 seconds to impact." A window pops open, showing me a pristine lake and miles of trees.
"Area clear,"
Fleet says over the comms. A new sun is born above the lake as an arrow comes down with more power than any conventional weapon in existence. "Impact," I whisper. For a split second after it hits, I can see the base. It was a dome, not likely to be confused with any natural underwater creation or a known man-made one. Then it's gone, blown to bits in a mushroom cloud of vaporized water and debris. I wonder how much damage we just did to him. While he likely has backup locations, that was his primary base. Its destruction, combined with our worm, would indicate he has no place to hide. For now, I'm just happy to have Tia back. No one died in our last fight, and I might even have a new friend, I say, looking down at the earth in the direction Eon disappeared. "Let's go home," I say to Epic. "Course plotted. Initiate. 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 Initiate." Epilogue. If I could put my feet up on the desk, I would. In my finished living quarters, with its hardwood floors and expensive furniture, I feel like I'm living in a 5-star hotel. The windows even have images of the desert around me, not using screens, but optical technology so actual sunlight streams in. Right now, the light level is dropping as the sun sets. The whole team is here with me, enjoying the luxury. It's been a hard couple of years. We need a little break.
"What happens now?"
Fleet asks. I take another sip of Coke and hold the slice of Bianco's pizza up to him like a toast. "Now, I eat a lot of pizza," I say, taking a bite of the cheese and pepperoni goodness. "I second that," Kate says from the couch next to Carlos. She has her legs over his lap, while she leans back against the couch arm. He's gently massaging one of her feet and smiling like the happiest man on earth. "What about the EU and the safety force?" I ask Carlos. He shrugs.
"They took a beating, but I, and Pythia, don't think we've heard the last of the EU on this. I'm just glad no one died."
A serious look passes over Kate. I don't know what kind of mental control was pushed on them, but I don't think they were entirely in their right minds. At least Union and Fee. It might have been Ark or someone else. I nod. Epic is looking into it. Whatever is going on, if it's Ark or someone else, we'll figure it out. Tessa uses her power to float another slice over to her. Then the lift door opens and Teddy walks out.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
he says, and stands aside. Tia steps out slowly, dressed in a floral print dress and slippers. She smiles and waves at everyone. There's a solid moment of silence before Tessa runs across the room and picks her up in a bear hug. Then we all cheer and clap for the return of our teammate. Tia blushes from the attention, a timid smile forming on her lips.
"Thank you. It's really great to be back,"
she says as Tessa puts her down. The two walk arm in arm back to the large couch. Epic tells me my worm has made its way into Legion, and while it might take a while, we should learn more about him. I'm afraid he's a threat that isn't going away anytime soon, I say with a sigh.
"We'll add him to the list,"
Teddy says with a chuckle as he takes a beer and slice before sitting down in an overstuffed recliner.
"Do you remember anything?"
Lux asks Tia.
"Anything about—"
She flutters her hand in the air like a ghost. Tia shakes her head and looks at Tessa.
"The last thing I remember is pulling Massacre out of Tessa. Then I woke up in Amelia's lap. I have a dim awareness of the time in between, but it's like a bad dream," she says quietly.
"Thank you," Tessa says to her.
"You're my friend. What else could I do?"
Tia asks rhetorically. We settle in to watch a movie. Amazingly, nothing exciting. We live an exciting life. We don't need to watch it in the movies. A light family drama about adopting children is right up my alley. Besides, laughing isn't a common occurrence with me. About halfway through the movie, I wheel out of the room into a niche on the west wall. With the press of a button, the wall raises up and reveals a catwalk out to a disguised balcony. Hot desert air blows over me as I roll out onto the small observation point. It makes the base as a whole a little less secure, but not much. However, I gain a hell of a view of the night sky. "Penny for your thoughts?" Kate asks beside me. I shouldn't jump when she does that, but I still do.
"They aren't worth that much,"
I say once I settle down. There is no moon in the sky. The desert is dark and foreboding, like my thoughts. "Especially since you get them for free," I say with a wry grin. "You would be proud, you know, of what you've done. You brought Tia back from the dead, Amelia. Rejoice a little."
Yeah. I did save her. And don't get me wrong, Kate. I'm grateful that it worked.
But
it never ends, does it?
"The fight?" she asks.
"The struggle. Living, loving, fighting, losing."
I lean forward against the railing, resting my forehead against the cool metal. "Amelia, hun, I know you like to think you can solve everything with science, and bringing our friend back from the dead tends to back up that claim. But, babe, there are some things you just have to let time heal." My face is wet, and I realize I'm crying, really crying. My heart hurts like someone reached in and ripped it out. I open my mouth in a silent scream and bang a fist against the metal rail. "It's okay, hon, it's okay," she whispers to me while rubbing my back. We stay like that for a while before I can wipe my face and regain some composure. Somehow, with Kate there and me letting go, I do feel better. Not best, but better.
"Thanks, Kate, for everything."
She leans down and gives me a long, lingering hug.
"I love you, Amelia. I'm always here for you."
I smile and hug her back.
"Kate," Carlos calls from inside, "I think a couple of people need a lift."
I smile. "No rest for the wicked." She gives me an impish smile. "Oh, you have no idea," she says with a wink. I watch her walk back into the base, feeling a little less pain. Not no pain, but certainly less. A few minutes later, the last of them have left, and I'm alone. It's a big place, and while I'm used to being by myself, it's still a little weird. I wheel back in, letting the secret door close behind me. I'll clean up in the morning.
"Thank God. I thought your friends were never going to leave." a woman says. I wheel around at the sudden intrusion. A flash of blue light appears in the shadows, and a tall black woman dressed in a leather outfit with a red scarf over her mouth and nose appears, as if she walked in through the shadows. "Whoever you are, you really picked the wrong secret lair to break into," I say. My heart races, but I'm as calm as a cucumber. My armor isn't the only thing protecting me here. She raises her empty hands. "If you are Amelia Lockhart, then no, I didn't. I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk." I hesitate. "She has no weapons that I can detect. I am sorry I did not see her earlier. It was as if she did not exist until she stepped out of the shadows." "Talk, huh? You generally break into people's houses when you want to talk to them?" "Generally, no. Usually, when I break into a place, it's to kill everyone in it," she says, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. When she sees my expression, she emphasizes her empty hands. "Don't worry. They're all bad people. Which is why I'm here. I need your help." "Help killing people? I don't think so." She sighs, turns her head to the side, and looks at something I can't see. "Amelia, you are in extreme danger. This woman is Madison Dumas, the Wraith. She is currently in the bottom floor of the North Dakota Ultramax. I do not know how she is here, but she is accused of murdering hundreds of people, and that is just here in the United States. She is responsible for—" "No doubt your AI is telling you that I'm the most murderous, evil bitch on the planet. He's not wrong, but he's also not right." How does she know about Epic? "You have 10 seconds to explain," I say. "My family was murdered by a crime syndicate called ISO-1. They specialize in using superpowered enforcers, and they are into everything from drugs to human trafficking. They even infiltrated several governments," she says, "ours included." "I've heard of them. I thought they were broken in the U.S., I ask. "They're not. The leader has a power that can extract promises from people. It's not mind control, but a lot like it. Even if you have no intention of fulfilling the promise, as soon as you agree with him, his power forces you to do it. Undercover agents, government officials, supers, he has them all. He's who I need your help bringing down." "I take it by bringing down, you mean kill?" She gives me a wry smile as she reaches for a beer, pops the tab, and takes a long swig. "Yes. I'm sorry about your family, really, but the things you've done, that's not justification. I'm going to bring you in," I say as I trigger the suit. It only takes a second for the animetal to cover me, and I'm holding my hands toward her, weapons ready. She does that thing, where she looks to the side again, before looking back at me. "He's an alien, Lockhart. A Thun. I was told no one knows more about them than you. Am I wrong?" I freeze. A Thun? On Earth? Crap. I lower my hands and trigger my helmet to recede. A cold shiver runs through my spine at the memory of what I did to their people. What they made me do. Something happens then. The air shivers, and a little girl appears beside Wraith in a burst of dark blue light. "You killed 40 billion people!" she screams. Then she looks at Wraith and points her finger at me. This is what I want! Work with her!" Then she fades away like she was never there. It takes me a second to wipe the shock off my face. Not one, but 2 intruders? How? What was that?" I ask. "Would you believe me if I told you I'm possessed by a psychopathic ghost who feeds on death?" she asks with a nervous smile. I slowly nod, yes. That wouldn't even make the top 10 of strange things that happened to me this month. Her delicate eyebrows go up, and her bright blue eyes go wide in surprise. "You must live an interesting life," she says. "Only sometimes. Okay, Wraith. I just have one question." She takes a long drink of the beer, draining the can before tossing it across the room into the trash. "What's that?"
she asks.
"Where is this scumbag Thune?"
She smiles, and something about it sends alarms screaming in my brain to run. She's a predator, a wolf, and the whole world are sheep for her. That thought is sobering.
"I was hoping you would help me find him. Then we can put an end to ISO 1. Permanently."
This concludes Arsenal Reloaded by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. Copyright 2019 by Jeffery H. Haskell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jeffery H. Haskell and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Audiobooks.